Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. आज है डे 2 ऑफ EWC 2026 Valorant एंड आज है कुछ एक्साइटिंग मैचेस NS वर्सेस G2 और MIBR और GE एम ये कुछ मैचेस है जो हमने आई थिंक कभी नहीं देखे हैं. G2 वर्सेस NS फिर भी देखा है बट आई डोंट थिंक MIBR वर्सेस G2 इट्स द फर्स्ट टाइम इन एवर हिस्ट्री इंटरनेशनल मैच वर्सेस आसपास से सामने सेकंड है. एंड जी तो हमारी इंडियन टीम इट ऑलवेज जस्ट मज़ा आने वाली है आज के मैचेस में. ट्रस्ट मी ब्रो. ओ वो ओके वन क्लाउड हेलो भाविक हेलो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी. क्या सीन. वी हैव जस्ट स्टार्टेड स्ट्रीमिंग 2 मिनट पहले. किक पे भी बस स्टार्ट हो रही है. होपफुली हो जाए मस्ती ना करे. किक पे दिक्कत हो रही है क्या. हो गई. लेट्स चेक क्या हमारी किक पे स्ट्रीम चालू हो गई. नहीं. हाँ. नहीं. रिकनेक्टिंग आ रहा है. वाई इज इट द इशू. फ्रेम फ्रेम्स भी सही है. ओके. एक मिनट व्हाट 20 सेकंड डिले वाई. एक मिनट. डिले तो ऑफ था. डिले कैसे लग गया. यस. आई थिंक अब चालू हो जानी चाहिए स्ट्रीम्स. एक्सक्लेमेशन किक करो केवन क्लाउड एंड आई थिंक यू विल बी गुड टू गो. You will be good to go. Kick. Yes. नहीं किक की नहीं हुई चालू. इट इज स्टिल इट शोज रिकनेक्टिंग. Why all the issues. Thank you for following by the way. Why there are so many issues today. Right. Let me just stop. Start. Du- du- du. Du. नहीं. Why isn't my kick अच्छे से वो क्यों नहीं कर रहा? Do I just wait here? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I think we are good. नहीं. Do, 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 do. Oh my god, it's so insane. $8,000. Okay. Let's see. Let's hope kick पे चल जाए stream. I don't know why kick पे stream नहीं चल रही.
Really nice that they have that format that they're able to kind of make some money on.
And of course, if you win your opening round in groups, Pilski, you are guaranteed into top 12. So you're going to be making some serious cash out of the gates. But these players aren't here purely for the prizing. There's a lot of pride on the line. Is it regional pride or is it still team specific at this point in Valorant?
Both, but usually regional pride. I mean, I think that there is very much a heavy regional fan base for each of them in Valorant, and a lot of pride goes with that. And how you perform at the international events, usually for Americas, that's kind of meh until champs and things like that. But they just got themselves a dub, so they're all very proud of themselves.
So where'd your regional pride go?
Where'd my regional pride go? Unfortunately, second place is a little bit sad. But look, we go back to the Masters before that. Very proud because that was an All-Pacific Grand Final. So that's pretty good.
Paper X, of course, is his favorite in the Pacific region. Let's take a look at all of our groups and how things broke down. Starting with Group D today, you're going to see the Heretics in action against AGAL. That's going to be over on our Alpha stream. Here on Bravo, we open things up with MIBR LOS versus Global Esports. Now, both both teams having a few change-ups here. Can we talk about global esports and the coaching change that occurred leading up to just this event?
We could talk about it, but I'm not sure I can necessarily explain it. I think
Am
a
I
lot of people are a
weird?
little bit shocked that that's
Yeah.
actually something
Oh,
that's come
lol.
to fruition. Frost
क्या बात कर
has
रहा है?
always been a coach that's been able to take teams
यार
that
किक
don't
पे स्ट्रीम ही चालू
necessarily
नहीं हो
fit
रही, पता नहीं
together
कैसे
in
यार।
a
तो मैं
fully
ठीक करता हूँ।
straightforward manner and make them better than the sum of their parts and bring them to good placements. And GE was an organization that had never made playoffs in Pacific, that had never made it to an international event. And with
All
Frost at the
good,
helm, they
G.
do that for the first time, and then immediately afterwards, he's on the way out. I don't think anybody really can explain
Kind of
why.
looks like a situation where the org gave in to the players. We'll see if it plays out in the way they think it will. Athena, can we talk about Group C, though? I've got my boy Baby Bay, a
Okay.
man who hung it up, put on a
अब
headset,
IBR
was ready
versus
to just
GE.
be a
हो गया ठीक।
broadcaster with one of us for
Like
the rest
one
of
of
his
us
life.
chumps.
He throws down the headset, he jumps back into that driver's seat, and he is taking over games for G2. That was
Yeah.
months ago. Back in London, though, this was not the prettiest performance. Are G2 the favorites in Group C, or who do you have your eyes on?
I'm not sure, but for me, what I'm looking for from G2
क्या
is to
scene,
put
क्या
up a
scene,
performance
क्या
because this
scene।
is finally their time to prove that they can actually do something at a globals. They've
मेरा kick
struggled
नशे कर रहा है,
every
guys।
single time they've made it. The addition of Baby Bay has made it a little bit easier, though. I feel like they've added on to that fragging power, and he's done a phenomenal job. But for me, I always gotta pick G2 as my favorite, only because America's baby. But I don't want to make any promises because they've struggled.
No promises. So are you're on the G2 side of the fence that they are the favorite, or
I don't want to. Yes.
Yes. Vague answers today. Okay,
I'm giving
going
a
to
vague
grill you
answer.
tomorrow. Grilling you. Bilski, can we talk a little bit about the rest of the competition? I've talked a lot about the American teams. You, of course, watch the Pacific region. We've watched a lot of games from EMEA.
Yeah.
Who should the fans be excited to watch throughout the week? Because we still have 2 more days of groups.
I think the rest of the group that we just finished the first game of yesterday, I think you're looking at a NRG Vitality game, and then after that you get another
यार
game. Those could
किक
all
तो
be
स्ट्रीम
kind of
चालू
top
नहीं हो
4
रही।
games in
Yeah.
EWC as far as I'm concerned. So that's an extremely exciting group. We're going to
यार
see
यार
Heretics play
यार
very up and down team, a team with a very high ceiling that came into EWC last year.
क्या
and
करो
actually
guys,
just
give
hit
up
that
कर दूँ।
crazy purple patch of form, even despite kind of struggling in some of those early games and getting pushed a little bit. I think even in the XLG game where they were playing with like a coach
Yeah.
stand-in, and then they go on to win the whole thing.
2 मिनट
I
गाइस मैं
think
ट्राई
that's
करता
what's
सॉर्ट
great
आउट
about
करने की
EWC.
किक
Sometimes
की
you get these
स्ट्रीम
dark horse
हो
teams
जाए
that just
यार
hit a
प्लीज।
crazy patch of form and they win the whole thing.
I have a
What do you
hot
got?
take.
Hit me.
Okay.
I think MIBR is going to win the whole thing.
Okay.
I think that MIBR is going to win
क्या
the
बोल रही है
They
ये?
just beat Leviton 3-0.
Kick
to
बंद कर
qualify
सकते-
for
That's pretty
EWC.
good.
करके
Leviton,
start
by
करो।
the
वहाँ मैं
way,
वही
the
कर
one
रहा
who
कब से,
just
वही
won
वेट कर रहा हूँ।
Masters in London.
रीस्टार्ट हो रहा है और वापस रिकनेक्टिंग दिखा रहा है।
But that's fine.
Fact checking, just
But-
fact checking.
Okay, but have you
Motherfucker.
seen this roster?
Just
hold
fact
on,
checking.
hold on. Have you seen this roster, dude? They've all
I'm the
been to
new
land.
guy. I'm
There's
just
no
gathering as
pressure.
much
All
data
right.
as I
I'll
can
agree with you.
beforehand.
Aspas is an onliner. We all know it. Like, when has this guy ever been to a live event and put up numbers?
Get ready to be
Definitely not kill
canceled.
records.
It's over
Definitely
for you.
not kill
It's
records.
actually
I've never
over
seen
for
it.
you.
Oh my
A lot of these
God.
teams are going to be feeling pressure to not just perform here in Valorant, but to perform at EWC for their club. The club championship has millions and millions of dollars up for grabs. That's
Yeah.
what everyone is playing for in the overall scheme of EWC. Who are some of the club favorites? Because Heretics were able to get their team into the top 5 due mostly to their Valorant start last year.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of organizations that are representing. I think NRG are in good form right now. You have to keep an eye on whether they're in some of the other games. Vitality are in a good position to make their way
यार
early into the
5
playoffs.
मिनट और ट्राई
I
करेंगे।
think,
मैच चालू हो गई
on the
हो
other
गई।
side of things, you've got a lot of organizations that might not
Oh.
have much more
restart.
representation in other
Yeah.
games. I think PaperX is the perfect example of
Right.
it. If they come through and win this whole event, they'll at least get themselves into a relevant position in terms of the club championship, but they're probably not going to be getting many points from elsewhere. But as we saw from last year, even if you manage to win one game, that's going to be good enough to get you at least some cash in the club championship there.
Yeah, I also think it's we're in Paris, right? We're in France. I'm gonna see KC, Carmine Corp. They have the biggest fan base, in my opinion, especially when it comes to the French players. So I'm really interested to see how many fans show up. For
I'll try
that
last
team,
try,
that
guys.
club specifically.
पूरा
because
restart
they're
करूँगा
across so
किक
many
पे।
games too, right?
Yeah.
So-
Which region will have the most teams represented in our playoffs? There are 8 spots.
America's.
America has 2 wins so
I want
far.
to make it easy. EMEA because they get 5 spots thanks to Heretics.
Okay.
Thanks, Heretics.
So they get an extra try, right?
Yeah, they're just lucky that they've got extra representatives.
Notice how he
Thanks,
backed off of
Heretics.
his own region
But,
so quick.
well, honestly, he had zero faith in RRQ taking a single match.
Guys, when we just start stream का button दबाया.
A single round. He said not even a single
अगर अब नहीं हुआ तो I give up.
Camera theater.
I gave him a
100% said that.
I give them a map. They didn't even get a map. So at some point you have to just kind of back it off a little bit, you know?
Let's talk a little bit deeper into the matchup that we are about to witness because the players are on stage and I just saw the photographer shoot away, which means we are about to begin here in just a few moments.
Guys, कोई बात नहीं. अभी जो भी stream देख रहा है जल्दी जल्दी like कर दो यार. YouTube पे किक का तो scene set लग रहा है.
Start with Global Esports. Who is this team? Who are their star players? What am I looking at?
I mean, it's kind of a mixed team of the core that was built around from last year. You've got Crystal in there as well as Udatan. They tried to put a mixed team together that didn't go particularly well last year. Didn't get the greatest of placements. Then they've upgraded the roster, bringing a lot of firepower. They got Autumn over from China. Australian player, by the way. So he's obviously cracked because, you know, all Australians
all
are.
the Aussies. If you make it off the island, you're pretty darn good. We got a guy Pred in Call of Duty. He's a monster.
Your main agent, I am a smokes and Senti main. Ranked में सबसे ज़्यादा मैं clove खेलता हूँ.
But yeah, honestly, this is a team that's been well kind of built over time. Had great coaching staff, still have great coaching staff. I think Platoon's been worth his weight in gold, quite honestly. But moving into a head coach position,
नहीं हो रहा,
you're gonna
kick
see
band कर
if the
दिया
team
ना.
is going to be as cohesive.
All good
I think
यार.
Patman is kind of the player that really takes over games and can really be the one to be a difference maker. He just goes into hard carry mode, and when he has a good read on the game, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
We're going to keep talking about this first game a little bit more here. We've highlighted some of the stars from the Pacific region. Let's talk
Guys, हमारे खाली 9 subscribers बाकी है to complete our goal to 200 subs. जो भी stream देख रहे हैं subscribe का बटन दबा दो और like भी कर दो.
All of Americas, not here specifically. Listen, MIBR. If you don't know this team, I feel like you've probably been living under a rock because this is a super team. When you're looking at these players, you have Zekin, you have Ospas, you have these players that have consistently made it to global events previously.
Now, are these all Brazilians? Because MIBR is historically a Brazilian org, right?
They're not all Brazilian. There are mixed. They're all from all over America. So it works
all
out.
from
Yeah,
all
interesting.
over
Works out.
America.
All I'm saying is MRBR built a super team, 0 international events.
No,
Global
no,
Esports
okay.
built a team, 1 international event. It's a bit of a disparity
It's
there.
okay.
हाँ
Listen,
team like हो गया guys. जो भी देख रहे हैं stream को like कर दो
hold on.
और
Let me
अगर
tell
आप
you
लोग नए
about
हो
MIBR.
subscribe कर
Constantly
दो.
been in
किक
fourth
का तुम्हारा ठस्सा आ गया भाई.
They're gonna win the
किक
event.
तो नहीं चालू हो रही मुझे नहीं लगता
They've
होगी.
been insane. They've been on the come up. For them to lose
Oh.
in Americas, they lost 3 BO5s in a row not to qualify. They were 1 game away in kickoff, and when it came to stage 1, they
Valo
struggled.
कब
They just
अरे
couldn't
वालो
find
वालो
the
watch
right
party के
from
बाद
what I saw in the qualifiers
या
for
matches के
EWC,
बीच में
this team
DMs
is
खेलेंगे तो
very
बताओ.
changed. They understand the firepower that they have. They've been going
Matches
pretty
के बीच में
crazy.
DMs
And I
खेलेंगे.
think beating Leviathan in itself 3-0, by the way, is a really big feat.
This looks like a shank on his arm, a historic French piece of weaponry.
कोई नहीं,
on
white
his
ही
left
ठीक है.
forearm.
हाँ.
I am feeling like an MIBR win based purely on skin tattoo.
और बताओ यार, how was your
Expectations
afternoon?
before I hand it
कब
over to
उठे
you
हो
guys
आप?
for agent selection.
Honestly, I think you need to take a look at Autumn's stats. He's got some pretty
क्या
sick
आप
tats
morning
as
में
well,
उठे
Bucket.
या
So
आप
make sure you
afternoon में
scan
उठे?
all of the players before you
All of
make
them.
up your mind. Expectations for this game, I think I have MIBR as the favorites. They're looking like a very, very strong
Yeah.
team. I think they've kind of underwhelmed domestically, but I think there's a lot of teams like that do only okay domestically or maybe don't hit their heights, and
Yeah.
they're still good enough to come into an international event and do very well for themselves. And GE, much like all of the Pacific teams at this event, are in
Oi,
this
Godfrey,
class.
hello,
They have
welcome to
just had a
stream.
head coaching
What's up,
change,
what's up,
and
what's
I
up?
think a lot of people
या
have their eyes
किक
on
ने
this
ठस्सा दे दिया भाई. किक की
particular
stream में start नहीं हो रही.
for GE to perform, and it's not an
किक ने
easy
तो
game
खराब
to
वाला
navigate.
ठस्सा दिया है.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think MIBR is on that. And as well as that, we talked about them not making global events. Each of these individuals has at least played
मेरा
in
वही
some
reconnecting
form
वाला
of
issue आ रहा है
international
किक पे
event.
भी.
2 of them actually winning. We have Ospas who won with Loud, and then we have Zekin. who
क्या
won
चल
with
रहा है? क्या
Zekin.
rank
So
चल रही है तेरी?
two masters and champions wins on this roster. It
Do-do-do.
still plays a big part. You were talking about have they played on a stage together before? Not really. But I
MIBR
think it's
versus
gonna be
GE, yes
great for them,
sir.
especially with the
MIBR
changes
versus
that they've made in terms of gameplay.
I mean, look at his nose.
Number
His
one.
nostrils are flared
पता
open.
नहीं खेला
He's
एक दो
set
दिन
up
से
for
गेम
success. When you got the breathe
आज
right shirt
खेलूंगा
on,
स्ट्रीम
you
के
know
बाद
this gamer is locked in. He's got the Red Bull. He's got the Monster Energy ready to go.
भाई
Pilsky, how do you activate this man in game though to his maximum?
भाई बहुत क्रेजी मैच आने वाला
What
फील आ
about
रही
the
है
big dogs
gonna
over at
be a
Global
banger
Esports? Who's the
Stan.
threat we have on camera now?
I mean, that's Harvey. That's their IGL. He's a rookie IGL coming into Pacific just this year, and he's been able to bring them to an international event.
ए,
A little
कौन
bit up and
सा
down
को-
in
अब
terms of
कौन सा
individual
coach है इन पे?
performance. He actually is
दूसरा वो
mechanically
new
pretty
coach?
sharp, but especially when the game gets hot, I think that's where the IGL brain drain really hits, and his performance does sometimes take a dip. At the same time, though, he's got a lot of heavy hitters around him.
What's
On the other
nonsense
side of
again?
things, Aspas
Oh,
doesn't need anyone
Platoon
to
आ गया।
activate him. He just activates himself.
True,
Just-
that's true.
Just
That's
round
very
3.
valid.
Give him an AR, let him rip.
Literally.
He's
Let's see,
literally
let's
the
see,
kind of
guys.
person that once he picks
अभी
up the
prediction
operator,
जाना
that's
चालू
when he
करो, who
becomes
will win,
really
who will win.
lethal. That being said,
जल्दी
he's
जल्दी
been really
लड़कों
good at taking those fights. The thing about Aspas that I like is that he's not too aggressive of a duelist to the point of where he takes a lot of those over peaks. But what I do really like is the way that Zekin and Aspas have worked together recently. Their synergy has made them so good at becoming more aggressive.
Is it gonna
together,
be
taking
global
those peaks together.
esports?
Their
Which
gameplay
I have
has
दिल
been
से तो मैं यही
really
चाहता हूँ,
well-rounded,
लेकिन
and I think for
it
Zekin
is
and Aspas,
MIBR
I'm
we're
looking
talking
at them
about.
to be that dynamic
Should-
duo when they are playing the double duel.
Guys, we have the option to go to an ad, but
ओए हाँ लड़के तेरा
here as we get this game going. We're just waiting on one player to throw on his head.
काम looks dope man, thank you भाई.
We can talk about
Do-do-do.
some historic
G-
rivalries, some matches have
G
been had
second
in the past,
MIBR
but I
one.
wanna start here at
Ah,
about
ये
your
bro,
opinion
दिल से G
on
fighting.
adults
मैं
with
चाहता हूँ
plushies,
G देखे।
aka stuffed
तेरा
animals
vlog कब आ रहा था
at
मुझे
their
ये बता।
workstation.
Oh, at their workstation?
4 दिन से वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं तेरे vlog
I
का।
love it. I'm
You're
a
pro
big fan.
stuffy.
I mean, have you seen a lot of these plushies? Most of them actually have really deep
Guys,
meanings.
हमने एक LAN गए थे बहुत टाइम पहले।
Some are given by
उसका
girlfriends,
vlog
wives,
आने वाला है
some
God's Play के
walk
channel पे।
to some sort of goal
नहीं
or
नहीं आ
something
रहा?
that binds them of home.
क्यों?
I think it's nice to just always have something
क्या
to
हुआ?
go
कुछ scene हो
around
गया
to.
So you don't see it as like a visual ball and chain.
No.
It's more of
Absolutely
like
not.
happy, positive thoughts, reassuring.
Clips are
comfort.
chalked,
Yeah.
Arise ने
Yes,
fuck up कर
okay.
दिया। अरे भाई क्या मस्ती कर रहा? कुछ भी like तेरे पास raw clips ही नहीं है?
Up there on the desk, I was like, I don't know what's going on with my star player.
You're just mad that you don't have a plushie on your desk.
Just not
My
in the
wife has
purple
not
hippo
given me
club,
a
bud.
stuffed animal.
Holy
yet. I
shit,
did
भाई।
request that for my 41st birthday. Pilsky, talk to me a little
Wow,
bit about
wow
the
moment हो
Mojo,
गया।
though. If you're looking for a
अरे
squad,
यार,
is there a hype man on global
कोई नहीं यार,
esports? Is there
next-
like a
next LAN,
emotional leader on
पक्का।
that squad?
I think they have several. I think Harvey and Patman are kind of the duo coming out of the Philippines.
अरे लेकिन वो तो भाई crazy vlog बनता।
They both have a big kind of hand in the
Oof,
calling presence.
NT,
and I think
NT,
Autumn is
NT.
kind of the calming presence in the team that has by far the most experience on this team.
ए छी।
Whenever an Australian guy gets hyped in your ears, you're going to be pretty pumped up. He's going to G up the
Guys,
boys.
पांच watching आ रही है, जो भी देख रहा है जल्दी stream को like कर दो और don't forget to hit that subscribe button. मुझे नहीं पता, दब जाना चाहिए बस। कैसे दबा रहे हो आप देखो। चाहे आप उंगली भी use कर सकते हो या तो
Absolutely insane in the server, by the way. Just get ready to watch him. But in terms
चालू
of
जा
duels,
बहन।
too, you have Zekin and Aspas that are highly considered two of the best duelists when it comes to Americas. Obviously, nothing on Sato and Neon right now because they're kind of going crazy on Leviathan. But they're so good. You should watch them play. And I think the most important part is you should watch them and how they play together. Because together they become this crazy like twin flame moment. And they just go crazy.
Get low, big time. Get low, big dog. Our friends from the Alpha stage making their
There
way
are
across
only two
as they are
possibilities.
trying to
या
get
तो
eyes on all
MIBR
of the
एकदम
action. It
cook
looks
कर
like
देगी
our
जी को,
players are getting into this
या तो
map
बहुत
veto
crazy
in just
banger
a
match
moment. So
होने
let's
वाला है।
dive into this match and talk big picture. It's a best of
दोनों में से
three
कुछ एक ही
this
हो
time
सकता है।
around here at EWC
या तो
2026.
G will
and the
get
first
cooked
ban
or
is
it
in.
will be a banger.
MIBR getting rid of Sunset. Fracture is out. So we are
Sunset
going to
gaya
see some
Fracture.
new maps
Lotus.
today, starting with Lotus here for Global Esports. Oh, sorry. Looks like we're
Haven.
going to see
Oh, good
Lotus
map,
picked
यार।
by MIBR.
Yeah, I think this Lotus pick makes a lot of sense. I mean, for MIBR, they've had so much success. They actually had a 100% win rate. Granted, it was the one win on this in the past month or two months
Ascent
when they've
deciders.
played in Americas, when they've played
Ascent
in
boring हो
those
जाता है, सबको
qualifiers.
आता है।
They've also played it recently
Let's see.
in the EWC qualifier against Crew, and they won it 13-7, which, if you know anything about Americas, Crew has been the team to beat on Lotus. They've always had really good protocols. So for MIBR to kind
Crew
of win
का
that game,
Lotus
I
is
think
one
it
of the
makes
best
sense to
Lotus
let
भाई,
that
उसके
through, especially
protocols
seeing
and
how
उसका जो
OG
fundamentals है,
really
how
had
they look
success on that.
at the
At the
Lotus,
same time, though, if you go
बहुत
back and look
different
at
है
G's history
और
on
मुझे तो बहुत
Lotus,
अच्छा लगता है
three
to be
different
honest।
games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They always change comp. They even played a really crazy triple senti comp, I think, inspired by XLG up against Paper X that didn't really go well for them over in the OG Min finals. So I think it's going to be hard for MIBR to have a read picking Lotus against GE, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which direction you're going to get from both of these teams. For MIBR, does seem like they're kind of considering their options here, but a deadlock does seem like a bit of a departure from what they were playing last time.
No worries.
At least Verno's locked in the deadlock. Over on the side of GE though,
ये तो बहुत not basic comp है.
in terms of their comps, this time they're going to lead into something a little bit more standard looking with the double duelist. I mean, I'm confused because you do have the graphic around a certain way.
मस्ती कर रहा है ये बंदा.
On the right looks more like something that
Harbor deadlock Reina.
And I do know that some
Take
of
me
the
are we gonna see
American players and teams do love the Harbor from time to time.
Yeah,
You have been
नहीं glitch है
accurate with
glitch है.
Well, you're questioning in the past.
नहीं मैं नहीं मान
You might be
सकता.
onto something.
Yeah.
Athena, do you agree with this take, or can MIBR roll with the Harbor?
Did I just see a ISO and a Reina on MIBR?
It's such a crazy pick. And I think that we've seen it have
Did I just see
some sort of
second on
success
Reina,
even when
guys?
playing on a map like Lotus, it takes away a lot of
Hello?
potential.
Heard?
Like when you're playing a Phoenix, you have the
कहाँ
wall,
है?
you have the
इधर
flash around the corners. But the Reina Flash is just not that good in my opinion, so I am a little worried about whichever team did pick the Reina because it's so scary.
You're saying a little bit worried. This comp is batshit. Like honestly, what
मैंने
is
कुछ तो
going
देख लिया
on,
guys.
man?
अब मुझे बहुत डर लग रहा है.
And
मैंने Reina और ISO को pick होता हुआ
honestly, it
देखा
has to
है.
be GE because if it's not, MIBR have lost the plot. Like this is a team that I've watched play a lot of double duelists and
But
things like
low
that.
key, it might be a strat. Like low key, if it's
Guys,
MIBR,
क्या
they're
आप
like,
देख
guys,
रहे हो
we
जो मैं
better
देख
let
रहा
you
हूँ?
run now.
Yo, if
I
I'm
just
the
saw
brand new
Reina
coach, I'm
and
gonna have
ISO
a brand new
getting
comp,
picked.
and I'm about to blow the
Honestly,
Valorant community's mind.
if
It is
Platoon-
time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is
Hello?
promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reina, that you're really gonna have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point, especially
What if it
you
works?
lose.
What if it works?
If it works, sorry,
Well,
my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were playing ISO Harbor on Bree? Sorry, so they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised
यार, ये
if this is
tech pause आ गया
Americans because
वापस.
we've had it before in the past.
Is this concern that ISO is not strong
Why
enough?
not
Is it
dive in?
just the
Exactly,
combination of
exactly.
these
मेरा भी
two?
वही
What
question है.
has you concerned
And
for the
Reina
youths
and
out
ISO
there
are one
like
of the
me?
best, one of the
Weak
worst
agents at the
duelists in
moment. They
pro
don't see
play.
a lot of play in the meta. There's some of the less picked duelists.
मैंने खाली एक टीम को देखा है, that is NB, जो उन्होंने I think MIBR का against ही खेला था.
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah.
There you go, killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge.
डर
I
लग
love
रहा है
that.
भाई,
I'm
क्या
gonna
देख रहा हूँ
keep
मैं?
throwing them at you. Athena, you've been on the fence here, so I'm
I'm not on the fence.
I'm really gonna make you give me a
Okay.
declaration.
Fence sitter.
Okay,
Who is the first to 8 rounds in this game?
MIBR.
Why?
I
Lucky.
think personally, no, they're not lucky. I think personally they have much more firepower
No,
on this
you-
team. They've been really well versed when it comes to veterancy on this roster. They have so much potential around them. They've shown themselves as Masters winners.
एक मिनट, यहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है?
And they are diffusing right under
क्या
his
match
nose.
चालू हो गया, वाह
already.
भाई.
Desperately
It's
close,
every
and they'll
time.
get it across the
So good. And looking at the
कुछ
smiles
तो
on their
prep हो गया
faces,
उनकी
come
वहाँ
on,
वही
the vibes are
देखना है,
there.
बस चालू नहीं कर पा रहे लोग.
Stuffed animals, breeds right strips.
You and these stuffed animals,
My
man.
boys are locked.
You're really
Point तो वही है देखने का.
MIBR so far. I'm not really a fan of it.
Not really profiling, just observing. You know, it's one of my strengths.
Yeah.
I can really scout out talent and win matches already, and this one is nowhere ready. So I think we could be going to an ad soon, and when the match is ready to kick off, we could be diving in deeper.
Second day
Production,
हो
go
रहा है
ahead
ये.
and clarify that. In the meantime, Pilsky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
Sure. I do love
If,
an ad.
if
That's
there
what I'm
is
gonna ask.
a strong, like, I love watching snipers. They're the flashiest thing. If you hit a headshot, it's nearly an insta kill almost all games. Who is the star sniper on both sides, and are there multiples that could pull it out? Because
Yep.
Ethan, for example, pulled out a big Marshall at times, collecting enormous rounds on the eco.
I mean,
Very
Aspas
fine.
is just a star op player. For GE, they've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the outlaw? When am I going with the operator? Talk me
That's
through
always gonna be
like
exciting,
how.
but realistically, it's
Yeah,
whether
but
or
look,
not the
चालू नहीं हुई है
balance
match.
between GRQ and Kira
I
on
suppose.
what I believe is a direct switch. It is going to work out for them.
हाँ कट हमेशा हम लोग जो मैप पिक्स मैचेस देखने के लिए चूज करते हैं उसका कट जाता क्यों है?
golden example of what you
या
want.
तो हमारा लक बहुत खराब है या
into this
तो
matchup, I think it's still hard to not put them as favorites, considering the fact that this is a squad that's defending the title. Feels like they should be favorites in every matchup in this tournament, but
क्या इनका भी टेक चालू हो गया? I think वो है
The
tactical.
Rainer or the ISO?
I am
Or the
questioning
Harbor.
Neither.
I'm
The
questioning
deadlock.
whether that's the
Yup,
comp we're
yup,
gonna
yup.
see when we get in the server, because we are resetting the lobby as far
या
as
तो
I
हमारी
know.
लक बहुत
Yeah.
खराब है या तो
They
कोई
may
डब्ल्यू
have-
वाला कोई
I've
प्रॉब्लम
got
है इनको.
news.
Yeah,
Ignore what
yeah.
we've seen in the past. The Harbor Wave could still be in the game. He could be removed. We're going to find out as only time will tell. We've got a whole bunch of new awesome graphics being loaded in across the board here. If you guys could see what
Hey,
we
Batman
see,
की
we're in
injury
the
ठीक नहीं
middle
हुई
of a
अभी तक. ये
massive
Batman ही है
expo
ना ये?
center downtown Paris,
ये
France.
तो
And
हाँ
they are
Batman ही था.
building all around us.
Batman
Stages
की
are going
लंदन
up.
वाली
We've
injury
got
ठीक नहीं हुई
video
अभी तक.
walls
Wrist injury
growing,
थी उसको.
and our players are still filing in. We've got MBOL still going on, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, excuse me, and of course, this game, Valorant, going on in week 0. Agent Select is ready. Let's dive into it
Oh,
and
Agent
find out
Select.
who our players actually want to play on our first
Acha.
map. Athena, remind me, what is map number 1?
फिर
and
ठीक
where
है.
are we playing?
Number one
We are
is
good chat. We are good.
Is Lotus.
उन्होंने I think गलत agents
both
pick
of these
किए थे, क्या
agent selects
समझा?
make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of
तो
MIBR
ठीक है.
because that Waylay hasn't really found that
Waylay
much
second.
success recently. It's kind of crazy that the Americas
True,
teams we saw
Waylay
NRG picking
is
that up
one
on the
of them.
fracture and kind of struggling to find success.
Similar
But I
सा ही
think
comp
when
है.
I'm looking at Ospas, I
Cypher
really
और
like
Vice
him on the
में
jet. I'm a
major
little bit
difference है.
worried that that first double duelist pick is going to be scary.
Waylay
Yeah, I think for
can't make
MIBR,
the
this is a
difference.
departure from the
बहुत
comp they
मुश्किल
were
है
playing
Waylay
just
के लिए, लेकिन
previously
let's
in the
see
qualifiers,
how
but
will
only
how
by
will
a
they
little
pull
bit.
it
I
off.
think the Waylay is the singular focus to that. For GE, as I
अब
mentioned
ठीक है,
before,
yes,
they
अब ठीक
played
है.
3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They played 3 different comps, and this is nothing surprising to see them lean in to get
इस मैच चालू होने हाँ यस कॉम अब ठीक है इस मैच चालू होने वाला है और अगर आपने अभी तक लाइक का बटन नहीं करा क्या कर रहे हो यार जल्दी जल्दी लाइक का बटन दबा दो वी आर सो क्लोज टू 10 लाइक्स 5 लाइक बाकी है I think
really helps you work the map here on Lotus.
Yeah,
हाँ,
that's
पांच
very
लाख
true.
बाकी
I
है.
think the
जल्दी
way
जल्दी
that
कर
they
दो
play
यार.
it is really important here, and I hope they have some
ये गाना
antis
बंद करो.
because their neon has been really good. And immediately right off the bat, we're gonna see an aggro C play with these duelists. The Raise Nate's coming in and GE just speeding up.
Autumn getting ready for the dash on in. Paint Shell's going to slow down the offense for GE just for a moment, but the double dive on in is finding some impact. Aspas from the backside of the site, cleaned up by Udatan. Verno, as well as the rest of MIBR, trying to force their way through Waterfall. But it's not
3v3,
the clean
3v3,
execution
chill out,
that
chill
they're
out.
really looking for.
Nice one, Javi.
The smoke goes the way of Harvey. As GE get
Harvey.
themselves the player advantage, push on small side. The IGL of GE really starting to warm up. And on the other side of things, it's Verno for MIBR that has to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, GE starting really explosive, just going, contesting
possible
that
ही
fight
नहीं है. ये
and making
throw तो
sure they're
possible
able
ही
to
नहीं है.
push up. Udotan gonna get
Nice.
the sheriff kill onto Verno. But yes,
Best
the
start
pistol
we could
going
have
the way
gotten.
of Global Esports. And I think
yep.
for MIBR here, I mean, taking that peak is one thing, but not having a fallback plan is a little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you're playing double C Mound with Zekin and Aspas on double duelist and the other team runs into you, you can't really complain, honestly. So GE are going to be quite happy about how that round went. Now into the anti-eco. Haven't fully committed to this buy.
Anti-eco split. They're playing a split. 2 and 2.
Got the C's nade over on the A side of the map. Aspas getting active.
Marshall.
Activating that refract and does at least take a chunk out of Patman. He's the only player to really invest anything in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see.
Don't tell me
Two
आसपास के hero round
scope
निकलेगा.
weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Zavi actually just sitting outside of that
fake
C
लग रहा है.
round, tapping on that
I think they're
door,
gonna just
putting some
fake it and
pressure,
just go
using the
see.
Prowler to clear
Omen
that door.
Omen
It's
का
actually
lurk है ना
gonna
प्यारा
pull
सा.
3 of these players on MIBR into this side.
Yeah, we're
They
gonna
do
call
have
them
a
C,
chance to
yes.
re-clear, but anything that
call.
they do right now might be just a little bit too late because GE, they're already all over on the side of C about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR just stacking up where the pressure is, but GE are giving them the runaround right now.
पूरी खा ले. They
Into
need
the
to
C
take
site.
ये control.
No
Please ले लो.
opposition there from MIBR. Just looking
Take
to group
City.
up on spawn
Fight
side
for
and see if
City.
they can get some damage
Actually,
done with
don't.
these pistols.
Pushing towards the spawn here.
तीन जना.
Autumn, kind of scary with this Phantom. Gets paranoid
चार
and gets
जना वहाँ पे.
treated instantly. Verno gets the pick onto Autumn. Now all these players falling back on GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekin actually. And they're holding it on and they're trying to do
No
this flood
way.
retake, but Batman shutting it down.
Oh.
Alspas with a trade back onto it now, just flooding it. Zekin and Mazzino getting picks. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not a good
Close range
idea
weapon
against
C नहीं push
pistols.
करना था.
Pistol just trying to pick up the pieces at the end of things, but
What?
that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately. Echoed by naught but 4 classics
भाई ये क्या था?
and a singular marshal in
आवाज
the
आई?
hands of Aspas. That is
तुम
not how
इससे
you want
इससे ज्यादा तेज और तुमको ज्यादा आगे नहीं जाना था. हाँ भाई उसका क्लोजिंग वेपन से ना उन पे तुमको से लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट लेनी चाहिए थी. They could have
Yeah, it
played
feels
थोड़ा
like
पीछे
we're
से.
seeing MIBR just moving as a
या
pack
तो
in that last round, and it
शावी का
really, really
फ्लैश
worried
बेटर हो
them.
सकता था. उनका
We're
बहुत
talking
खराब था
about how the
फ्लैश.
timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now we're looking at the side of GE. 2 pistols, Sheriff and a bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of work with. But it's going to be a little bit harder going for this A lobby take. The Raze Boomba is actually going to go in. They're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there.
Pistol.
Osmos is pushed all the way up, using his
Ooh,
refract
indeed.
just in the nick of time because he was 1 second away from
अगर ये
losing
मरता
that
सब लोग सी
fallback.
रोटेट कर देते.
Door open by Udatan. Little bit of an investment in this round for GE as the Prowler confirms that GE are indeed inside of tree. Nade for second, will zone the attackers away for now. And that's a beautiful Seize combo to take out Autumn.
Nice.
GE
Nice.
not happy with how
Classic
that looks or
Siege
feels,
nade.
but Crystal is activating in the middle
Good
of the
pick.
map. Aspas is
They can just go.
concern over to MIBR. Massino through the backside of that door though does at least give them the man
They
advantage.
know
He's
they're
not
going
done.
to see.
Looking to push a little bit more
They
here.
have to hit it.
Getting a lot of information, pushing this A line, but Tex getting the pick onto Crystal.
Gunfights
Now
are there,
Randy
you know.
has fallen apart. GE gonna try to
No.
contact up here. They're not gonna clear rubble just yet. Mazzino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4,
Oh, nice shot,
but
Patman.
now 1v3.
Patty
Patman
कर
with a
सकता
beautiful
है.
sheriff shot onto Mazzino, and all 3 of these players from MIBR
जी में एक जन है जो कर
already
सकता है
on
जो
the
वो है
same
पैटी.
Looking locked in.
You can do
He
it.
is a big game player for GE, but this is a triple high-low on stairs side that he's about to walk into. Not even
30 seconds
the best of
left.
players can be dealing with that. Horn dealt with by MABR, confirming that there is someone on
Oh,
stairs side,
indeed.
and that is just
बहुत
not the
मुश्किल
angle
था,
Pavel was
possible ही
looking
नहीं था.
for. Second round for
Triple
MIBR
hold.
here, and GE looking to go into their gun round after the upset on the Eco.
I love to see the
बिजली
vibes
आई.
from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazzino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of not
Last place
really
standing.
feeling the pressure of losing those 1v1s. Obviously, a little bit punished, but it's okay because now Aspas online with the operator, that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first gun round for GE.
Yeah, it is the
Let's
side
see it on important,
towards C Mound though, and that is exactly where GE are
Can't
starting
be
to
equalized.
challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little bit deeper into this round. Nightfall picked up by Patman. I think they're just going to take that ult and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still 2 players on the side
Good.
here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and
Nice,
Texas
another
a
run.
little bit too far on Waterfall there.
Now post plant for
City पे अकेला है. This is the best time to push City.
because they have
इस
numbers,
बार नहीं
but
करेंगे
look at
push.
how fast these players have
Just look
gone over
पीछे.
here from the side of MIBR, using that nightfall on both sides.
5v4.
Not really pushing or moving forward based
Oh,
off
he
of
is
it.
low.
The spike finally gonna get planted. Seconds in.
Nice
Batman
one.
and Udo getting those
Nice
kills.
one,
Udo
Udo
with a
done.
3K to shut it down, and
Yes.
Bruno now left in a 1v4.
Unlosable.
The nade's
हार गए.
coming in, and it's
Nice.
gonna make a 4K.
Good round,
for
good round.
Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round.
By the
to
way,
win for GE
एक
to
चीज होनी
restore
चाहिए
a
ना,
little bit of confidence,
जी
and they
में
are starting to
बहुत
really
कॉमन है
hammer home.
जहाँ पे वो लोग प्रेजेंस शो करते हैं ना, वो वहाँ पे हिट बहुत कम बार करते हैं. वो रोटेट और स्लो गेम्स बहुत प्रेफर करते हैं खेलना. A very good example, the game Pearl against Full Sense in Masters London.
Was all out onto site using both satchels and no one was there.
WWW, yes, yes, yes,
Util
yes.
wasn't really there either, but now a little change of pace here for MIBR using a
A fight होने वाली है.
towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that.
Ooh, nice
annoying
shot,
ball.
Crystal.
He's got him back decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control, of the
Nice.
ball, they have lost 2 players on the C push
Oh,
and the A
and
push. GE in full
Kind
control
of
this round.
halfway था. नहीं.
Grouping towards this C here.
They cannot
not
throw this
worried about
round.
it. They've come here before. Bruno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one, but as I say that, he gets
But no,
two.
मस्ती नहीं.
Zabi getting a trade onto Verno.
2v2. Chill out, gang, chill out.
And all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 here.
Very winnable for MIBR. Especially given the fact that we have 1 player down on a sheriff this round. Prowler going forward for a little bit of information. The fade on the
Space
other
नहीं
side
है.
is looking to slow
दोनों
this
team
one
पे
down
space
with
नहीं है,
MIBR.
equal है.
Creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the
Util.
trade, but that doesn't give him pause for thought. He just continues challenging
Nice shot.
this off angle. Crystal has got the cross.
Util advantage है इन पे, yeah.
Aspas,
G has a util advantage.
1-on-2, able to punish Patman.
Not your plan, Crystal. Not your plan, Crystal.
Spike ticking. A little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to peek out.
Oh, NT.
Pick up that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR. This is just such
Could
an
have
tense
been
game.
played a bit better, bro.
Questioned a little bit the Aspas Waylay, but his movement there, the way that he uses
कुछ तो
util
see
was
हो रहा है
really
बाहर.
nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side when they lose the number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough, but for G,
वर्णों के दो
this
pick यहाँ पे
time,
was
her
very
getting
goated
these
भाई.
was so important. Punishing those players for just
मशीनों का
not
तो
making
expected
sure
था
that
एक
they're
kill.
trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
बहुत ही खराब 2v2 था ये इनका.
Left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP. But
Very good
get
ults.
some of those rounds
आसपास
done.
पे भी है.
See just how much damage
Pillar
this has
crystal
done
का
to
ult आ गया, but हाँ मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ.
This is going to be a reset round for
G
both
has very good
players.
ults.
It's quick moves.
Unlosable round अगर अच्छे से
Towards
खेले
the
तो.
C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Versus
What a
Aspas, I
fake,
think
bro.
GE have taken a
What
control,
a
but are looking
fake.
to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C side here. MIBR have literally
What a
nothing
read.
on this side.
Javi.
Players rotating over towards spawn, make that 3.
Wait, Gaina, hello,
Running play that
EWC.
They're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. The execute, that's going to be so much noise, but their position.
second का result आ गया, डर लग रहा है.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of push the issue too much. They know that MIBR are ready for this fight.
Result
Goes the
combo.
showstopper and the
Yeah.
conversion
Oh,
pass.
hug
The
दिया
one
इसने
not
result.
really converting on anything. And we're
What a
seeing
counter by
the
Crystal.
Aspas finally breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to elapse on the side of GE.
Still a 4v5 though.
Inside of the side. Auto up close.
Guys, एक और.
Convert on at least 2, but out of ammo. A couple of trades come through. And
One
it's all down to
party.
Batman. In a 1-on-2,
can
this
do
is
it.
what he does best. Rookie of the year last year. but
NT,
not good enough
NT.
this time.
Gunfights आ रहे हैं.
And
It's
it's another
third
successful
over.
C retake for MIBR.
That's crazy from MIBR.
They just started third
That
post.
whole round,
3
they were
post plants in a
constantly
row आ रहे हैं
moving
लोग.
in the
What?
spawn,
क्या कर रहे हैं?
constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his
पता है घी हार
switches,
क्यों दिया है?
but they learned right away. They heard
Post
that there
plants.
was no noise, no pressure. They instantly rotated over.
दो
Still,
reason है
a
जी
little
के
bit
post plants
scary,
हारने
it was
का.
a little bit sloppy,
Firstly,
but the retake, getting
वो लोग
picked
space
off
नहीं ले
and
रहे
running
आगे.
through the
वो लोग
space,
bend के
that
आगे बहुत
initial
कम space
line,
ले रहे हैं.
positions
अगर
moving up a little bit. It was a little bit scary.
और अगर ले रहे तो खाली एक बंदा यहाँ पे
MIBR
ऑटा में आया था.
power
बाकी सब लोग
of
इस
that
लाइन के
now.
पीछे थे.
On this round, we're gonna have a full thrifty here.
इतनी कम स्पेस में they will obviously हारेंगे ना भाई वो लोग.
Knives on the
यार,
side of Autumn.
Frost, I need you.
Big round for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract walk through from Aspas straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the blades.
That was
Balls of
scary.
steel.
That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little
सामने
bit
उन्हें
slow,
पता
just
है
trying to
कि
find their pick,
A-Fake
finding
sell
their
होगा.
line, trying to get that number
हाँ वो भी है
down so
लेकिन
they
they
can pick
still
where they
rotate
want to go.
क्योंकि उनको पता है कि C
Now
retake
towards
भी हो
the
जाएगा
center,
उनसे.
the little Prowler not gonna get any info. Aspas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot.
The
of
only
information
guy
for
who
them
had the
because
full
Inzera has
shield here
all of Tree, and
drops
3
by an
players
outlaw.
now on this A site, ready to keep it.
C retake
fight
पे
for it,
successful है.
initiate
They are
over.
not afraid to leave C क्योंकि वो retake कर पाते हैं.
Fantastic. That's a cracker of an entry.
Aspas just
But
take
Aspas
out.
getting in the mix with the outlaw, able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked
NT.
X here. That's a spike drop.
एक और अगर निकाल दो कोडी को हो जाएगा.
Is invested there, and Patman caught on the cross. Crystal was potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done. And
NT.
Aspas will end it outright. That's 3 in a row now for
Fair,
MIBR.
fair, goody को.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this Waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the Waylay. Felt a
भाई
little bit
बिजली
clunky, felt a
कड़कती
little
है
bit
यहाँ
like they
पे.
didn't have a plan. But now, this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary. But then also
क्या
when he's
scene है?
on that site, able to just get away from the fight after taking his pick. His timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from MIBR, it's been so good.
Tag time
already
होता
so
है.
far. Feels like
देखा नहीं
they're
मैंने.
almost that step ahead. They're just there every single time when they know that GE is putting down the pressure. And now for GE, they're probably wondering what do they need to do. So far, they've had that success on getting onto C. They've had
Global
success on
esports के
getting
macros are
It's that
excellent right now. Like
something
उनकी
that they can't cope with.
सारी calls सारे fake सही जा रहे हैं. There's a problem is post plant.
unfortunately. Neither one of these
They
players
have to
are
deal
getting the clean
with it,
execution
भाई.
that they're
Post plans
looking
fix
for, and
करना पड़ेगा
MIBR
इनको अभी के
always
अभी.
going ahead in those situations. So
वरना they will just play
it's
retake simulator and
interesting
हारते
to
रहेंगे
see
जी.
because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But
Yeah.
we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in with a clear plan into round 8. Trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol, got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that,
Guys, जब stream देख रहे थे stream को like कर दो. We are 4 likes away from
Yep,
10
another
like.
operator
Guys,
online for Ospas
आज
this
का
time.
सब में सब गोल है 10 like. जल्दी पूरा कर दो. जो उसने भी अभी तक नहीं किया.
Another nade towards this Rebel, trying to
A
punish
fight
any
once
AA.
more.
The dash comes in, he
बच
might
गए.
get caught by those nades, and Zakin gets that pick onto Autumn.
वापस
He's
नहीं डोए लोग.
just pushing up. His aim is so crisp. Udo getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no.
Guys,
presence
it's losing
anywhere else
gunfights
on
at
this
this
map.
point.
And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the Seas nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected, but what is a cracker of a
What a
shot from
shot.
Crystal. GE might have a little bit of a chance in here. Maybe are well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mazino alone on this A site, but text to join him. The baby door being held two here by Zakin, and
Nice
Crystal
shot,
getting
Crystal.
another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to add
No,
towards A.
कोई
Text
तो
with
देख
a
लो.
beautiful flank, and
Smoke
Ferno
नहीं
getting
डाला
that
तुमने
final
वहाँ पे.
pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best position. He's
Yeah.
just won like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot.
वाह भाई.
Perfect timing. Always
उन्होंने
just
smoke
battling
नहीं डाला,
his
किसी
life
को तो
and
देखना
waiting in the
चाहिए
wings,
यार.
knowing that his
Yeah.
Cypher
Timing
utility
हो
is doing
सकती
a
है
lot
NT
of
यार.
work on the map, and then
NT,
when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that
बहुत
did not
मुश्किल है.
start well.
Crystal ने दो
Credit to Crystal since
picks
his
निकाले.
transition over to the Sentinel role. His mechanics have really been something to marvel at after maybe having some weaker performances
Crystal
individually
ही
in the
carry
past.
करता है बहुत
But that
बार
still
in
wasn't
team
quite
को.
enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker buy.
Ospas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here.
Crystal,
Can
you
get
can
any
do it. Kill
information.
that
Yo
offer.
and spam coming in through that door towards tree. Texas here just spamming full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those Cypher trips on the side of GE. So Texas just having a field day, having those really good rotations as much as he can. And now information gathered from Mazino. They're going to know that there's players towards this A site.
There goes Harvey. No more smokes on the
Ooh.
attacking side. Those are usually
कोई
important,
ना.
as far as I'm
हमारे
aware.
का map pick है.
Lost
True, true.
Yudutan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke
That is
hand in
true.
hand with Patman. It's an
Will be.
immediate paranoia straight
Dominate
from
on the
Verno
name
from
and
the
expect
B
किया
side,
था.
and that is giving GE pause but thought completely shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds capped off by a flawless MIBR.
This is almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting that C, setting Ospas up with an op anywhere that he wants to go. And just being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights, and now switching it up, this setup towards B
For
site.
real.
We said that they never really
MIBR
challenged it, and
अच्छी
somehow
prep करके आई
MIBR
है,
knew it.
हाँ.
There's two players
To be
here
honest,
for the first time from GE.
Crystal given a stern warning there. Down to 4 HP, and Aspas might
They
go
are
back
just
for a second helping here.
out-aiming them at this point.
Out by the Prowler there from Mazino. Patman pushed away.
कहीं भी random जगह से hero plays
Continually
निकल रहे
just has
थे
the
3 के
C
साथ.
info line self-sufficiently for MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps
What can we
cycling
do
the
here
dark
out-aim
covers,
हो
and
रहे
once
तो
again, GE given a rubble control
Macro
because
अच्छे, not
MIBR
gonna lie.
honestly at this point
लेकिन
do not care if
retakes
they
अच्छे
have it.
prep
Every
किए.
single time
The
GE
retakes
actually
are-
use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now finally Texas is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful because there's 3 players here
Oh.
towards the side.
What a
of
ult
MIBR.
from
The Nightfall comes
Mazino.
out, stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Verno not
Defake
overcooking
होने
that one,
वाला है.
but at least GE have pushed him off the info line. Autumn very much hoping that someone will give him
Tex.
some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen
They
him
have read it.
stairs
They have
so
seen
many
through it.
times. Spamming away, they'll be well aware that he's in there. Inside of tree is
उनका
second.
fake
The
waste हो
trip
गया
gets
पूरा.
hit, but no one really
Clear कर
capitalizing
लो,
off the
please.
back of that. Patman's dead inside of the door.
Spike down.
And second, not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Unitime.
भाई G
That
got
is an
read
easy
like a
3K
book
per
there भाई.
second.
इतना
How
खराब
many
फेक था
rounds
G
have they
पे.
just walked up
एक जन
A
नहीं
into
लाया.
an absolute nightmare situation.
It's insane. Like whether
They're just
Texas
getting-
there
getting
alone
multi-kills
on the
everywhere.
side,
Macro
he's
की तो
able to
बात ही नहीं
do,
पहुंच पा
whether the
रही.
team is literally not on site. They're able to rotate in time, and every single time they're just punishing GE using the C's nade combo at the best of times from MIBR.
To be honest,
It feels
अगर
like
macros की
they've
बात करें,
really
G के macros are better.
definite good read.
They
on
are
how
playing
GE is
very
playing,
layered.
how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead.
Just
at
because
this point, I feel
MIBR
like
are playing
now
too
we're gonna be
confident, they are just
looking at
not
this round.
giving
Two
them
players
ground.
from MIBR here towards this C mound, but it's two different players. It's Verno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zekin and Ospas.
Nice.
Tex getting 2 picks. He's been a star player so far this
Tex
game,
scored
but the trades
both
are
of their
coming in.
trades.
Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a
What
sudden
a-
the Nightfall comes in. This
You just know
execute
there's only
is
one
gonna
player.
be turned into a spike plan. I see that, but Zekin's already into sight. He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's not enough.
1-1,
Ospas,
1-1.
Patman, what is going on? Ospas in the smoke with the shorty.
Oh man, I mean,
क्या
again,
बोल रहा हूँ भाई
GE,
मैं?
they
It
do a
is-
pretty good job of cracking on into that seaside, but the flood is a little bit too fast for them to deal with. Second diving in with the rocket and Aspas just light speed.
G domination चल रहा.
Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfort.
The rounds are not even close. भाई ये
Seaside.
problem ये है.
9 and 2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent on the side of MIBR. They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely
Okay,
scary.
don't laugh
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
एंटी बहुत close था but Fraser ने
feel
खराब
like
कर दिया
that's
हाँ.
too
That's too much.
Just
They
you know,
have
reminding you
really
that America
again.
is gonna be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MLBR, they're set up towards A again, knowing that there's something going on here. Zekin using the nades
Yeah,
with the
देखो.
waylay
He just
combo.
tried
That was
going down.
insane, and another punish for Autumn and GE. They're opting to just
Autumn बहुत
run
unlucky
towards
हुआ
this
था.
site. But Verno hears that TP. Oh, Javi sticking that insane, and now all these trips are gonna slow down the rest of the execute. Text punishing
Oh, at least he
Udo,
got the
but the
trade.
trade with that rocket.
Comes the Steel Garden. Desperation stations here for GE as Verno's
How
able to
did
do
it-
Batman, and it's a 10
Wait,
and 2
how
half
is
for
Aspas
MIBR.
alive?
Just absolute domination here on Lotus defense.
Switching sides.
I feel like a player that we haven't talked about enough is Tex, and he's
hello.
on the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR. He's been playing so well, and I feel like this player has consistently been a rock
Dominant
for this
हो
team,
ही
a
गई.
stabilizer. He's always good for
कोई
his
नहीं, next
playing
map is
that
our
sentinel
map.
role. His lurks have been insane.
All good,
He's
all good.
constantly
Next
been
map is
really
our
good
map.
with those rotates, as we can see on this map specifically. He's always in the right place on the
Indeed,
right
indeed.
time. And now I'm kind of excited to see how he plays on this attack side, seeing how he's going to lurk, how he's going to
और
take those ones, because you
timeout
can
भी
tell
नहीं
none of these
बचा
players on
सकते.
MIBR are scared to take
Timeout
them
ले
out.
कर तो सकते हैं. Like comebackable तो है. They haven't lost yet.
Stacked up on this roster. And
They
now
have
they've finally
to
gotten the chance to grace the international stage. They are definitely not
Been
gonna
a
be
very
taking that
good
for
round.
granted.
पास में momentum आएगा.
It's been a little bit of a demolition.
Timeout एक बचा है शायद
Unfortunately,
जी
at
के
the
पास.
expense of global esports who have got to try to get something rolling in
हाँ,
the
आपका
second
timeout
half.
भी नहीं
Even if
बचा
they
सकता.
don't win
अच्छा,
this map
lol,
with
my
Lotus,
bad.
they definitely
True.
need to at
वो
least
क्या ही
play
करेगा
for a little
timeout?
bit of momentum coming into their own pick.
If you're GE, what are you talking about? in
Doable
this
तो
halftime? What are
है.
you
Let's
trying
not
to do?
lose hope guys.
Other than
me
win
as a
pistol.
coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be like, it's okay, guys, let's just go next.
Guys,
we
हमारे
should say let's just
4
go
likes
next. I
बाकी
might
है
try and
to
just
complete
make
our
people
goal.
laugh.
10
Yeah.
likes.
Like, yeah, it's a rough
Right,
game, guys.
जल्दी
That's
जल्दी.
valid. I mean,
ये
this
मैच
is
खत्म
a
होने से पहले
struggle
10 लाइक
of a
करा दो यार.
Guys, we're not playing MIBR, we're playing X team that we always dominate in scrims. New half. Let's just pretend, okay? A little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then Osfos is in your face, refracting back, getting space. Zekin's throwing nades at you consistently at the perfect time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I understand. They're good. They're playing well. They're playing well.
But it is MIBR's pick. Just be like, hey guys, listen, it's MIBR's pick. Don't worry. They're going to win this one. We go into ours. We're prepped. We
Yeah.
know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test
भाई
because,
इस टीम
as
में
mentioned before,
आसपास की वजह से
you
हमारे भी
have a
सेकंड का
coach in
पूरा
the coaching booth, someone
potential
that's
वो
been
होता
very
है.
intimately
क्या
involved with
बोलते
the
हैं
roster in
हाइड हो
all of
जाता
their
है.
runs recently, though. But Platoon is definitely got
Overshadow कर देता है आसपास इसको. तेरा thumbnail मुझे धोखा दे रहा है हर बार. अरे यार.
Many words to be saying to the boys.
यार मैंने इंस्टा पे अनाउंस कर रखा है. आपने मुझे इंस्टा पे फॉलो नहीं किया सो. By the way, welcome to the stream, buddy.
Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
You don't have Instagram. What can I do,
A pistol
bro?
and a couple of rounds can really, you know.
No
change
Frost, G
the
losing for real. No Frost, guys.
Starting into
I
his
miss
pistol
Frost.
round.
Please come
Kind
back.
of a must-win for GE if they want to
Frost
give
अभी
themselves
हंस रहा
some
होगा
sort of
कि
rounds
मुझे
to
निकाला
work
बहन
with
के
and
लड़ो.
not allowing MIBR to run
इंस्टाग्राम
away
यूज ही
with
नहीं
it.
करता मैं. ओहो.
MIBR though.
Hey, hello Volt.
starting
Welcome to the
towards
stream.
3B. The mound
Hello.
info is going to be taken by
GE
GE.
is
That
getting
power's gonna
dominated
push
right
them
now.
all the way back, and that pressure is going to pull rotate. Osmos already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to
मुंह
get
पे
that
reflect
pick
मारता है
onto
ये.
Javi, but it's not going to work
Vector
out.
ने क्या
Javi
हाल है,
just
क्या
being
rank
so
चल रही
good at
थी?
not giving them one. But late
Aim
now,
fight
Zekin
हार रहे
gets
ये
that
लोग.
pick. The door is tapped. Autumn
Good
punishing
one.
Osmos for standing out in the open, and now all of a sudden they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping
Cartman low
towards
है.
C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE though. Just one player on this A side. By
A3,
himself.
A3,
Crystal has
nice,
got a
nice.
lot
G,
of work to
G
do, and he's
will-
completely surrounded. Sheer
G
wall at
will
least
win
keeping
when
a
you
made
will
a check
join.
as he slips in the
Ah.
tree. In the meantime,
वो तो
we're
obviously
clearing out
लेकिन
all
उससे
of the
पहले
attackers
I
spawn, but
need
with
अच्छा
MIBR
उसका वो हो
making
ना
it onto
एक
the A
प्रोफाइल हो
side,
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स
Boots can be
की
heard
ताकि
on the
मैं
ground
एक्सेप्ट
here.
कर सकूं.
Crystal around the corner
वरना
with the
तो
frenzy has got a lot of
क्या ही
work to
था.
do. 4 bullets left, and at least is able to take 2 with him.
Now all of a sudden a 2v3 here. The nades coming out, preventing that spike from
Oh,
being
G
put
is
down.
on
Zekin trying to get
G
aggressive,
is
take
on
that heaven space
advantage.
back, try
Oh
to
my
get
god,
one.
XT.
Inferno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again.
कितनी
trying to get it
toxic
down.
lobby
The
आती है
two
आजकल
players
comp में
walking up
+1.
towards
I
this
agree.
A main. So much
मैं
noise
2 दिन
from
से Valor
Inferno,
खेल ही
but
नहीं
you know
भाई,
that that
by the
heaven
way.
is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting the
Ooh.
pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia
Nice
going
one.
out, but
No way they
he's
lose this.
already wrapped
Zekin.
towards the back of the site. 2v1. The spike is half.
Nade, nade.
Scary. Patman
Why
has
did
no
you-
HP. Zekin, could this
Nade
be
है तेरे
an
पास.
ace to
Yep,
win this round?
ace है ये.
Nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from
Ooh.
it. So low. Oh my god. The seat going out. The haunt.
No time.
Nothing yet.
No time.
Tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for second, and that is just
2v3
insult to injury
advantageous
for Global
round
Esports,
भी
11 and 2
आप
here.
throw कर सकते हो.
They
मुझे पता नहीं था.
desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus.
Savage for a
in the
reason.
second half, but it's not going to be
इसने
coming
join
together,
किया
and
तो
this is the
disband
pressure
होगी.
from yet another one
बस
of
यही कह
MIBR
दो.
stars.
फिर मैं हाँ डिसबैन होके फिर मैं
Really good
ऑल
job
इंडियन
for MIBR.
टीम
Looked
बनाऊंगा
like
ना.
They were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open
Close
and they were like,
था,
never mind, I
close
think
था, हाँ.
they're
Advantage
stacking
था
up
G के
towards
पास,
that A.
लेकिन
But for GE, man, like
Crystal ने
that
इतना
was
प्यारे
winnable.
निकाले.
It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They
यहाँ से come back बहुत
collapsed
मुश्किल है क्या
onto
बोलते
that
हो?
front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do, and they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. And maybe are really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able to follow up on.
How
for a
did
moment,
Aspas
but
got two
Aspas
from
with
there?
a quick reply, Unitime on the off angle. The Stinger
They
is not
went
the gun
here.
for the job there.
जी कम बैक तो नहीं कर सकती यहाँ से बहुत मुश्किल है
Coming in
to
from
be honest.
Batman. Aspas being very sneaky, but I
आउट
think
एम हो रहे कुछ स्ट्रैट्स में दिक्कत होती ना फिर भी
Aspas
पॉसिबल था.
down on the A site, and at least the waylay's been dealt with over on Rubble.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little bit
It does
hard.
not look
The door's going to get tapped.
equal
That
matchup
pressure's
here.
going to be good. Tex is
Does
going
not
to
look
fall
like
off of
an
that
equal
tree
match.
positioning, and now all these players from MIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that
It's a
spike,
Kenke
trying to get
Doppler
any of
return.
these solo peaks.
Ooh,
Patman
nice
getting the
shot.
pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot. Inferno trading instantly, getting two, and now all of a sudden a
1v1.
1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol, and he's going to win this round as well. Really good try by GE here,
Indeed.
punishing so many of those angles and being
Stinger
fast on that
again.
flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR. They're just
Close in
shooting
Stinger
back.
with
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports around
और
the
सेकंड ने
A
दो
side.
1v1 क्लच कर दिए. एक तो एस क्लच था भाई
It's
होली.
not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into
GG's.
scrappy XVXs, even in the first
Stinger
half.
whiff
MIBR
के
have
बाद.
come out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE. See what what they can come up with. It is a glass cannon outlaw, a handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor. As Harvey
Shinger ने हक दिया, Shinger ने हक
with
दिया.
that prowler over on the C
I
side.
don't think it's about
the
taking
have
yeah,
taken
yeah.
some space over there.
We can do it.
Lots of
Come back
C-Ball
आएगा, reverse
pressure.
sweep incoming.
But
कोई बात नहीं.
they're
Lotus
locking
निकाला
into
आपका.
Harvey. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The
Off
peak right there
angle,
from Tex. This is what I was talking
Banta.
about in terms of lyrics. And now so much information has gone, but they're gonna try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just so good from MIBR. Osmos getting that pick.
खत्म है, GG's.
Everyone's
Good
just
game,
following
good
up
game,
with each other,
good
and all of
game.
a sudden, 1v4 to win this map.
Yeah, Unitard has got his work cut out for him here. Will have to announce his presence by
Good
opening
time.
up the door, and MIBR already set up nicely. Heck, sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Unitard really going looking for someone, and somehow in the player cam, he's
GG's.
playing without one hand on the mouse. Of course, that's Harvey.
चलो मैं जा रहा, दोस्त ने बुला लिया खेले. ओए बाय
Playing
बाय.
his time in the door, and Tex will get it
Jaldi,
done.
jaldi.
It
Silver
was
हो जाए आपका.
only really a matter of time, let's be honest. A fantastic
बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो
opening
जाएगा,
here
तो
for
एक घंटे में
MIBR
सीरीज खत्म हो जाएगी.
Yeah,
जिस हिसाब से
what
चल
a
रही है
way
चीजें.
to start out their games. And this is what I was talking about. When it comes to firepower, so many of those rounds were won just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure
दिखा दो आपको. हो जा. नहीं हो रहा क्या अभी तक. टू. Is it? ये वाली स्ट्रीम है क्या? Oh, I have to watch A. The stream है यप. क्या स्कोर चल रहा है? इनका मैच आधी घंटा पहले स्टार्ट होने के बाद भी अभी तक चल रहा है. एंड वाह भाई गोली. ओ वाह, ये भी डोमिनेट कर रही है. मतलब एक्सपेक्टेड था टीए जीतेगी है. डिफेंडिंग चैंप्स फॉर अ रीजन.
You need to choose your words
10
more
to 4,
carefully.
Tom. God damn it. Nice slide coming in from Kosh, but he'll be caught this time. Stunned there for Benji, and he's made it around the corner.
What?
Out of dodge at least for now.
Change roster
But
change
even
हुआ
trades
क्या
right
हेरेटिक्स
off
का?
rip for Heretics,
मुझे पता ही नहीं था.
when they have these weaker weapons to work with. It's not
कॉश
too
मार्स
bad.
में पहली बार देख रहा हूँ.
The other thing I'm surprised by is GRQ and
Guys, so
Kira
we stream
have
देख
both
रहे,
gone
make
for the
sure
light
to
shields.
hit
That's a
the
big
like button.
advantage if Woot gets
3
them in
like
his
बाकी है
sights.
to
For now,
hit
you can
our
see
goal,
he's
that is
clearly
10
not
likes
going to.
for
He's on the
today.
side of the
Not
map, but
today, this
the
map.
late round.
जल्दी से लाइक दबा दो अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं दबाया है तो. कोई बात नहीं,
They
गलती हो जाती है, मैं माफ किया.
They've decided, okay, we've got Raid Boss on one side in the form of Woot, and the rest of the players on the other. Benji already managed to clear one. Nice shots, though.
One from all.
Do they realize that Rians is still here? Yes, they do. Good paranoia. Make sure all the danger is gone.
I mean, it's Woot.
Can Wood do
You're in
it?
3 versus 1 against Woot, and you're low HP. Pop the ult. Go look for him.
He did still
Actually,
have
wait.
the blaze wall. He
Wood
could
के अगेंस्ट मस्ती
healed
नहीं
himself
करते.
up with that too.
I think they know it's, or at least suspect after earlier, and the shots landed, that this should be an outlaw. So, the thing is, you're going back to 125 shields. I forgot he was the player on light shield. So, even still, it would be a one and done. But GRQ finds 4 in this round and closes in the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he was a necessary hero, which is a worrying sign with that being quite a weak bonus round. It was a few guns to play with. I think there was an SMG in the mix as well. So it's not the worst for Heretics, but I think the main thing is that
let us talk about कितने 13 to 15 राउंड में से खाली 4 राउंड ऐसे थे जहाँ पे इसके पास एडवांटेज था, ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के पास, और 4 राउंड 5v4 पे ये लोग खाली 2 जीत पाए थे. 50% एडवांटेजेस राउंड विन रेशियो. होली, खाली 4 फर्स्ट पिक्स मिले हैं इनको. और क्या फर्स्ट डेट्स, ऑटम के 7 फर्स्ट डेट, अभी के 3, सेकंड के अकेले के 4 फर्स्ट किल्स है. इवन दो खाली वेले दिख रहा था आगे. क्या था भाई वो मैच?
Fishy. There's no safe haven for this squad as 11 on the board
ये
for
भी
Team
dominate हो रही है.
Heretics.
They felt like
आज
they
के
were
मैचेस से
almost
बहुत dominating
ushering
जा
them
रहे हैं
into
एक साइड.
exactly where they wanted to be. So you have the operator to push them out of one spot. Then they go towards middle. You're like, okay, they've fallen back. We get them with the Odin. It's like, okay, what happens if they now go into garage? We've got not just one flash. We got a double flash setup. That was a paranoia, and then the pop of the rose on the other side as well. So that there's no way anybody. You dodge one of those, you're still completely blinded. And then they double swing it together. That's a gorgeous round from Heretics. And from All Gamers, you basically fell for every step of their plan.
I'm going to be honest, in the first 4 rounds, I was so worried for Heretics. They're making simple mistakes, and All Gamers look like the better squad, but that has changed in this second half. The defense, 2 away from closing it.
That's not caught him.
Pressure onto All Gamers. Economy quite low. A headhunter. All that Fangir has to work with. And he's about to have a challenge. A face coming out on long. Drone clears all this space.
He's going for the players, not the drone.
This is exactly what happens. You get your drone cancelled, the spam through the
बस
wall
spam
and
कर
the
रहे दीवारों
door.
के through.
Done a lot of damage. And I think the worst part is Wood is still sitting in that corner. He's gotten out a little bit wider, and they suspect that it's clear. It's been too long without him peeking, so they shift walk it and he misses.
Oh, you know, there's a first for everything. A little bit of pressure now being put on, but this is a ruse. This is a fake. Now, they are going to have to trip the wall in order to give this up. Benji's also gone pressuring into middle, and they've sent the rotation back of Koshmaras. They've actually realized that maybe not so far. Okay, even with the wall tripped, he still went sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage now. Never mind. Boo's already managed to trade it back into their favor once again. GRQ needs another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fangir's behind them. Sneaking up back around. He needs to get, basically needs to get 2 at least from this scenario. The first one might just be free, but then they turn around and he's going to come out with 3. Leaves it down to 1v1. Shrimp has picked up the big gun, the Odin, to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it though. Halfway, already gathered up. Almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot, and he will get it. A 4K for Benji. Fangir's heroic wasn't quite enough, and unfortunately, they are now facing map point.
12 on the board. Again, the first 5 rounds, it looked like we were going to get a completely different game here, but Heretics have activated, and that's the scary prospect. Woot being on fire like this right out the gates.
But look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around, kills the guy in spawn, and then kills the guy all the way back towards long. Like, he's basically fought every single possible angle that he could have in this round. And while this, I'll be honest, this time out feels a little bit late. Like, I know you're not just going to give up at this stage, but when you're 12-5 down, what would you say in this moment, Mitch? You were an ex-analyst, or assistant coach, was it, of a team? So, like, if you were given the opportunity by the head coach to talk, what would you say in this moment?
If given that opportunity, I think the first thing I tell the boys is, listen, we lost this map about 5-6 rounds ago, so we've always got the
And then I go, as head coach, come on, be quiet now. Anyway, guys, we need to try and motivate. We need to try and, what?
Nothing. I was feeling inspired.
Oh, okay. What would Minnie say? That's what we really need to think about. Because he might be the only person that can help them come back from this scenario. 12-5 down. It's a rough one.
This is a mini comp, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's a big fan of everything here.
Everything we're seeing. He would probably swap
Or are you just saying it's a small
comp? But other than that, loves it.
Oh my
Koshmaras a little bit too much bitten off there, and my boy Kenchu, it's clean for bye. And now they're going to keep going. The A site looking too tempting, but the rotate's already in from Team Heretics. Wood is here, and they've seen Boo up top. They should decide to go back, and it looks like they've made the call.
Benji's got push again, though. Think about the last round of how much he was able to get with his pressure into middle. There is a trap on the other side, but already being spotted out. Good awareness from Fangir, and they're going to try and pressure him now. No survival. I like this. More of a death ball. Moving together, using that Hunter's Fury to get them in.
अच्छा इसने पिक नहीं दिया.
And while this
Key
time
running.
that C site will be firmly under their control, the remaining
Fazla
players
tabii,
don't really have
overhead.
the credits to gamble anything for this one. And yeah, I almost wonder
क्या
if it'd be
comeback हो
worth
सकता है?
Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, he can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
This is making me a bit sad that we didn't get this pause earlier because all gamers just came in with a very clear game plan.
Yeah.
Stuck to it. Mid-round calls were
yeah.
good. Avoided the dangers.
minute, what?
Dealt with mid.
क्या है?
Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Door goes up. Door goes down. Oh, shit.
Uh-oh, we're back live from Paris. Welcome in. It is day 2 of the group stages here for Valorant. We're jumping into Group C and
क्या
D.
था
And
ये?
in our
क्या
opening
देख
fight,
लिया?
MIBR was able to
Holy.
This Ascent is going to be tough up against Heretics. You don't have nearly as much space to play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out. So I think that for all gamers, I at least want to see them look confident going into the next map.
Well, yeah, funnily enough.
Guys,
the
अभी
last
Shim
time
दिख रहा
they
है जल्दी
played
जल्दी
Ascent
Shim
in the
को like कर दो.
qualifiers,
We
they
are just
did
3
run
likes
stuff.
away
So,
from 10
yes,
likes.
Lost it.
it
Or
seems like
कितना
this
हो गया?
is their game plan
Just
across a few
8
different
subscribers
maps.
away
So,
from
I agree.
hitting
I think especially getting warmed up into that attack side.
subscribers.
Of course, the next map was chosen by
Already, उसमें
Heretics,
stream
so
नहीं
they
हो
will
रही.
get their
We
choice of start,
do it
whether that be the
tomorrow.
defense or the attack.
Fix
We'll have to
the
wait and
issue.
see. But yeah, there's going to be a few pieces missing in this round. Now, bear in mind, Wu gets a single
इधर
kill.
कैसे
That's
पहुंच
tour de
जाता
force.
है
He
ये?
can drop the operator. Maybe gives them a little bit more of a stance in this round, but
Phoenix
it is
ult.
gonna
Phoenix's ult can be
relatively
crucial.
difficult. But hey, if Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing act from Wu, and as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
I don't know if you could hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for all gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. Woot, the danger can be avoided. And the rifle on Boo, look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute.
Holding के रखे पीछे
Because they
what?
know that
अच्छा,
there are
उसकी
dangers to
गन
be
का
avoided.
सी.
Now they come back in with direction, and again, the call
5
looks to be
को
good, at least for
convertible
now.
है बहुत easy.
Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact.
No
They get in there for
initiators.
the post plant. It should be most of the danger already
Green bin.
avoided.
I'm going to use the run it back just to make sure.
उनके इको में the push
Fine.
भी बहुत retakeable है अगर
Just about going to be planted
Yo, man,
before
kumar
he
dito.
fades away, and then
90.
winning
Never mind,
back-to-back
never
fights.
mind.
Pressure once again seems to be on Wu
Never
to try and
mind.
find something in this round. Of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate, he can have the tour de force for the next round. And well, they might not even be looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded. Everybody coming in from behind is a bit of a problem up until GRQ
a shot.
again. Another
क्या नाम है
high
इसका?
impact round from him.
IMQ.
The distance
IMQ.
down to 5, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, great work. GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know coming into this half, you were saying, look, that first half can be tough, but this is where he's got to be putting up the numbers, finding that impact, and I think he very much has. The flashes out on A long. Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting into mid. His flashes have been finding them picks or at least pushing players back every single time, and then he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers. Keeping this team alive. 5 in a row needed.
5 in a row needed.
Keep up this momentum. Certainly no reason to doubt, but the rifles back out for Heretics. A convincing buy, and as you said, Woot with a tour de force online.
Oh, that's not the start they were looking for, though. Kushmaris being dropped. Further aggression needed to almost just try and turn the tide. Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well. Up top, but it's Benji.
Okay.
Just
To win
close
the
it
fight.
already.
Wu goes for the
Just
swing, and
close
as
the
said,
game
he
already.
wasn't expecting anybody to be there, down to just 3 health. But that doesn't mean he's not going to go back for more, not shying away from the fight with the tour de force. But 3 players have already crossed. The 4th player is going to go out with a knife in hand, and that's all too easy. But does he have any idea that they've already crossed past? He does now. Sliding past, and it's a headshot as well.
Disgusting
Bye-bye.
shot.
Leaving just 3v3 and a post plant for the attack inside.
Now, Boo's in position. Paranoia
Neon nerf
primed
की
and
जरूरत है
ready.
क्या अभी भी थोड़ी?
But it looks like
Neon is still
that
very
close right
powerful.
corner is the main danger. GRQ has shown up the last couple rounds when they're put under pressure in these moments. The numbers even for now. Great shots from by GRQ there
Uno
as
hit
well.
does.
And Kira to close puts them up to 8.
Close to कर लिया round. Let's
gamers.
see.
Not letting this one slip.
Can it be a comeback?
God, that climb back. Starting to
Yeah,
look
game
more
चालू हो
and
रहा है.
more likely.
हो गया lol.
And I wonder when the
I'm
moment that we
sorry, we cannot watch your no more neon nerf, please. Are you a neon main?
Qualifiers doing quite well for themselves. That was
यार
good
neon nerf क्या कर रहा है?
fast in that one, but they also beat
मैं भी एक
like
neon को जानता हूँ.
London, which is not too bad
Oh.
of a run for them because I remember
Very
watching
annoying.
Happyway run around like
दो
a
neon को
demon
जानता हूँ
on
मैं.
this map,
वो
so
दोनों very annoying.
must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby. And goes the drone towards Garage. She here pushed all the way down C long here though.
So much information. Zekin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put
This
some
time on
pressure
neon
down,
wing.
but the actual end plan is towards this A site. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno
कैसे
ending up
how did
being
he
the
get to
hero
there?
in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site.
2v3 Verno
on
low
this
है.
A link Autumn.
That was
Flanking
smooth
really
and a
quickly
TP.
might be the reason why they win out this round.
shock
In
that.
spawn is Aspas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn
भाई मुझे
in
लग
this
रहा है कि नहीं हो
1v3,
पाएगा
but
इन
I
लोगों से,
think they
मुझे
know
feeling आ रही है.
something's up because they have that full spawn side.
एक हीरो के लिए अच्छी जरूरत
Disappointed,
है.
unfortunately for GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and LIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down C-Long, but this fight right here,
This
it was
fight
so
GG,
scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react, but it's just
Maybe
the
a bad
right
day
click
for GE,
classic
maybe.
from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto
Group
that.
chat.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days
Well,
of
you must
Valorant, I
be
would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet.
मैं भी को नहीं हरा पर
Why
भाई.
not? It was even more
Extreme
busted back
possible.
then than it is now.
Let's see. कुछ भी हो सकता है to be
MIBR
honest.
quite happy with how that went.
Qualify करना
It's
doesn't
an
mean
easy 2K
कि
for Verno
unbeatable
as
होगी
they
qualify
kick
करे.
off this anti-eco into the seat side. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position
Oh, now
confirmed
second on
by
relay.
Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for.
Nice one.
Cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR serious
What a hold
pause for
by.
thought here.
What a hold by Chris.
Give it away just yet.
No, Autumn.
Drone going forward. Looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward.
NT.
Straight from the hip with the Marshall,
Yep,
cleaning out
NT.
all of this seat
NT हो
site.
गया.
And now
Timing हो
MIBR
गई
are looking a little bit more
उसकी. Round
comfortable.
निकाल दिया.
2v3 here, coming out through Garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit
तो वो
scary
watch
at the
party
beginning
करेगा
from
क्या?
IBR. I mean,
खेलूंगा,
Zekin
खेलूंगा.
getting into that site,
ये
not shooting the
EWC
player
की तो
that
watch
is
parties
not
कर दो.
looking at him and instantly refracting back.
खेलूंगा
A
अभी.
little bit scary for them.
इस watch
But I
parties के बाद
think
खेलूंगा
for
एक दिन
MIBR,
रात को.
obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round. These fights were so chaotic. I think GE, they're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and
By the way,
trading as quick
क्या
as
चल रहा है
possible.
तेरा
The fast points are
rank?
there.
Did you reach?
But it's going to be
Emo 3 आ गया
interesting
ना
how
वापस.
they play out this round.
Rank हो गया last
for
में
the
देखा
side
था.
of GE.
Harvey having a look to see what his Sova Dart can fashion for him. He does get scanned by MRBRs. The rotation comes back across for GE, who have spread out that Sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. A bit of a Sentinel duel over on Garage side. Drone goes looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the
Ooh,
site there from
what a
Zekin.
trade.
Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will hit the deck, and MIBR very much slowing this one down.
मैं हूँ
Text
296 आ
for
रहा 296 आ गया nice है.
out from Crystal's grab
Threshold
net
क्या
there.
पहुँच गया 320 तो
Confirming where Udatan is
330 से
standing.
40 आ गया होगा.
Tentative for MIBR.
Radiant
Not
का.
knowing when to make their move, but that's where Aspas and Verno just completely
Aim duel
demolished
जा रहा है
everyone
खाली.
on the site, and Crystal a
Straight
little
up.
late to the party has a big one.
Micros खराब है अभी.
Those
ठीक
are
है.
the types of things that I worry about
Okay.
for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close
बहुत
out
ही
the
जल्दी
round.
खत्म हो जाएगा
But
ये
every
गेम
single
तो.
time, it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against Zekin, you just have to be so much quicker and so much more understanding with these things because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that center utility, taking their time to crack on into the sites. You can't rush yourself. There's so many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky, using the dark cover to hide from the
क्या था ये? Wow,
walk
क्या
down
point.
middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities.
लॉल थ्रेशोल्ड तो 440 आर हो गया. कुछ कौन से दुनिया में घूम रहे थे. 440 पहुंचे थ्रेशोल्ड. क्या बात कर रहा है? बाप रे, 440 बहुत एक्सपेक्ट नहीं था. बहुत जल्दी चला गया ऊपर.
MIBR winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick
नॉर्मल
and
रेडियंट हो गया फिर तो
punish
जरा
onto
पुराना वाला
Harvey.
400 आ रहा
Three
है.
of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble. But it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their
Good
runs
read
here.
by G.
Because the flank
Nice
is
shot,
also
Udo.
on the way. Udo getting that first pick onto
Nice,
Ospas.
nice
The
shot.
paranoia coming in, but in a weird spot,
Second भी
making
मरता.
Udo get two. Verno trying to get that trade and does
Good
end up
flash
getting
party.
it. And now all of a sudden,
हाँ ना, कुछ ज़्यादा जल्दी हो गया भाई.
getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex.
दो दिन से game नहीं खोली
Trying
यार.
to pick up that weapon, does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by
I
Verno.
didn't think it's
The flank coming in from Autumn.
Oh,
He's actually
no.
got a decent timing to be attempting this clutch.
Yep.
Uncovered on the side, but a little bit too
Okay.
late there from Autumn. The model as Verno gets off of that spike plant.
NT
Cannot
जो भी
be
स्ट्रीम देखा था
calibrated
स्ट्रीम
on.
को लाइक कर दो. I
It's a
think
little
2
bit
likes
annoying with some of the animations.
10
Can't
like
quite get the
आज
headshot where
के
it's needed, and that's
जल्दी
completely
जल्दी
punished
just
there by MIBR.
like कर दो.
Despite some heroics
मुझे
of
नहीं
the
पता
Sheriffs
कैसे
from
कर रहे हो.
Global.
2 more likes to
We
reach
talked
10
about
likes.
star players on MIBR, and it feels like every single player has their standout moments so far in this series, constantly going for 3. And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Ospas.
I mean, 100%.
बाद
it
में
was a
कॉम
close round,
खेलोगे
but, like,
क्या?
how many close
हाँ
rounds
मैं
have you
जाऊँगा
Yeah,
कॉम
that's
खेलने
true.
probably.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quicker C execute. Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Udatan. The Sova Dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
Oh,
And it's a
Sled, hello,
complete
welcome to the
decimation
stream,
of
buddy.
the C site.
boss,
changing
शिखर
up
है,
the
BCT
pace
में
after
knife
a
होता है,
lot of
वर्नो.
slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting
ये
for
तो
the
थोड़ा
stage this
personal
time
हो गया
to
भाई,
pedal to the metal
वर्नो
straight
पे.
into C, and it works
बॉडी
out
पे तो
great.
क्रेजी किया, इनको
No
पता है
pop
कि
execute,
जी से जीत
instead
जाएंगे.
they
जैसा
just
इनका चल रहा है.
full Execute with that way layout.
GE
It
are
was
nowhere
really
close to
beautiful, not a
MIBR
single spot
mechanics
on
के वे
site
में
was
and
left
micros के वे
uncovered.
में.
And again, the sheer force of the movement
Even
coming
though
in from
कि
Zent and Ospas to
macros
get into that
बहुत
site,
अच्छे हैं
so
global
the
esports के.
brutal usage, the
पर
paranoia, the
micros
dart,
and
everything just lined up
mechanics
beautifully.
के बेसिस पे पूरा
And
गेम निकाल रही है
GE
MIBR.
did not stand a chance. Look at those X's, 4 on that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing though, there is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for MIBR. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection.
Flawless
Even
निकाल
both
दिया.
of the sensors were both checked perfectly by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give
That's
me a little bit
crazy.
of cope. Can I at least save a Vandal in tower for the next round? Anything.
Anything
He has
indeed. Well,
won
they do
against
have
so
two
many
ults
good
online.
teams.
Good
आज
luck,
तो
all.
aim
They
fight
have
हार
it
रहे हैं.
now.
हाँ
They
हाँ.
could go for
वही
something
तो मैं
back.
शॉक दूँ.
Like 10 and
10
0.
and
To be honest,
is
to be fair,
insane.
2 to 3
That's
aim
gotta-
demons
That's
है
my
इसकी
idea
टीम
right
में.
there.
Yeah, okay.
And G का playstyle was very.
Funnily enough,
बताता हूँ
one
इस
of
round
the
के बाद.
rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site, out comes the overdrive from Udatan, and hand in hand with Patman, giving MLBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazzino to come up with 2, given that he's hit entirely by the relay bolt. Nabda's Fury connects on nothing.
ये तो try कर सकते हो. You have the fight. लेकिन आसपास is broken, true.
Dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia. But
बताता
all
हूँ
of that
क्या
is just
दिक्कत
buying
हो रही
more
है.
time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Decent trade back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there. But with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle.
I feel 2-3 reasons मुझे दिख रहे हैं. First of all कि कोच का जो नया कोच आया प्लेटून उस पे अडाप्ट नहीं कर पा रही टीम, तो इसलिए अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट खेल रही है. सेकंड, जो भी मैचेस जीती है जी अच्छी टीम से अगेंस्ट, उधर फ्रॉस्ट की मैजिकल कॉम्स की वजह से 75% ऑफ द गेम में अपोनेंट्स को फिगर आउट करने में इतना टाइम लगता था ताकि कि उनके पास बहुत अच्छी लीड आ जाती थी जी के पास कि कॉम्प को वो थ्रो बैक कैसे करना है या फिर उनका काउंटर कैसे करना है, वो ढूंढते ढूंढते ही इन लोगों को बहुत टाइम लग जाता था अपोनेंट्स को. एंड जस्ट बिकॉज वो कॉम्प में स्टार्टिंग में उनको राउंड्स आते थे, उनका मोमेंटम बनता था और जी बहुत मोमेंटम बेस्ड टीम है। ये 3 रीजंस लगते हैं मुझे। यहाँ पे ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं, 2 कॉम्प देखे अपने, दोनों वेरी स्टैंडर्ड कॉम्प।
From Tex, that operator finally coming online for GE, and they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for MIBR, and a warning shot there onto
डेडलॉक साइफर फिर भी अलग है, लेकिन दे आर नॉट प्लेइंग डिफरेंटली। बहुत ही स्टैंडर्ड वे में खेल रही है जी अभी उनके कॉम्प के हिसाब से।
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest site. Trying to go for a C split here. Mizzino just
13,
really annoying play
hopefully
pressure
not, yes.
towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
Sorry.
Shot from Udatan. Lapse of focus for just a moment. MIBR waiting for a mistake, which they're not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in for Aspas, who is traded out by Putman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mazzino. Out comes the annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Putman is able to come in towards that B site. Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C Long. Finally finds his man Zekin, last alive inside of that site.
Oh, good round यार। 13 स्लर ने जैसे 13 ने बोला वैसे ही राउंड जीत गए। स्लर और बोलो कि 2-0 हार जाएंगे, बहुत इजी है, डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, अब एमआई पे डोमिनेट कर रही है, सब बोलो क्या पता कमबैक हो जाए।
Trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line and just punish them.
Guys, only 7 subscribers remaining to reach 200 subs. अभी तक जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है जल्दी सब कर दो। Easy for MIBR. Yes, easy. I agree.
The retake was just too good. This is one of those times where
MIBR for the win.
together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board.
Ooh.
They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Hobby actually gets a spam kill onto Ospas through the neon wall. Zekin, trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mazzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping
यार
that
नहीं वो
side.
कर रहा।
Unfortunately, another round that
Out
kind of
team हो
slips
रहा
through the
वापस।
fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake.
Autumn का भी गेम नहीं चल रहा आज।
Side time and time again, at least has the neural
1-6
to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A Long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex.
Yup,
That's enough
save
to
कर लो यार।
convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. And
Autumn
immediately
clutch
replying
नहीं
with
भाई ने
the
गिव अप ही
RBR
कर
is
दिया,
gonna put
सेव
significant
करता
pressure
है।
on
गुड कॉल
GE's
यार,
economy now.
नहीं पॉसिबल था ये।
MIBR just
Good.
making so much pressure on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight
Never
that
mind.
A
Yep,
main,
yep,
that A
yep.
long. And just being annoying, and the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these
Dark
small,
time mode.
insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good read. Fighting that A lobby,
1-7,
fighting the A lobby, punishing anyone that was going way too fast, using the neon wall. to
Oh,
back
4,
off. They heard
oh,
the
6,
Mazzino up. They held
1-7
heaven. It just everything just
और
did.
3-9 ये
It
तीनों
just
स्कोर
fell
लाइंस
apart at the end.
पे ही बहुत कॉमनली स्टैटिस्टिकली कमबैक्स
Yeah,
होते
it
हैं।
keeps
शायद
happening.
1-7 ही चल रहा है।
3v3
If I
there's
know.
plenty of, you know,
तो क्या
XVXs
पता
that are winnable for GE,
1-7
but
से
something's
क्लोज
left
एट
in mid-round,
5-7
unfortunately.
एंड
Yeah,
अटैक
I
साइड
think
वहाँ पे
The facts.
That's the fire.
थोड़ा
power.
डिल्यूजन में रह सकते हैं हम लोग अभी भी। It's not over until it over
100%
until it's
MIBR
over.
looking like the sharper team coming into this series. Don't think anyone
Hey,
can argue
Jet
with
Knight
that.
is
We all
here,
know
is there?
the ceiling of some of these
Adidas
players
to
on
look.
GE, but the consistency
Can't see G
unfortunately,
like
is another
this.
story.
कसम से भाई।
Mazzino having some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site. Usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that.
Very round
physicality
GT,
to
very
punish it,
crucial round है.
trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now
Mid
GE
fight देखने को
going
मिलेगी.
for this mid fight, and MIBR has read
1-3-1
into it.
kill
They're
रहा
holding
है.
this mid, knowing that
Really
they're on
good
this
call,
thrifty.
but-
Only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast
Cocoon.
beat.
And double dash straight into the site, and that's about as easy as it gets there. Mazzino is all
क्या
over
फायदा
those
अच्छे
players, whether you
comp
can see
का?
them or not.
कि कॉम्प का क्या सीन है? कुछ तो अलग है इनके कॉम्प का कि ओमन ही खिला सकते हैं.
15 and 1, spotting out the
समझा नहीं
barrel
मैं.
of the gun for Autumn. Not
ये
the
लूसी
player
कॉम्प
you
का क्या
want to be
सीन है?
peeking
कुछ
here.
तो अलग है इनके कॉम्प का
Still on the other
कि
side of
ओमन ही
things, a
खिला
lot less
सकते हैं,
to
I
work
guess.
with. And looking like MRBR going to walk
समझा
away
नहीं
with
क्या
yet
बोल रहा है.
another attacking side round. Autumn peeking out to see if he can find anything.
अबे नहीं, कुछ तो है भाई.
Mazzino didn't get it done.
या तो ये कोच ने हगा है, या तो जी का बैड डे चल रहा है, या फिर इन लोग ये अपने मैच की ओमन स्मोकर रहेगा. क्या पता भाई. एक मिनट. व्हाट ईडब्ल्यूसी के कॉम्प का क्या सीन है? कुछ तो अलग है इनके कॉम्प का कि ओमन ही सब रहेगा. कुछ अलग सीन है. आई एम सेइंग, रुक जा, मैं चेक करता हूँ. मेरे पास पूरी रूल बुक है हाथ में ऑफिशियली. लेट मी चेक.
I mean, this will be a bit of a cathartic one. I remember sitting in a cafe in Seoul and watching MIBR play NRG at the end of kickoff on this map. This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split into C. Autumn going to get tested. Not something that has been happening too much so far this game.
जाते हैं तू मैं और हर्षित जीत जाएंगे कसम से भाई.
Downtown though, attacks on the back line.
यही रह गया है, हमको ही करना पड़ेगा कुछ.
Yudatana under pressure. Playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved.
By the way, हर्षित गॉडफ्री है. किसको नहीं पता.
2v2. Spike is down on the
Guy,
side.
मेरा
Trying to
push
get that
में
from
इसका.
Class. Scary fight for Tex to take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned, and the spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable. And Udo getting that final pick onto Verno. Now that was a really good round from GE. The super fast flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke.
Bro, जी से रिकॉर्ड नहीं टूट के टाइमिंग है. हाँ.
Good out on this map, honestly. That's a little bit more like it. The problem is I'm a little bit worried they've dug themselves quite a big hole on this defense. At a minimum, need 4 rounds out of this half, so...
Especially with their comp.
Back to back, yeah, it gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure.
For match schedule,
We'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Autumn once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal...
Agent selection 5.5.2.
Let's go at least 1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides of things. MIBR just taking space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least 3 picks here. Really, the world is their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was, too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A-long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mazzino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick, gets so much damage down that Sova not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting 1, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Javi clutch. If ever you needed one, GE desperately need rounds on this defensive side.
मेरे को DM पे भेजना अगर allowed है तो.
Towards the bottom side of C long.
अरे public लिखा है इसके left में, मैं क्या समझूं इसमें.
Lads will be very well aware of where Javi is coming from over here on spawn side. Doesn't tap the spike yet. Drone to work with, but not really the kind of clear path for that to be used at this point. Here comes the shock.
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं
सीन. Close corner, but neither of them are
मैंने मुझे ऐसा कहीं कुछ दिखा नहीं. Asian select वाले में.
Unfortunately, Harvey is not on the spike yet, and time is really starting to tick at this point. Trying to get the half. Trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done. And Zekin is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely
अबे
played
तो मेरे
2-on-1
उसमें नहीं
there.
है क्या बोलते हैं
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here.
मेरे नए
9 to
डिस्कॉर्ड आईडी पे
2.
तू है
One
नहीं
more
ऐड
round left in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're
क्या
not
स्कोर चल
able
रहा
to
है
hold on to these sites. They're getting
अर्शित
picked
की
off
मशीन
so
वाला सॉर्ट
easily
करना है
by
बे
MIBR.
नहीं हुआ अभी
They're
तक हाँ
finding
कुछ तो सीन चल रहा है ऐड कर
timings. They're
बॉटम
really
जी
good
डॉट
aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones
हाँ उसका
because of
पता
the
नहीं क्या हो रहा है आई
confidence
थिंक
they
टाइम
have,
लगेगा
especially
फुल
with the
स्टॉप भी हाँ
momentum
कर लेगा
from
अभी
that last game. And now
उसका कुछ
looking
तो
like a
सीन हुआ है भाई
fast C split here. Sorry, C execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Ornament who can tie up over the top. Is Aspas well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the side.
भाई किसी YouTube को कुछ वो है तो उससे बात कर लो ना कोई कांटेक्ट से तो
Patman trying to make a heroic play straight through the dark cover. Out comes the annihilation, immediately sniped out by Aspas.
भेजियो मत किसी
And
को
it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Glass Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazzino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another double digits. And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here for the Pacific fans, myself included.
19-3
GG's का सीन लग रहा है
for
थोड़ा सा
Verno. He's only died 3 times.
When you said 19-3, I thought you were referring to the overall round tally
Nope.
so far in this series. 'Cause it's close to that. It's close,
It feels like it.
unfortunately. That's what I thought you were saying. It's so painful. It's actually so painful.
Oh,
बिना बात के वालेशन बंदा इतना ग्राइंड किया कोई YouTube का मॉड ये बंदा ढूंढ रहा मैं हाँ भाई यार वालेशन किस बात पे कुछ तो आया होगा उस पे like क्या bro why can't you flying वो तो क्रेजी था लेकिन भाई कुछ क्या लॉस क्या है वालेशन के बट मैंने भी पूछने की ट्राई किया मेरे पे तो है नहीं इतना YouTube के Godfrey से मुझसे ज़्यादा होंगे
They have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti, the Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just targeting on the entry, using the refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we saw
खत्म है भाई जी तो आज
this GE squad.
जैसा वॉल्स आया वैसा कुछ हुआ ही नहीं ओह
really well to just avoid all of the double senti util, and I think you see MLB
हो
do
सकता
the
है
exact same thing. here with
YouTube
GE,
को मेल तो कर
unfortunately.
दिया होगा उसने I'm sure पता नहीं क्या सीन है
This is wild.
I think टाइम तो लगता है
I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this. Okay.
क्या
And all
बोल
the
रहे हो भाई
Americans
काशिश
fans.
Listen, this is the time.
ये
for you
दोनों
to
अमेरिका's
take
fans
work a
हैं।
little bit, you know, like jump on the MIBR train with me.
Need a
क्या
great
रिप्लाई
card,
भी नहीं क्या रिप्लाई भी नहीं आ रहा होली कोई नहीं भाई एटलीस्ट एक पॉइंट के बाद तो उनको मोनेटाइजेशन का वो करना ही पड़ेगा ना अगर बहुत ग्रो हो गया तो
A tiny bit of cup. They went out pistol.
जस्ट ग्राइंड करो और क्या ऑप्शन क्या है यहाँ से हमारे पास अब
Right. Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They
And then
could do it.
Then we're 6 rounds behind.
Listen, MIBR likes to push a lot, and maybe with the double senti they can prevent that. But they're
C-split?
going for this fast C split here. Ospas is going to be on the site with Zekin. Tex
Oh.
hears all this information. Zekin going for his with that sheriff, not connecting.
Aspas, yaar.
manages to get one. Zekin gets
Oh,
another,
nice.
but two trades coming in.
Zekin.
Autumn and Udo. Zekin gets a
What a
second
shot, yaar.
kill onto
नहीं
Udo. And
करेंगे
3v2
until violation
as
clear
team
ना
is
हो,
coming
अच्छा।
in. They're trying to flood out onto site together. That shock might do enough damage. They're so lit, picking off
पूछूं
onto
क्या मैं
Autumn and Javi in this one.
तेरा बात
B2
करने
is
की ट्राई
not
करता हूँ
gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final kill. And Verno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know.
I know
It's been
someone
excellent.
ऐसे 12
So he's like,
Has to
what,
be said.
20
से कांटेक्ट कर
now?
सकता है
20
वो आई
yeah.
थिंक कुछ हेल्प करे तो who knows?
Yeah, something like that. Pretty good on the Sova. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in Garage for a moment. They are very kind of, I wouldn't wouldn't say afraid, but just taking a little bit of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for Aspas.
नहीं कर
For the time
तो
being,
होगा
it very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre, takes a lot of damage
good
off the
TP यार.
zero TP up the top.
इसे पता है थोड़ी
Checked here
तंग
by
पीछे भी
Utah,
है
but he's got just not
ये
enough
कुछ one more.
HP, unfortunately. And that is a
क्या
double
चल रहा है
once
भाई?
again from the
MIBR
owner. Mazzino
are
just
on fire.
continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who's kind of waiting in the back of the site, all he could do was trade
वर्नो
out the
जितनी
Nova before
shoot
Verno
कर
picks
रहा
up
है
12
body.
and 2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13.
नेक्स्ट गेम इनके हेल्डिक्सिस आती है तब देखेंगे ट्राई करो मैंने वेंका से बात किया था ही सेड इतना आइडिया नहीं है हाँ वेंका यूट्यूब पे थोड़ी है मैं ट्राई करता हूँ सेड से कांटेक्ट करवाने का
Unfortunately. So that's how it be. That's how it be here.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We're talking about
Mazzino
Mazzino
मार
just
रहा
being
है
so good, especially with his impact frags. But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now, 12-2. Like you said, we might see that same scoreline.
Fracked active for second.
ओह he gets that pick ये क्या है तुम खराब पिक कर रहे हो भाई What is that pick? You know वेले फ्री पिक लेके बाहर पीछे जा सकता है गिव अप हो चुका है मुझे लग रहा है at this point जी से
Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1
Literally,
because you can definitely trust second.
एक घंटे में खत्म हो गई मैच डेढ़ घंटे में
Or very there nearabouts.
Grouped up. A-Long. Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian. Beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4. They've gained that numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here.
Third round निकाल सकते हैं लोग.
That MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against double Senti. Like the double pick. Great spacing and entries in from GE. I give it to give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in the barrier, as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grab net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all three players for MIBR.
बहुत ही प्यारा grab net था वो. Oh, they got the third round. Holy. Congo.
Finally pulls the grab net out, but I think he's
क्या
better
बोले
off
यार
just saving this Vandal at this point.
हाँ क्रेडिट्स नहीं है सेव ही करना पड़ेगा
Really well played here.
Actually हर एक सेव है एक को बाय मिल जाना
And they
चाहिए
took it. Verno being left alone, knowing he couldn't do anything.
एक
But
shot
the
gun खेल
crunch
लेगा
timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going overextending, playing too needy. Like they need to get those picks. Still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good thing is they can get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a little bit of...
हाँ छोले भटूरे खा लूंगा मन करेगा ठीक है हाँ ठीक है
go down, really annoying to deal with, like you mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the front. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an omen.
broken by
MIBR in
MIBR का
5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that backside. The TP comes in.
Nice.
Batman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and
My bad यार मैं क्यों ही hopes रखता हूँ मैं क्यों ही hopes रखता हूँ जी अच्छा के लिए मैं भी यार रुको मेरे साथ बहुत सारे लोगों की predictions गई है let me see 7 लोगों ने वोट किया है जी पे 100% and सबका वोट होता है तो ये गेम तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था कि इतना डोमिनेट हो जाएंगे जी 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 यस गिवन
I think
Jeez.
that last round is kind of the cherry on top.
Ah.
That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to
यार
do.
जब स्ट्रीम
Without
हेलरी स्ट्रीम को
getting
लाइक
into a
कर दो
5-on-5
हमारे
close
3 लाइक्स
all
और
of the
बाकी है
Sentinel utility down, and
2 लाइक्स
MIBR
3
just
लाइक्स
retake with 4 players
3
alive.
लाइक्स और बाकी है guys
Insane, actually
जल्दी
insane in
जल्दी
MIBR, just
स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर
proving
दो
themselves.
and
They're more than
3
just
lakhs
a
away,
super team.
plus
Every single player
7
knows
subscribers
how to
away
play
to
together
reach
really well,
200
which is the one
subs.
thing that I feel like MIBR was missing for a long time. Verno, really good IGLing
तो
here,
speed
making
run
sure
win
this
हो गया
team
कसम
is
से आज
staying consistent, and they're still active in the server.
Is Verno always this greedy, calling strategies so he can go 21-4?
No, he just does that naturally.
He just does it on the
just
solo
happens.
on a regular
Run
basis.
win से crazy
It
बोला
looked
भाई
easy for MIBR. Is this simply a
यार और
skill
स्ट्रीम को
difference?
गाइस शेयर कर
Is
दो
it a
अगर
coaching difference, a team difference?
कर
Pilsky, there's
सकते
a
हो तो
lot that
जितना
goes
भी
into Valorant for
क्योंकि
someone who's
ये
newer
चलेगा
trying to
10 दिन
follow
तक वॉच
everything. How
पार्टीज
would you break it
एंड
down in
हम करने
simple
वाले
steps?
अगस्त में पबजी
This is
मोबाइल
like
की
your
वॉच
ranked
पार्टीज
game
जहाँ पे
where you're
2 इंडिया
playing
टीम्स है गॉड लाइक और
and
ओरांगुटान
you're playing against like Radiance and you're
क्रेजी
like,
मजा आने वाली पबजी मोबाइल में भी
or something like
You're
that.
trying to get there.
You're just having a tough day at the office. Unfortunately, GE, we know their skill ceiling. They're a fantastic team at the best of times, but today just wasn't it. MIBR were a much better team, and at the end of the day, they played like it. Both of these maps were complete landslides in their favor, and you can't really argue with the star power on the side of MIBR. GE, unfortunately, just not really showing up to this one, and they'll have to go down into that lower bracket and pick themselves up, much like RRQ.
Yeah, it's kind of insane too. Not a single player on MIBR went negative throughout this series. They all ended this series positive. Everyone, Tex +2, Mazzino +6, Zekin +10. You have Osbos with the +16, and of course, Verno with the +25.
Athena, you didn't see this coming when the opponent put up 6 rounds? 6 rounds.
Listen,
Why the
sometimes
casters are
there's
crazy,
one
why?
player going crazy. There's
True.
two
What's
players
that,
going
Vijay?
crazy. The rest of the team is just following up, enabling that player. But this time, it feels like every single player
Next map
had a
कौन सा है?
standout round. Their role was really,
Next
really
match.
done well. Tex with his lurks, his timings have been insane. The rotates on the defensive side, every single player was doing well.
It just looked to me like when MIBR was winning rounds, they were doing it cleanly. They're not dropping a lot of players. Economy was fully in their control. Were there a lot of clutch opportunities that maybe GE can look forward to in the future? Or do you have steps to take before you can even get there?
I mean, a lot of the rounds were close. They were down to 2v2s, 3v3s. So GE, they just need to clean up those scenarios, making sure the team synergy is there in those situations, and as well, just making sure mechanically they're on top of it, they're warm, because it felt like when we were watching, they lost those scenarios just based off of aim, essentially.
First 2 games without their coach Frost. Platoon is now the man in charge, and he's got his first 6 round wins, but his first 2 map losses. You still have time, though, as GE is not out of the competition. They are going to go down to that elimination bracket. For now, though, we know our winners are moving on to that, the qualifier match for our playoffs, and we have an interview ready on the floor. Let's send it down.
You're live, Admiral.
Thanks, guys. I'm on stage with Aspas here. Congratulations on winning, man. That game seemed probably a little more simple, a little bit easier than you expected. How'd you feel about the performance?
Felt really good. Was nice playing international stage again. We played really well as a team. We practiced a lot, and we could show what we are practicing.
Talk to me a little bit about the preparation coming into this event. Your qualification was really smooth. You beat Lev 3-0. How'd that go for you, and how's the preparation been so far?
I think things are going smoothly, very smoothly. We are doing a lot of stuff outside of the game, so outside of stage, and we are doing a lot of preparations, and everything worked out fine, and we could show everything that we are practicing.
You talked about it already, but this is the first international for MIBR this year. You didn't qualify to EWC last year, so this is your first time at EWC. What kind of expectations do you and MIBR have for this event?
We're gonna do our best. We're gonna take a game at a time, so we're gonna focus on just the match that we have at the moment, and what happens next, we're gonna think about it when we have to deal with it.
Amazing stuff. Well, congratulations once again for your victory. See you for your next game. Puckett, back to you guys.
Missed opportunity there to ask about the stuffies. You saw Aspas had both of them. The man takes them wherever he goes here in Paris. They're looking like good luck charms. So far, it's a clean start to your tournament. Expectations from here on out, because there's still plenty of matches to play in this group.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to move on in the group. I don't think that the A-Stream game is
Still going on.
Yeah, but Heretics is at least up 1-0. And honestly, with how MIBR is looking, I don't think they're going to have trouble with anybody in this group. They should just cruise straight through to playoffs. And Global have got a lot of work to do in that lower bracket.
All I'm gonna say is, I told you so.
Did she?
I did.
Chat fact checker. We are going to wrap things up here for this matchup on the stage as we throw to break. Reminder, our next match coming up is going to be a doozy. We switch over to Group C with the Gentlemates taking the stage after this.
Gentlemates versus XLG नहीं यार. इसका wait करते हैं फिर.
It's close by to hear that trap activated, cage activated. And then I think it did look like an eco round from that perspective. The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left. It feels a little disorganized.
I like the change-up as well. Like I said, Fangir's been struggling with that early A-site fight, so they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short so that when there's the aggressive burst, there's two players waiting on the other side to try and stop Woot and Koshmaras in their tracks, and that's exactly what they do. A nice change, but then go back to the default once again. But of course, for the attack side, no weaponry, no ults to play with, a dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far, but he will be dealt with. He had a teammate, however, still a 3v3. Koshmaras has also managed to find a gun.
The next game कब है?
It was risky playing that close to spawn.
Like 20 minutes का वो है, क्या बोलते हैं? ब्रेक, उसके बाद होने वाला जेंटलमैन वर्सेस एक्सएलजी, लेकिन हम लोग देखने वाले हैं नॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स वर्सेस G2 जो इस गेम खत्म होने के बाद है. हो जाएगी क्या? एक मैच वाला हो जाएगी क्या? क्या बोलते हो गाइस? एक मैच वाला तो नहीं, थोड़ी डीएम्स हो जाएंगे फॉर श्योर.
All gamers continuing to put up rounds on this defense.
I sort of mentioned it. The
respawn
was how good he had been in that previous map, especially with their comeback. And why in this round, I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just waking up in the last match, the level of what some of these individual players can hit over on the side of all gamers. And with already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I absolutely cannot blame them. I do think the second half is going to be a different story, but it won't be exactly short on difficulties.
No, if anything, this comp looks almost built for the attack. Like, because if you had maybe the chamber or something like that, I might be more inclined to agree. But you've gone for a double duelist. Do I think the Phoenix is going to be good on the defense? Not really, unless you're able to do what your opposing side Phoenix is doing and just have insane retake potential.
Well, that's exactly it. I do think that in terms of retaking, refighting control, like there's so much that you can do when it comes to that defensive side, as we can see from all gamers. And I think it's what Heretics are going to be attempting as well. But it just depends how many rounds they have when they go there. Like right now, this is a much more dominant start than we expected.
Yeah.
All good three. एक दो DMs तो खेल ही सकता हूँ. Oh my god, it's so insane. एक DM खेलेंगे फिर we go back.
match found.
Stint आया वो भी.
Death match. Warm up.
आफ्टर लाइव खेल लेंगे हम. पता नहीं मैं लाइव कितनी देर तक करूँगा. डिपेंड्स. क्योंकि मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम पे भी शायद गेम खेलने वाला हूँ.
You're done. Embarrassing.
क्या रैंक चल रही है आपकी करेंटली? क्लाउड. Do. Do. Nice shot.
Brimstone's down.
मरा कैसे नहीं है? यार थक दिया. ट्राई कर रहा था मैं.
Embarrassing.
Do.
Embarrassing.
मैं मेरी आईडी पे B2 है बट मैं आपके साथ खेलने के लिए दूसरी आईडी ले लूँगा. मेरी आईडी मेरे पे है. ऑल गुड यार. हम लोग स्विफ्ट प्लेयर सब खेलते हैं. DM सब कॉम्प से नहीं खेल पाएंगे. मैं अपनी आईडी राइड पुश कर रहा हूँ ना.
Back off.
थक रहा भाई मैं. Wow.
Lights out. Dead.
2 kills remaining.
जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे स्ट्रीम को आप लाइक कर दो और अगर आप नए हो सब्सक्राइब कर दो. हमारे 7 सब्सक्राइबर्स बचे हैं 200 होने में. करा दो जल्दी जल्दी. कुछ चला गया.
5 kills remaining.
एक किल करके मुझे वो लिखना, प्रमोशन डाल दूंगा.
One kill remaining.
One left.
Yes.
Brimstone's dead. I'm
Go. क्या चल रहा है ये? नहीं, गलत स्क्रीन खोल रखा हूँ. बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक तो प्यारा भाई EWC का. Wait. Then the killing, yes. Oh, गलत गेम देख रहा.
Defense, and here in a sense, it's not strange to see
उसके
the
बाद
defensive side
NS
walk
versus
out
G2.
with a victory. With this composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking. But when we get into this second half, the pistol for all
Guys,
gamers
stream
could set them
stream को up like कर दो.
well and truly on the road to a
अपने
map
हो
3.
channel पे.
I'm not sure I
तो
wanna
बस
even
7 subscribers
comment on
बाकी
comebacks
200
anymore
होने में.
because
And 4
it's
legs to
already
go.
been the case.
3 legs to go.
in the
I
last
think.
map,
It's 3 legs
a
to go.
massive streak of
होने में
rounds,
अपने
but
10 like
yeah, I
आज
definitely
के.
agree. We
कर
could
दो
see
यार
now
जल्दी.
both teams win both pistols on the
वैसे भी
opposing
already kick में एक
side
बार ठसा
or
दे
the
चुके हैं हमें.
opposing map.
किक हमें already धोखा दे चुकी है. वहाँ पे
And
stream
that
ही नहीं
might
हो
be
रही.
the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it though.
ये
6
main
of the
account है मेरा.
last
हाँ हाँ ये main है.
8 rounds going the
नहीं ये वाला
defenders'
नहीं.
way.
लोग क्या account किसकी बात कर रहे हो आप? समझा नहीं
And
मैं.
they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set for Lotus already?
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back rooms. Spotted right away in that corner is Woot. Heretics have a plan, though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Koshmaras for Woot to continue forward, but they see nothing. Trap on the floor that's soon to be broken, and otherwise not a sight or a sound to be found as all gamers group up on short. 5-man clumping towards the A site, in fact towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position, the position spotted run.
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one. Opportunities for kills. But the main thing for all gamers is they've got themselves the plant. Kira, a 1-for-1 trade.
Defensive side map निकाल
clear
सकती
that
है.
position
ये round जीत
quickly
गए
on the Heretic side, but the
बहुत
rest
मुश्किल है लेकिन.
might not be so easy. GRQ up close. Riens does well, but again, this man turns up. Another double, another push towards his ultimate and make that 3. Only one man in Koshmara standing, and he cannot hold the line. It is all gamers with the second pistol, and now 9-4 in the lead.
Yeah, GRQ has completely taken over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive side and being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward here, that it could even get better from there on out. But that many kills in a pistol, that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence. But as an agent, Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs. going into an eco as well, with all those orbs to be fought for, with the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them.
Mid split. इन्होंने पूरा
Heretics
gamble कर
first
दिया.
full buy
5A.
might not be very easy.
4A, 1B.
Yeah.
AGL is playing good.
Similarly,
I like the trip of Chamber.
you are hoping for this to be a 2-0. You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round.
Take flight.
But if this map has been anything to go on,
Ooh,
all gamers are not
दिमाग
going
लगाया
to
भाई
give
ने.
them the time of day.
Ball से उसकी trip तोड़ दी जिसका wait कर रहा था
almost
contact पे
feels
खेलने
like
के लिए.
one of the real goals in this round might just be not to die to GRQ. Because the guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him. Oshmaras up against the disappearing. I like the totem pole though. It is
Holy
4 different
4 लोग
variable
क्या
heights.
कौन सी साइड slaughter होने वाली
GRQ
है?
seems like he might be the one to try and
Spotted.
face into this one. Paranoia, flash. Well, it seems
एक
like they
गया.
might have been aware of
दूसरा
the
गया.
potential of something this
दूसरा गया.
dangerous and already deciding to
NT.
look a bit worrying. Nice damage though. Couple of players dropped and eventually
Good
yeah,
night,
it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that run it back online.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a
मुश्किल
round.
है.
If you decide
ये
to
game
play
जीतना.
pretty direct
4-10,
coming into
4-10.
this one, Heretics again could have to batten down the hatches right off rip. You're expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send GRQ through. And honestly, I don't think they need to do anything else. At this rate, he's going to win the round himself, especially with that second lease of life. Heretics from map 1. We saw it, though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like that one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems. We're still in this same simulation where all gamers have complete control right away. Guys ran it down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short to the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on sight. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2. A chance still for Heretics. One small mistake. A glance to the right. And this could be secured. A massive lead for all gamers. But instead, Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge with the very tips of their fingernails.
Oh, through the smoke they go, and both players winning their fights at once. Heretics cling to life, and as you mentioned, it was just Boob going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic. The
round निकाल दिया where it matters.
It is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break back round, that was up against a weak buy. That was, it was Vangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a solid purchase, but I guess at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that round, to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers. And we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap-up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted. This time, a full default spread by the defense. And Woot, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. With this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way.
Flash
dodge, but it doesn't matter. GRQ just cleaner with it. He was down to 7 HP, but get a little bit of health back. Playing on the edge of this smoke, maybe a little bit risky. Dart through. It's only going to be the one again. GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
The hard work is still to be done. All gamers will secure a plant. Outlaw will be one shot onto either of these players, and a headshot from Kira secures a kill, secures the advantage as Rian's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good as it can get, but Kira there to secure a big lead for all gamers. 11-5 on the board right now. Considering this is Team Heretics map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure. I think
interesting match
they knew coming in that this would be the sort of more favored of the two maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics, that might have even been the map that they picked if they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9. Well, I think Shrimp would be there with him. He's 15-6. He's just not been dying very much throughout this game. Heretics it's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try and fight back. Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row? It would be identical.
12-5, yeah. 12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. And the only thing they have to pad the gap is a couple of bombs. Like Hunter's Fury can work nicely. A run it back if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'll be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
A lot of space taken here by Bai. It's a risky play when you're up against pistols.
Nice shot,
well, at least one is going to be found for Team Heretics to put us even. It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances towards this B site. Spike's on its way. 3 players ready to break through. Kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here, and Boo's got the rifle.
They're going to go back.
Ult online for Koshmaris. But all gamers know what's just happened. And then they're leaving. They're bailing with Wood on the other side. It's a good position, but one, they'll expect it. At least suspect it. And 2,
maybe they looked
really
at the time
for it
and thought, okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could somehow deny that plant, that was the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back. And sure, Woot has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. Boo will trade things back.
Late by Kira.
Need to get a move on. It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to make this a conversion with his 3rd already, but he's going to have to basically do everything for the squad. And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through.
Crazy,
they're not gonna care.
No, I think the economy's in a pretty decent position. And also, so
2 दिन में तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैंने.
they can lose a few rounds. They can stand by with to just run at their opponents at the start of the round. See what happens. Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the running back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
What a brilliant time to take a tactical pause.
You've always said it as well. 12-5. Exactly when you want to see them take a breather.
I was like, if there was any time to take a tactical pause, it would be now.
Yeah.
There's someone in
लेकिन भाई 4 दिन भी ठीक है भाई. बहुत लोगों को नहीं मिलता फ्लैट जितनी इसलिए. Unfurnished लेकिन.
Equally as screwed as all games.
Oh, Stan, hello, welcome to the stream, buddy. Team Heretics so bad, but yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
I don't believe that Heretics will be able to.
I'm waiting for Nongshim versus
in
G2.
the last one, it was like, be a good match. All these openings, what do you do when he doesn't? And also here as well. Thinking about
he hasn't killed his half.
3 out of 5 of their rounds. Whereas for all gamers, I don't think it's that, oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, Shrimp is 17-6.
Third map ja rahe
hain. 12-7. Like, there's no shortage of individuals online right now for all gamers. So it's not a case like it was last time of, what if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more. Rien's, nice opening. It's Bai down and out, and GRQ's ult dealt with. Boo's also
अबे
covering
Fitch
the
Belt
space on
washing
short
machine
perfectly.
3AC और 17 लगा के
The
देगा.
Hunter's Fury. Maybe he
समझा.
didn't
और
want
क्या
to
चाहिए?
What a great time to take a tactical pause. As said, this is
और
where the comeback begins.
हो ही गया
I
almost
always
सब.
believed.
तो क्या है? कब कितना टाइम में मिलता है फ्लैट फर्निश करा के?
Being a
फ्लैट तो प्यारा है भाई,
1v5.
क्लीन है.
Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities. And Heretics kind of just have to go at this point. It's an all-or-nothing position.
Be like last year, whoever beats Heretics
Still
wins
take
champs.
risks. Still take gambles. I feel
Who
like
beat
what happened to all
Heretics?
gamers might also happen to
Did
them. though. It's
Raji
like
beat
even if you
Heretics?
start this streak of
I don't know.
rounds, there's no pressure until you get
So far
close.
TV खुद
Because you're like, okay, we've already
TV
lost.
का
I
तो
think
क्या
most
है,
people would
TV
sit
तो
here in this
जरूरत
position and go, there is
PC
no
लगवा
way
दे
back
भाई,
into this
LAN
map.
setup.
And then when you do start climbing back, I think it's the
कौन-कौन है?
second you start to
तू,
believe that then the
तनिष,
pressure hits you.
तनिष
Of course,
वीडिया
for Heretics, this is quite a
9
different
जुलाई
pressure.
तक पोजीशन
Because
मिल
although
जाएगी. कोई
they've always,
काफी
we've
जल्दी
always
मिल
talked
जाएगा
about
भाई.
them as a second
When
place cursed
champs
team.
में beat
That
किया
was
था या
broken,
फिर EWC में?
multiple times. Once EWC, when they managed to,
No way,
to
GL
hoist
beat
the trophy, get their name
lifts the champs trophy. I don't think so.
engraved forever. But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there. But now you come in defending that title. That's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this event, they have got you've got a target on your back, and they're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map it's harder. It's going to be so much harder, but at least, yeah, see, especially with the comp you're against, the amount of impact Phoenix can have on those run-throughs is crazy.
Neon को shut down कर दो, round
won't
जीत
take
जाओगे.
that long to come back online.
Just shut down Neon. Bias.
Bangir gone, but the weapon has been retrieved. Woot's
Nice
aggressive
shot.
positioning this time does
They
pay
don't have a
dividends,
plan B
but
now. They have
I
to
don't know
just
if he's gonna
reset. They are
wanna
forced to
stick
reset
around
now.
there for too long with an operator versus a low buy. This round feels like more of a gimme with the weaknesses that were there for all gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like, have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones they were willing in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way.
Ooh,
Buy as well now. Desperately low, and even the reveal is pretty much perfect. Benji still has to be a little bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing. Every single piece of utility being thrown at him, and even the hot hands will get a kill in the end.
Phoenix diff.
As it should be a relatively clean one on the side of Heretics. The comeback continues, but belief certainly isn't here just yet. Not on this side of the caster desk. We're going to have to see them continue on this form, but good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear a Vamos. That's all I'm going to say.
I like the sending out a main aggression, and this time it's going to be changed up. Instead of having Woot there with the operator, he's going to be going looking for them on short, and yeah, that smoke immediately blooming is pretty much taking him out of the round for now. A whole lot he can do, and he wants to be showing presence. He wants to be seen. Whether it be by a drone that's not coming his way, it's over main, or by a player, he wants someone to notice him so he can get out and then pull them into a fight with Koshmaris, who's just been waiting in the corner.
Well played by Woot, bhai.
Very well executed.
What a setup.
GRQ finds himself in that same boat.
Nice bait and switch. You can see why they wanted to have this operator in play. It just adds another dynamic.
Guys, अभी stream देख रहे हैं, stream को like कर दो. We are just
players about
2
to come up.
likes away.
Another pick coming through for Woot.
And 7
Him waking up
subscribers away
definitely makes this a little bit more interesting.
200 करा दो यार.
And it seems like all gamers have sort of ground to a halt. It's almost like these guys had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12, just you're going to slow everything down. You're going to really go for more tentative plays. Whereas what we were seeing in some of the earlier rounds were them just blasting through angles. Instead, I think we're getting a 30-second save.
It does make sense seeing this team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the two players that go to push it,
they have to
quite
save.
staggered
They have to save.
going through those battles.
Around 12-8.
And gives
बहुत ही
opportunity
doable लग
for
रहा
Woot
है.
to find one. He even manages to cloud
I
burst
think
his way out,
AGL
run
have
back
to take a
short,
timeout now.
and then Kosh can fire from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable of a fight, even with the setup.
ACL को
After he
timeout
dashed to the
लेना
left
पड़ेगा.
instead of the right.
Ooh, do they get to keep the guns?
Momentum क्योंकि पूरा
This is going to be important
shift
for
हो
them
गया.
to have something going into the next round, and
NT.
We'll never know. I guess we'll never know.
Who knows? Well, maybe we'll be able to tell by what weapons they have going into the next one, but I'm going to say they did hold on to their guns.
मुझे भी लगता है.
Based on absolutely nothing at all. Which is always a good way to
Intuition.
come in with information, but you know.
I'll believe you then. So, a strong economy.
Oh
That's-
my god, it's so insane.
I don't even think it would be struggling
my
with the
God,
same guns.
that's
I think they had maybe
Next
one
to
or two
them,
players that
mash
could
it
rebuy, so there
to
might still be a piece missing anyway. But at least gives them something to play with.
I see something in the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here. All gamers have still one. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up, but yeah, still one left after this. 4-round gap. Definitely the time to pull this into play. Let another two go by and see where
told
you
you
stand.
about the
but
timeout.
I do think that it's
12-8
only a
guys.
matter of time before we see them take this super direct approach again. And Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the shots don't land, the reactions aren't there, like we've seen before, this composition from All Gamers can just run it down so fast.
Does look like they were able to hold on to the weaponry. And they're going to kind of like half buy around those couple of guns. It's like, okay, you still have the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force here could hold huge value. It's going to be playing on a lurk on the other side of the map, and then the rest of the players looking to try and challenge versus Boo. A lot of pressure put onto him, but without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the ultimate online for GRQ, who is now one away.
Well, for Team Heretics, it's only one man towards this B site. At least it's a Sentinel, but he hasn't got any of his utility. Only the camera to play with. So some backup will certainly be needed. All gamers were to go quite direct. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some aggression out of Heretics. They're taking a long time to re-clear mid, assuming someone's in a ratty little corner, and you can't blame them after what they saw in short a few rounds ago.
Would it be Woot? They're expecting Woot to go swinging. Okay.
What a shot.
By with another. Player caught as well. And somehow he's managed to take 2 kills, but this is all the ruse. This is the bait. They're trying to go back in the other direction. In fact, he's
And
now
Heretics
kind of
read
facing
that
even in
itna
towards their
crazy
spawn.
fake tha wo.
Re-int has been revealed. 25 seconds
They
left,
have
and
to
there's
go again.
still
They
2
cannot
players within the back
go
of this B
no
site.
time.
They have done well
They have to go
in the
to
early
rings and
stages of this round,
Benji.
but that doesn't mean
No time.
they're going to get it over the line. 15 seconds now. They need to get a move on in
It will
towards this
decide
site.
the winner
Benji
lose.
sitting, the wraparound coming in, but he gets dealt with quickly, and Shrimp again might just be there to close. The jump up might be able to deny, and that's at least 1 for Woot. But there's still 2 more players that he needs to deal with. Operator in hand, watching to see if Shrimp makes a mistake. A slight step forward. That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it, even looks for the contact, and it's the contact of Fangir who will be there to close out the map a little bit quicker than Heretics managed.
Yeah, not quite letting them close the distance all the way to 1, but a victory. Oh, and I have to say, coming into this map, I was counting them out.
मुझे लगा नहीं था AGL will win. A map.
There we go. First blood, Raga down. He gets his trade though. 1 for 1 so far in this now 4 versus 4 scenario. Still waiting for Leo to come on through. Double doors down entry from both Prox and Martin. But Happyway trying his luck against Martin. Not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysol having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysol doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3 might just be a little bit too much for Leo to be able to tune out. And it is.
ये
This round,
निकालता है. I
jailmates.
think they could have.
Yeah, really good retake coming in. They were so ready with that flood. The fight towards mid as well.
I'll be
Getting
back,
all that
chat.
information
I'll be
towards
back.
B. looks like a really nice start here for Gentlemates. Very active, making sure they're not just sitting stagnantly, which used to be a problem of theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martine, leading the charge, able to get onto site. It looks really good for them. And for Sheila, I mean, what can you do at that point when the retake is just so good? The flood is there. Doesn't really matter. But now guns on the board for Gentlemates and Sheila. They're going to do their best to get as many orbs with these sheriffs, or with these pistols here on the side of A main.
Now, Leo definitely probably activated a little bit too late in that particular round, but now big stack up for Sheila Gaming. In fact, playing this one patiently to see if maybe somebody from Gentlemates wants to walk on through into shops. Here we go. Flash on in. 4 members have already approached, but Mini just makes short work of the defense so far. Lysol will respond with one into Star, so the rest of Gentlemates will start to bring their forces through eventually. Hathaway also fell in the middle of that as well towards Belt, so just low numbers here for XLG. The cleanup should be arriving in short order here. Big shot from Raga. Secondary available. Oh, doesn't quite get the third, but puts himself in a great position and maybe gets the work done with Lysor. But if he stole the rifle there?
I can't believe this. Lysor and Varga being the reason why they win this round. That's kind of crazy. As soon as I talk about Gentlemates knowing what they want to do, they struggle on that retake. The flood just wasn't really there. The trades, everyone's going in one by one, not clearing those close angles. It's kind of detrimental for them.
That was was it a 3v5, I believe? Yeah, it was. Started with a 3v5, and you see Raga getting these two disgusting shots. Martine, obviously behind the smoke. Then the upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up, and Lysor really makes a lot with that.
And now the tides have been turned in terms of this economy. All pistols on the side of Gentlemates, and they're trying to do this quiet B stack, playing that close angle, just holding, waiting for some sort of contact play. They're not going to get anything soon, though, because XLG doing a good job, playing passive the way that they usually like to, playing that slow, defaulty setup. They know they don't want to do anything way too aggressive. But set up in Nest here, giving up that full A for retake. Really nice stuff so far from XLG to not overextend.
See Sheila even pinging over towards Belt. They sent a recon in that direction, a little bit concerned about trap setups coming through from Gentlemates, and obviously we can see the trap is over towards B.
Oh my god.
XLG fancy themselves 3 entries onto A. They'll find a clean site here. Full retake scenario for Gentlemates on A. As Bippo will be the one to find out the bad news in short order here, but still not taking too many chances. XLG drone in first, full util in, plant to come on through.
Gonna get that spike down. Mates, they know something's up. They're just using this time to start to try to re-clear this B, but obviously the spike planet sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate coming in. Fast clearing, and now they have the option to go through for that flank, making sure they're taking over 3
we are
angles
back, Jack.
on
We
this
are
B.
back.
Mini here with Martine grouped up, going towards that flank, and maybe just trying to play some sort of exit.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making sure that on exit for Sheila, they're going to be taking some damage. A few players going down would be ideal, but minimum here, I think Gentlemates will be running towards the spike and just dying to it if nothing else happens. So let's just see if anyone falls into that trap. Okay, Raga down is going to be something occurring. But as the rest of Sheila know that double doors is not going to be clean, Starso activates a little bit later. That's a decent number of kills, not going to lie to you. Only Happy and No Man walking out.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's really good for your Thrifty, actually. It's still a big dent into their economy. And now for Sheila, they're going to have to figure out if they want to buy up against those weapons or just make sure that they're using their bonus.
Yo, hello, I'm back.
They kept those 2 rifles. This was nice, just sitting, being patient here for Gentlemates, abusing the fact that Leo's just walking out in the open.
It's a bit of an awkward exit for XLG, though. I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up. They could have exited as 5, and that would have covered their bases a little bit better.
Fast A main here, though, for Sheila, it looks like.
Fast A main. Starstar on the opposing end. By the way, I believe this is 4 A's in a row now. Quadruple A for XLG. And well, Gentlemates have to be a little bit quicker here. A little slow on the deletion of the dart. See if Starstar can find anything. Runner back's already gone. By the way, check the big flank. Martine and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Raga will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plan, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but they have all of back sight here, but they're getting crunched. The good thing is, though, he has the entire mid doors. He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's going to get contact and they're going to push back onto site.
Raga's already low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Gentlemates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money. No opportunity here for those two flankers to get anything done. Hiding in the sands of time will tick down for a third round victory for XLG.
Gentlemates just losing their timing. Everyone's coming out onto site when your two players flank. Just haven't even applied any pressure yet. They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away. They needed to speed up there, needed to be able to crunch down onto that site to make sure they get those timings down and the crossfires. That retake was almost really good. They well positioned themselves, but that was just a pacing issue there.
Well, since the pistol there, Gentlemates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A second round. Explosivity with Rag with a double. Into Lysol with his own double. XLG, 3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Gentlemates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A main. Once again, they're using that drone, trying to find that orb, maybe on Varga one more time, or maybe they're trying to get that Sova on Leo Lysor, and immediately an A main execute.
Huge flash coming on. Martin still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG did not clear that corner fast enough as Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Hathaway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out Understreet, but only the single shot so far. Might only need the one, because Prox has got Hathaway down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Raga still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many numbers as he can towards that run it back, running away towards that B site. He has potential here to get that spike planted, to get that spike down onto site. To these players here from Gentlemates still
doable
to pick up some weapons though once they realize that the site is really good for them. They do want to have those weapons in the 2v1. Margon, the 72 HP.
30 seconds
he's
left.
20 HP.
Oh, by PvP 25 shield, half shield.
Do note as well, Bippo's also only got the light armor here, which allows Raga to get that one shot. As obviously now, Gentlemates, seeing that A is clear, it's an obvious B plant. Raga has no U to work with. Prox does have at least a little bit of something, but no paranoia and no time. Those shots connected by Raga. Bippo instantly taking him down. It looks like Raga didn't even bother to hide away. Sort of just plants and holds position right next to the spike.
Yeah, trying to go for one, trying to equalize the numbers at least, but you should know at this point that Gentlemates is going to be grouped up for that retake. And now, I mean, so back and forth so far. I can't really tell what's going wrong for either of these teams. It just feels like the slow rounds, every single time, the trades just aren't there. Or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site, playing that close angle. And Starzo obviously being one of the main reasons why they were able to delay for so long, getting those 2 picks onto site.
Martin as well, he got cleared so slowly that he was able to get a trade. I believe he dropped in his stun as well for the relay bolt. How many times in a row do you want to go on a XLG, say 6 in a row? This time now going to be a little bit more difficult. That's a really nice bit of util coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury, though, going to be trying to find its mark. It's W's Leo getting that one done, but no hits connected. Martin will get the cleanup hit, and it's a complete flawless as XLG gets stuck in shops. And you know what, Gentlemate says? We're close today, sir.
Gentlemates knowing and being tired of Sheila just constantly taking that A main orb. They know that they farm it over almost every single round now. They've gone that space every single time. And they've chosen to contest it. Even with that Sova ult from the side of Sheila, it didn't really put enough pressure for them to stop fighting it. They continued to push forward, continued to get that info. And I think it was really well played. But now,
second match
to
go to map 3.
Everyone has knives on the side of Nomad as well as a Stinger. So nothing too crazy. I'm kind of looking for an op here so he could get a pick, but he's opting to do this play with the knives, looking like a really fast A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for Gentlemates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned Gentlemates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at Gentlemates just not even spending too much time. Instant rotation. Hathaway's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site's going to be Nomad. Knives out as mentioned. Mates are not even going to go challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Going to be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not really being contested that much. because they have a really good retake plan. At least we hope so for Gentle Mates. 5v5, full site has been taken.
Ooh.
And
No one's
Nomad
coming back.
instantly gets a pick onto Starzo.
Starzo the first one in, but now they know Nomad's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the boxes. Still have a late player in Mini to try and challenge for double doors, and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with Bippo, double kill. 2 members left for both of these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none.
Ooh.
Still pop that ultimate there in as well. Has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage.
Raga.
But it's Raga, post runner back with 4 kills in this round.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo getting that 2K. It's a really good reason why he switched back onto that Sentient off of that Duelist. It feels like he's got that really good positioning, and he's able to take a lot of those 1v1s. But man, that round was close for both of these teams. Sheila.
Q isn't looking like he's going to be on that Phoenix now. This is a pretty big departure from the compositional setup that we saw in those previous 2 maps, which makes me feel a little bit worried here.
I still think that with Omen, there's so many cheeky things that you can do, and it still enables you to play incredibly aggressive if he wants to follow on Fangir and Kira. And Fangir has been absolutely amazing with the chamber, so excited to see him with something else.
All right, here we go. It is Lotus as the deciding map for our EWC 2025 inaugural title defenders of Valorant, Team Heretics, up against AG All Gamers, known as AG, and Anyone's Legend coming together. This is an organization in EWC Club Championship. It means a lot to them. They have a lot of different orgs across multiple different games. A win here, any points here, would be huge for them, on top of the fact that this young squad, this young guy in GRQ has been great and will only go up from here for our decisive map for the final time. Let's send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
And thank you very much, Stegon. One last time, let's kick off this map. It's Lotus. Between these 2 teams, I don't know who comes in as the favorite anymore. I feel like we've thrown the rule book out the window. Some crazy plays from Heretics in the first map. Woot was on fire, but GRQ stole the show on the last. Now, the final of the night. And who walks in here with momentum? I don't know. We had Heretics start to mount a comeback, but they didn't quite reach the heights that All Gamers did.
But that's sort of been the interesting thing of this match so far, is you've had Kira playing the smokes and GRQ playing the duelist. They in a lot of cases they were the other way around. Clearly it's more based on agent, so like GRQ playing the Phoenix works a little bit better, and Kira playing the Raze maybe, but also then you have Bai switching from Neon to Vice, which, by the way, you cannot pick pretty much 2 more opposite roles for the team. One of them is hyper-aggressive, sliding into angles, getting in the face of opponents. The other, you're basically a time buyer, especially when it comes to that C side of the map. So massive changes in terms of what they've run so far today, but that's something they do regularly.
Yeah, we were mentioning it you were mentioning it at the start of the series. For All Gamers, a start towards the A side, but you can see Heretics not looking to fight. It's so normal to see a team scrap for that control early on, especially when you have a raise, you throw in that C's, you throw in the nade, and you get towards Rubble. But instead, All Gamers find the space completely open, get closer, and see that wall from Vice. Then you start to think the setup could be there. The flash could be waiting. Instead, they'll bait the wall, and I think they're going to look to go back to B after a little bit of a fake here, just so they can avoid that Vice utility. Or are they committing? Is this an A play with Bai down? It has to be.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe he was going to be able to lurk his way through this one, but it's checked by Riens. A site completely under the control of All Gamers, though. For the defenders, pretty long rotate all the way back. Now, bear in mind, there is nobody left behind. That's why you're seeing the Prowler put through. There's normally expectations that there'll be somebody around this position. Instead, Benji's waiting for the aggression, the jump across from GRQ. He's the one to land the kill anyway. Now they have positioning over the spawn, a good position as well from Shrimp to trade things back into their favor. In fact, ever since they lost their luck, every kill has gone their way. Kira on the duelist is going to close it out with 3. And a
This is
pistol
how they're
round
playing
from a
right now.
4v5 that Mitch looked very easy in the end.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did. That cleanup after the first fell was impressive. And for all gamers, coming in with a little bit of momentum, evidently the swap-ups and rolls not harming them whatsoever. I think we looked at a pretty comfortable Kira in a lot of fights on the previous map. There's a couple rounds where there was 2 or 3 found in crucial moments. And now 3 to kick off Lotus. It leaves Heretics onto an eco, obviously. And the majority of these ecos, you're going to try to put all your eggs or most of your eggs into one basket. See if you can make it all the way home for all gamers. They got to avoid the stack, or else it's going to be a very uncomfortable round. For now, that seems to be mission success.
Luckily on this map, you have slightly better odds than dodging the stack, because there's more sites, you know? The stack can move, so I guess that probably changes how odds work. Luckily, I'm not a mathematician, but Mitch is here, who tried to be a mathematician.
Yeah, I gave up. For good reason. That was a bit too. This is a lot easier, let me tell you. For Team Heretics, got Boo leaving the seaside. He'll regroup with the team. Again, with Classics, the most that you can really hope for here is a little bit of damage, taking down a couple of weapons. And when you look at what all gamers have to work with, they're playing with a Bandit, they're playing with a Marshal, so they already have quite a lot of room for error. They can lose a couple of players, and it's still not really going to mean that much. And depending on who they lose, it could even be worthwhile just to have those orbs farmed up. Like, I expect to see someone like Kira a little bit more eager to take fights. And indeed, Bai in that same position. Ultimate carries a lot of weight. He'll find one before going down, and the cleanup I expect to come through right after. And, well, all gamers tying this one up in a nice neat bow. A few extra orbs for Kira as well.
Yeah, Kira's been getting closer and closer to having that showstopper already in the first few rounds. Still 3 needed, but it does mean even the potential bonus might be enough to get it online, even if they don't manage to take that one over the line. And for Heretics, I think it is important to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit earlier than normal, because that last map especially felt a little bit brutal. Okay, they had a little bit of a comeback towards the end, a few rounds in a row to maybe get the fire started, but also almost letting map 1 slip. Like, we were genuinely in a scenario where they were 12-5 up, and this could have ended a 2-0.
Wow, it looks like all gamers are going to fight for A main, expecting Heretics to do the same. The nade goes out immediately. Doors already open. This is quite a pacey start from this attack side, and it's not slowing down. The Thorns will finally force the hand, and Kira's found another Koshmaris. Perhaps the savior of this round, but his back is turned, and GRQ's easily able to convert. And the spam and the smokes for Boo as players get closer. He's got to give up that control. Look how far away Woot is. Rien's just making it alongside him. And, oh, wow.
All right.
Look how far away Woot is. He's going to save.
I don't think even if he was close, he should probably save in this scenario. 1 versus 4. And I'll be honest with you, this feels like maybe, you know, when you put players into like a scrim to decide if they're going to join the team, it's like each player is trying to argue why they should be primary duelist over on this. Or not even primary, secondary duelist, because Fangi has been duelist in it, or sort of quasi-duelist while playing the chamber. It's madness how good Kira looks now, switching over to Raze after playing Omen for the entirety of the series so far. And you sort of sit there off the last map and go, oh, you're really going to take GRQ? The guy like basically brought you through the last map. You can take him off duelist? I kind of see why you did now. You got so much depth of talent over on this All Gamers roster. And it's something we talk about with Heretics at times as well. Like, they've got players that have the individual skill. Like, if at some point someone said to me, I'm going to put Rienz on duelist, I'd be like, yeah, some of the best first bullet accuracy in the world. I wouldn't even be that mad at it. It's just because he's so good at other things that you don't do that. It's a bit like if you watch who's a great smokes player, and you go, okay, well, I'm going to put her on duelist for a bit because she's just better than everyone. It didn't actually benefit them too much. But in this case, all gamers seem to have found the perfect balance where it's like, you're a really Phoenix, you're going to play Phoenix, you're a really good Raze, you're going to play Raze. And we're just not going to have the ego about having to play duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rienz.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Now, Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rienz. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed 4th. for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Thorns stop anybody from trading. A rifle now recovered. And Team Heretics 4 versus 2. It has to be Bai and Shrimp with a big clutch.
Vote 1v1 मत दे, खाली तेरे पास गन है please.
Chance to
खाली तेरे पास गन है, औकात में बैठ जा
into
नीचे.
this. Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantages of the round have somewhat faded away.
Nice
It's
shot.
looking like an easy cleanup. Shrimp
हो जाएगा easy.
has managed to survive for a moment, but it's Rians to close out the round.
Good round, bhai.
Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well.
Rians what a
3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other buy rounds. And this works out perfectly for them, especially the fight on the site. The fact that there is some Thorns there to stop trading any re-aggression from the rest of the team. So everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open. It's a massacre in A main. All Gamers pretty much won the round right as it started.
Yeah, you have to look at the remaining two players on Heretics and go, do they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw
I have seen
to the
कल
wind
2v4 निकालते हुए इसी
try and get something
situation
done
पे.
here.
Let's see.
But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us
फर्क
anything?
ये
And
कि
look at the way
AGL are
the
playing very
attackers are
disciplined.
currently setting up. There are 3 players towards Tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fangor almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up with no problems at all. All Gamers take a 4-1 lead on the 3rd and final map of this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting thing, because coming into today, I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether, because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point? Or 15-6 maybe? It's been delivering.
I think हम कल से games खेलेंगे.
But again, I think that all gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. Up against Heretics again on map 1, we see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I could see anybody doing some damage. But at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first 17 rounds of map 1, that was the team.
Yeah.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, all gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like actually wild. From because it's not just the round wins. Like when it was 7-2, that could have been a more even half. But then when we pushed up to 12, it was like, no, the Heretics have now got the win in their sails. They're now looking dominant.
Yeah. Woot was like by far the best player in the server
like
at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah, and now it's been anything
Analytics
but that. All gamers have stepped up, and it's not just been one. Like I think GRQ has been a big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying in the last map. Fangir has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much in terms of information already. A double opener. The reveal from Rians was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Kira hasn't either had a chance to use it or a reason to. And after saving in the last round, well, sorry, having enough credits to buy into this one, I should say. This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
Oh, GRQ, Shrimp, and Bai left in a 3v5. No space anywhere on the map. Heretics have full control of Rubble. But it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot holding from the sideline, waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go.
They have put in for
the wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's lost it. A big pick
4v3 numbers क्यों आ रहे हो तुम लोग?
Showstopper no longer online for all gamers, so
Yep,
they have to
3v3 हार गए
become
वाले round.
the missile themselves,
what?
shredding the first few fights, and
Bye.
that double has sealed the round. This was Heretics all
मुझे देखना है इसको
over.
shot कैसे पड़ा?
An instant double,
Simple.
and yet this three-man squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be devastated. We almost need a pause soon.
इसको
I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP.
हाँ exactly.
In the middle of all of that.
उसको
So
पड़ा कैसे
his
shot?
final kill is him on his last legs because there was a great wallbang, and then it was completely irrelevant in the end. Because by
यार wallbang नहीं दिखाया.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. There just seems to be so much depth of talent that even in a 3v5 scenario, everything can still go wrong. For the side of Heretics, nice shot from Cosmaris to start. The kill they would have loved to have in the last round.
Going see all 5.
By the way, that Showstopper still online.
I don't think they'll just push.
Yeah, Kira's had it for a
Showstopper
while.
हो भी सकता है.
Hadn't had the chance to use it. Man advantage with buy
Woman
down.
के साथ.
Pistols stacked up on this C site. But all gamers seem to have sensed the danger. Problem is, that's not the only danger. You saw Koshmaris trying to go for a pick through that door, but it's not to be. All gamers slow it down. Chance to freeze. And moving back in the other direction. Risky, as we've said, like they have no control at the moment.
Info चाहिए, they need
Pushed
info.
up with by dead, they could have pushed up B for all they know until they've cleared the space just now.
They have to reset ना उनका plan B है जैसे मर जाता ना जैसे ये local if your local is dead तुमको like पूरा reset करना
What
पड़ता
worked
है.
last time was just
You have to cut
contacting
sound,
up to B,
reset,
bursting
वापस
through
थोड़ा सा
that
clear
wall.
करना
And I
space.
think we're going to see the same
Then
again.
hit
The
again.
difference is this time it's not going to be Woot. It's Koshmaris instead, but he hasn't really got the gun for this. Good tag.
Nice shot.
Oh,
Okay.
मरा है तो.
you're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free. Showstopper gone once again. TP in towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower buy to potentially make this one work. Instead, though, they've got a few seconds before their weaponry dissipates.
Can you check the gentlemates and XLG score after this? Yeah, sure.
Missed the remaining couple. That means they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The boombot coming in from behind, and Rians once again adding another to the pile of bodies. It's the low buy rounds that are working out for Heretics. Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
I don't really know what to say about that for Heretics. They probably shouldn't be doing that. But if it works, it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaris. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy.
Holy shit.
The advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took out Bai at the beginning of the round, so it really was
crucial.
just a huge round for Koshmaris. It's whether they can build off of this, though.
I've ordered food. I'm so hungry. Holy.
The wins with the low buys.
भूख लग रही है.
There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own. Babai is waiting, denies, and it's just straight back to regular programming for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 ninja defuse.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped between the remaining attackers.
He's not
right
completely
on the
surrounded.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, he is actually on the other side of the map, which in this case is a negative.
It's strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back...
Are you rooting for Heretics? I'm just watching the game. I'm rooting for no one. I just want the game to end early. So that I can watch another game. That NS versus G2.
I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit. But they get punished for it. And it's, again, it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands...
I was behind on his stream. I see.
The disadvantages come along with it. And
by the way, I did check the
I don't
score.
know
It
at what
is,
stage we will see a pause on that side, but
I think XLG
definitely
will
feels like all
win,
gamers
close out map
have full
1
control.
easily.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. Like, if you're winning every single full buy round, every ult that you're utilizing seems to have high impact. And that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting
जो भी
those
stream देखा
rounds
है
where you're
stream
like,
को
okay, we never
आप
should have
like
won
कर दो
that.
and
Let's do
अगर आप नए
something
हो
off it.
तो
Let's
सब्सक्राइब
go
कर दो
for a contact
7
flank,
सब्सक्राइबर्स
take
बाकी हैं
some
हमारे
control.
200
Let's
subs के लिए
try and
and
pincer them while they're
2
executing
likes
to
to
see,
go
catch them
or
through the door.
10.
And each time you get absolutely nothing for it. it's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more, they'll be okay because, again, they picked up a load of rifles. But if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Okay, good.
Oh, that's exactly it.
You rooting for
Especially when
XLG,
your
China
opponents
teams?
are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, it looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. The barrier's up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics, it is time to start connecting rounds. They have a showstopper to work with and a full buy, but these are the rounds that they've been losing. Convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaris.
He's done well once again.
I saw you rooting for
fact, he's
XLG.
been one of the players really stepping up. Rians is the other. Showstopper. Not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position.
Heretics is playing good right now.
Mara's back on the Neon definitely seems to be
what a good up-down setup.
Spams that did
yeah, I thought so.
The Turkish duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work at least. Clearing the second might be difficult.
Nice.
Satchel
ने बहुत प्यारा उसका break किया 1-2 up-down. Seems like this is the only team lose to a EU team. Yeah, but the...
Yeah, considering they're trailing by that much.
But BBL is a good team too. They have really good shooters.
Take a look at Koshmaris though. The impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings for he's only 6-6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
He has literally put,
and they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these boys.
There's that maths.
0.6 recurring.
Nice.
They'll need more. And the showstopper used up in the previous. You look over at All Gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fangir having the ult, there's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. 1:15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed.
Yeah, but that Benji, यही आदत है. Like it is a default setup for Benji. Like
it's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B
it is a very
last round because it has
bookish play for Benji. If anyone knows how he plays.
Story. They've been able to either force
as a Senti player, I know I've read it.
Immediately. This time the
he'll get 2
from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji.
They don't have a flash.
They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
There's the paranoia.
Good paranoia. What edge पे लगा? Nice shot, Benji.
Picking up one on the other side of the map by caught walking through the wall. Woots here just in time. And there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides.
They have to save, no chance
with no choice but to run away with that spike.
They don't have money to.
The same, tuck in on rubble and save these weapons.
Is this good or Heretics just this bad?
6-4.
I think Heretics is just this bad.
Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those
I don't think AG is that good.
A decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised, though, that we haven't seen All Gamers just go for a more direct hit. I feel like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think that's going to help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Kira having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board.
Yeah,
again, they're going to stick it out with a default. I think it's also a bit different in this round where they come in with a couple of ultimates. So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaris.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt. They felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. Shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
I'm liking the re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Boo has called for it, though. Seems like he has the right read. As he's asked Woot to come in.
Hoka flash is gonna be insane.
Nade
Flash
available anymore, but they're looking to try and pressure on him instead. Though both players have been destroyed. Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is firmly.
He whipped his flash by 2 seconds. What? Why?
Was hoping to try and catch someone crossing. Instead,
Contact with flashes
has found a kill back.
Nightfall's going to catch 2, both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful to not swing out here.
Timing.
Awful as Rienz checks up top, finds Shrimp looking the other way. Kira's
they can't do it. 3v1.
And with an op still lurking around, there's no easy connection
Holy
for
TH is playing good.
Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle, tries to bait the shot, but can't quite get there. And Rienz rounds the corner for his 4th kill of the round. Dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
Nah, he's genuinely been unbelievable in the last few rounds. Like you were talking about a double opener in towards the site where it seemed like they would never have an opportunity of any control. He catches the aggressive operator player, and then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically
saving them, yeah, to be honest.
He's brought it back more than
he is,
just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
But it didn't seem like a hero round 4K though.
Between them.
It was well played.
Despite Rienz being 15 and 6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times, they've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break them on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the showstopper. A bold play by Kira. This map is awful for Cosmos. Instead of fighting for neck and neck at the half, it looks like Team Heretics will be conceding 7-5. A big pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
That was Kushmaris. He thought he finished the first. Woo, he's not even going to check the angle, and I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Rienz, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but it would have to be another Rienz round if they were ever going to have a chance. And the second he's eliminated, that's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose Pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even. But if you watch those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each other. You think about the start for all gamers playing super aggressive. They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I think Heretics start to adapt. They start to get control over Rubble relatively free in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in where the setup from Benji is on C, then it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Koshmaris as well, delivering a couple of shots. But really, the difference maker was Rienz. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance. After all, this squad came in to EWC to defend a title that they were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt. But they are being challenged in the opening round of the groups.
That's the thing, they will always be remembered as the
28
first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With all gamers in with the lead, a chance to be one win away from making it to the playoff stage. And well, I would say maybe if Heretics had seen the result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more confident.
Yo, आज नो के काल टिक पे स्ट्रीम नहीं हो रही, कुछ सीन हो रहा है, लैग हो रही है, reconnect हो रहा है, इसलिए की जगह स्ट्रीम कर रहा है.
Or they're going to have to face an MIBR who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent. And I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game, which I'll be honest, if they play like they did, I don't think they're going to be in.
No. No, not at all. For Team Heretics, a 2-round gap as we come in to half number 2. A recovery needed, perhaps. Now that they can put the pressure on, the tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy, nice start onto Kira. Nice shot on
Nice shot, sir.
Looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Nice shot.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and
Heretics
follow-up to
momentum,
level up
I
this
don't know
map after
how.
being
They're playing so
desperately far
bad.
behind.
Could be.
Well, Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance
winnable नहीं लग रहा मुझे.
just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Riens. He is low on HP,
nice.
but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Fang now in a 1v5.
Fanger कर सकता.
And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it. Riens isn't even going to give him anything. And just smart play from the initiator, sitting back, and even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Oh. At least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well.
MIB का क्या हुआ? MIB 2-0 जीत के G dominate हो गई. MIB ने G को पुश कर दिया बहुत ही खराब.
That steamroll.
वो मेरा order आ गया.
Can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Riens, but that's the thing. You have to imagine it because we're not seeing it just yet.
Yeah. You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet. Hello. That's a lot of players has been spotted, but they continue to try and aggress versus it. A little bit risky, considering they now could just leave. They could just fall back to push through the smoke. Looking to try and follow them, but if they run even for a second, the steps would be heard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
Yeah, so one rifle recovered. But what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. Not at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next. Fight for Benji. 1 shot, all he needs. Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map. For Heretics, like we said, coming to this event to defend the title, it's not off to a great start.
No. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to win the EWC trophy for a second time?
Retrieving thorn trap.
Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket map competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself 2 as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A 3rd in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure. That time ticking. He has to find him. They can play Ring a Rosie or just take him down. 8-7 now. Team Heretics in the lead.
Yeah, a huge bonus round victory. More importantly, Woot getting those additional kills, allowing him to get the showstopper. Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get seized in the corner. I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see,
Cashin.
The confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping from Heretic's fingers. They now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive side because, well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
Always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only 1 round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close. Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle.
Tira pe hero ka na, please.
What's A?
Not
but I do
doable.
think in this round, like, for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, with Kira down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack-up of players, they managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9 or something like that. Like, he was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rienz. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped, no matter how they're performing on that side. He's also a player I don't feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. I'm just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill on Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoias. I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Glass cannon up as well.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on. You make noise, you group up. They get a whiff of it, there's going to be a rocket coming your way.
This is something Heretics do quite regularly. They go wall hunting. They like to just remove that piece of utility, and it forces rotations. I just look already. Like, GRQ has had to go all the way back to the C site just to try and help out. They don't have any intentions of going in that direction. Now it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not
Dambian Company versus International Chokers.
He doesn't have any shields to play with. And he's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A site completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open, because it's not anymore.
They do.
The op's going to be forced back. As you said, the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rienz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped. Now he can't see a damn thing, and Woot rips Kira out of the round. Great response from Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. Revealed him while flying through the air, so while being blinded, just gets decimated. It's a good start, but
Dambi can really go back to his prime. His
Neon
neon isn't completely gone. I agree.
Does a lot of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. And it might have been a quiet game from Boo, but if he's winning you rounds,
a masterful play. The second that you saw the Nightfall go out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well.
वो पीक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था क्योंकि उनको पता था कि अगर वो ट्री पे नहीं है तो वो ड्रॉप ही होगा तो उसका 2v1 हो जाता
Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance. It's a shame because the paranoia was good, but it didn't seem to matter too much. Wu has gone from being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off the head of all gamers. And well, now there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy. And Woot goes into the next with a showstopper because he's built up all of those orbs. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. And a few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers, that this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient, and Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half.
There.
You can see it. No walls spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there, so maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
No chance ATL can cut up from this.
Fungear's very lucky, didn't swing deeper into that angle. They were ready and waiting. 3 players staring at him, and the jump out was a huge mistake. That's what he didn't notice on the first swing. Good job from Kira. Koshmaris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. Flank around by GRQ. It's being watched, and Rien's pixel perfect on the shot. Showstopper can't even land in time, and Shrimp is gone. This was the full buy for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out. A very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but none quite like this just yet.
They need the money.
They need whatever they can get at this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Arians is actually going to box Kira into position. There really is nowhere left to go. Can he hold on to the gun? That's a nice shot, but doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B, and it's definitely not walking into Woot. The disparity between his first half and second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive, but I think either 1 or 2 kills away from being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, considering where we started. This whole series has been like that, though. I feel like no performance can keep up from half
strong
to
start,
half.
Strong finish.
Yeah, yeah. But this
Woot
is the
bookend.
Yeah, no, he's the walls closing in on AG. And at this point, it is starting to feel like an inevitability. But, you know, I said that before, and we ended up 13-11.
It'd be a great time for a pause right now, actually. This would be a really good time for all gamers to take a pause.
I feel like the scoreline's too close. At this point, you have to just let it run the distance, you know?
I want to know what inspiring words are coming through from the coaching staff, because whatever it was on map 1 that didn't work,
Yeah,
it brought them back from 12-5 to, unfortunately, 12-11 and then tasting defeat.
Yeah.
But they did manage to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like, it's felt like in the second half, there has been no chance of them winning a round. Like, obviously, the Boo 1v2 was their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack side, 0 opportunities or mistakes left for the defense. But hey, 12-5. They managed to win 6 in a row. Well, they only need 5 to get to OT.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the attack side, though, where they came in with a much more clear direction.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite
If they get to OT from here,
hey, look,
they will
the
win.
details here, they're doing the same thing. They might not be on the red side, but they are attacking, pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round knowing we lose this, it's over. We make one mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B side. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A with ease, and instead they stood and waited. Rien's again, dealing death and dishing it out at plenty. All gamers.
Oh my
Clean
God.
shots,
The question is, can you
एक
get the
जगह पे
ace to close it out?
4 कहीं
Because I don't think they can win it anymore.
Well, Woot was making a comeback to
हो गया,
try
खत्म हो
and
गया.
take the top of the board.
GG's.
Unfortunately, Rienz has made sure that there is absolutely no chance, unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Rienz dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the clearance of the site. And now Bai is all that remains. Rienz has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons. But you've already heard the Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry, and he does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift, but he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough. Step through the thorns would have been the end, and there it is. Boo with the wall bang to close us. 13-7, and our title defenders off to a good start. It was a little bit shaky, but the series is under their belt.
It's been a very weird game. Map
who
number
is
1
the
looked like they were
ideal
gonna win
of
dominantly.
Team Heretics?
Map number 2, they got dominated. And then map number 3,
I
it
think
looked
Boo.
like they were going to lose. And then they kind of win dominantly because of that 8-0 second half. It has been a peculiar day. But ultimately, for Heretics, they got the victory. And that's all they're going to care about. They go into a matchup, I believe, versus MIBR, which on paper sounds like an absolute banger.
Well, for Team Heretics, I had questions about them coming in, how they'd perform on this stage after London, and now I have more questions. What I saw here today made me confused, but oddly hopeful for what Heretics can do. Here to defend a title and starting it off with success. 1 away from playoffs. It's a good run for Heretics, but hey, listen, I think they might have given Weber a little bit of stress there.
Yeah, for sure. I think all gamers as well, a good opportunity for them in the lower bracket, but that's enough from us, Mitch. I think we've talked too much already, and a man who, he's waving at me because I'm not allowing him to, okay, take it, Degon, take it.
Thank you very much. You know, it's like, hey, come on, man. You casted. The second series is already over on the B stream. We already know who won. Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. Yes, it is Team Heretics getting it together after a slow first half on that map 3, after losing their own map pick on Ascent in map 2. They get themselves together and look like the title defenders that they are. Get the job done against AGAL 2-1 in the Group D opener. Degon here alongside Kakuka and Big Time to break that last one down. And it took a little while. It wasn't looking good at the beginning of Lotus, but they lock down and show the grit that's necessary.
I gotta say, I was worried for them in this first half. It was 7-5 to AG, and it should have been more. The amount of times that Heretics came back from these deficits, I feel like they were getting cooked in A main. I thought, wow, this is not a strong map for them from a macro perspective. Then the half flips, and that's when it really begins for Team Heretics. You just see them heat up on that attacker side. It's so smooth from them, and I think they showed why they were able to lift that trophy last year. Being able to bounce back and show that resilience is truly the mark of winners.
You say they turn up. I think Wood decided to turn the monitor on and decided, no, this is not going to go your way. Both of the opponents in their group are going to be very, very hard. As Tom was saying, against MIBR is going to be absolutely crazy. Of course, we will have to put MIBR as the favorites after the performance that they just had against Global Esports. But for Team Heretics, there's many more things that you will learn from losses than you learn from victories. And at the end of the day, my man showed up. My man showed up. When it mattered most, Rian showed up. That's what matters.
Bald Rien's, again, showing up huge here. No hair needed, whatever. He did fantastic, especially down that stretch, closing out that final round, hunting for the ace, but ended up...
he was visibly pissed when he was...
Yeah, he was annoying. you heard it.
He was perfect.
Guys.
But I think that's good, given the fact that around halftime, they looked a little dejected. They looked like, we can't find any way to get any sort of traction going here.
Yeah, I'm very much so. I really do. I think it shows their class that they're able to have such a dominant second half after what we saw at the start. And like I say, being able to win these tough games shows that experience. It really shows how far they can go in this tournament. Not every win has to look beautiful, guys. Sometimes it can look a little bit ugly. That's okay. It's that opener here at the EWC. We can only see them grow from here.
We always have very short memory when it comes to tournaments, but if we actually think about the Esports World Cup last year for Team Heretics, they were on the brink of elimination constantly. And it was actually Rian's clutching a 1v2, the most insane round that you would never think you would get. He would get it, and he would keep Team Heretics alive. So it's good to see that it's a team effort in this time around. And for the side of all gamers, seriously, they put up such a great fight. I think that they have a great chance against you.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, again, the fact that the other series, we don't know what to make of it in terms of MIBR and Global Esports. Was it a bad day for Global? Did MIBR finally have all the firepower working and they were that good? And then you look at this matchup, I think AGL acquit themselves so well. These might be the two favorites to make it on out of the group, just based off of how the series went.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it for sure. I was pretty impressed overall by all gamers today. I feel like they showed that they can hang individually. GRQ especially, when he was on that Phoenix. Give me more of that Phoenix, man. I was so impressed by it. But I also think that game planning was pretty solid. Yes, they fell to Heretics, but Heretics are a great team.
So do you think that if instead of Lotus, we would have gone to another map, let's say Sunset, and they would have stuck to that Phoenix, do you think that we would have seen all gamers getting the W? Because I think it's pretty possible.
Well, we'll answer that question in just a bit, because standing by right now with Janero is the victorious Rians. Take it away, Jenny.
Thank you, Digon. Rians, congratulations on locking this one out. You gave us a little bit of a heart attack here and there. You had to make it go all the way to 3 maps.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, first map, I think we got to come back a little bit, you know, on defense. And after the map, Wood said, we need to make it entertaining, you know? And then second map, I mean, obviously, I'm just joking, but like, they played well. I don't think we played like really bad, but they were just better, I would say. And it was like small margins, you know? And then on the third one, I think we just played clean, on attack especially. And yeah, it was a good game.
You managed to bring it back, and coming into this event in general, you guys are the title holders. You need to defend that title. So this was maybe a little bit of a hiccup, a slower start. Moving forward, what are you going to be focusing on to make sure you get to that final?
I mean, as usual, just focusing on ourselves, you know, playing good as a team and individually, like being on point. I think it's important, but most importantly, like as I told you, it's just playing as a team and like trusting your teammates and stuff, you know. And that's what we're going to focus on. And that's what I'm going to focus on individually as well. So yeah, hopefully we can get to final again.
Not hopefully. You have to like say it with confidence. Say it again.
We will get to final.
All right, that's what I want to hear. But I also want to talk about your individual performance, because you're bounced so far back while he was blind, he didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening.
but that was rough. Again, weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah,
he
that is tragic.
And sucks for him. The Sky Flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for Noman, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake, because now they're in this position where they could have won it out. They could have done some serious damage. And 2 ults online for XLG.
What was bro thinking? Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG, and they are in the hole. At least by this time on Breeze, mates had gotten a couple rounds in. XLG still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will be
Gentlemen are dominating.
Anything, does clear the site, so minimum value is still there. Full retake now from Gentlemates.
Full retake, but no man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can. Using the satchel, but he's caught off guard. Bibbo getting that pick, and the retake starts here for mates.
Overdrive in. Full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Stars are finally full. Second death so far in this entire half. Through the wall, though. A little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he even realizes that's been happening. But poor Brox, low HP, but lower HP is Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only Happy Way, and he's got way too much to do on the other side of the smoke. Is all 4 from Gentlemates. And Happy Way only gets 1.
Again, the rotations. They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They were so ready, holding that smoke, not overextending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again, another round here for Gentlemates, and it's starting to run away here. Not a single round for Sheila. This is looking really rough. They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire, at least being in tradable positions. But the good thing is, the operator online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite everything else. But right now, you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about.
Must die. Ah.
Playing with the door here.
Energy aa gayi.
Raga blades out. Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
Really quick about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first pick onto No Man. That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't get picked off or spammed.
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though.
This should have been it. Actually, Team Heritage should have 2 old. उसका बहुत खराब गया ना Heaven. 10 months. Oh. Ish, lad. No idea. Oh, no idea कौन था. We're watching EWC. G2 का मैच देखने में अच्छा लगता है, लाइक G2 की स्ट्रैट्स बहुत अच्छे होता है. It's really fun to. Do 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 do. Ability, dedication. What? मला कैसे नहीं वो. यार do 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 do. We are almost. वो मला कैसे नहीं हुआ. Wow. Oh my god, it's so insane. No game sound. क्या what? No game sound? Oh lol. Wait, let me see.
Because I know that.
अब आ जाने.
No, I thought it was Cypher Wasteland, but no. The one is good.
The voice line is bodies decompose after 12 hours.
Oh, the.
Do. By the way, Neville, welcome to the stream, buddy. क्या scene? लॉल तब से म्यूट था. नहीं मैंने अभी वो स्क्रीन चेंज किया ना, इसलिए लाइक जब मैं EWC की शॉर्ट पड़ी तब बहुत आवाज़ आती है, खाली ये म्यूट था.
Obsolete.
डी खाली डेथ मैच म्यूट था, वॉच पार्टी में जा रही थी बस.
Futile.
Ooh.
Deficient.
और तीन जगह से हो गया अभी बहुत.
Go away.
Live.
10 kills remaining. Just die.
लेफ्ट राइट हो गया भाई पूरा. सामने से तो मार दो यार.
Redundant. Five kills remaining.
Oh my god, it's so insane.
Shame. Down.
Oh my god, it's insane.
One kill remaining. This is it. One left.
यार बहुत श्योर ट्रेनिंग ड्रिल्स मैं कोवैक्स करता हूँ. प्लेलिस्ट है कोवैक्स की, कोवैक्स करता हूँ. डेथ मैचेस खेलता हूँ 5 to जितने खेल सकता हूँ, मिनिमम 5. अब तो लाइक 2-3 दिन से नहीं कर पा रहा, लेकिन यूजुअली वही होता है. डेथ मैचेस कोवैक्स और रेंज थोड़ा सा. कोवैक्स एम ट्रेनिंग होता है, ऐप है. एम लैब्स भी कर सकते हो आप.
Deficient. That's one way of getting what you want, I suppose. I'll take it.
KOVAAKS. एक और हो जाएगी, वो पता है मुझे. अच्छा स्पेलिंग में बोला कि नहीं आइडिया आपको. बट लाइक विच इज़ बेटर, कोवैक्स और एमलैब? मैं कोवैक्स प्रेफर करता क्योंकि मेरी प्लेलिस्ट कोवैक्स में है, लेकिन अगर आपको मिल रही है एमलैब्स पे अच्छी प्लेलिस्ट, आप एमलैब्स कर ले, इतना कुछ फ़र्क नहीं है. मैकेनिक्स तो सेम ही है सब. बोथ विल हेल्प.
Match found.
हाँ तो बोलते आप एमलैब से चालू करो. कोवैक्स थोड़ा सा एडवांस्ड वाला वर्जन है. कोवैक्स से चालू करो, फिर कोवैक्स अगर सॉरी एमलैब से चालू करो जो फ्री है वो एमलैब से. कोवैक्स से आपको पे करना पड़ता है. तो मैं तो एमलैब से पे करूँगा अगर आप अभी चालू करो तो. कोवैक्स बस और डिटेल्ड है सब. So what training do you do a lot in Kovacs? Flicks की practice करता हूँ. Fast flicking, precise flicking, static. Like मेरा tracking और वो सब हो गया है. जो मेरे target scores है, अभी मैं flick tech के target scores try कर रहा हूँ. तो flick tech के target scores हो जाए, उसके बाद मैं dynamic clicking करूँगा. Flick tech के complete करना मुश्किल है. Like for precision stable aim, yes. Precision stable aim and yeah, fast flicks. Stable aim is target switching. Precision and speed होती है usually flip pick में.
Dominating.
Crouch कर लिया उसने. लाइक मेरा एम अभी बहुत ज़्यादा शेकी है और विफी है, सो मेरा हर बार वन में हार जाता हूँ. शेकी एम के बहुत सारे रीजन होते हैं. या मुझे लगता है सबसे कॉमन रीजन होता है कि आप अपना माउस बहुत टाइटली ग्रिप करते हो, इससे बहुत टाइट और शेकी हो जाता है. मैं बोलूँगा थोड़ा सा लूज ग्रिप रखो, और जैसे कि आप एग को जितना जोर से पकड़ सकते हो ना एक, ताकि वो टूटे ना. समझो कि आपका माउस एक एग है, बस उतना ही जोर से पकड़ो ताकि वो टूटे ना. आई थिंक वो अच्छा एक वो होता है, पॉइंट होता है टेंशन मैनेजमेंट का. मोस्टली शेकी टेंशन मैनेजमेंट की वजह से होता है. अभी गेम टाइट करो, ग्रिप दिखाता हूँ, टाइट करता हूँ. जब हैंडल पे आन दो. मार दो यार.
Omen's gone. You're finished. Stand aside. Neutralized.
हाँ बेटो के फास्ट लिक्स में टाइट ग्रिप बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. यस, टेंशन मैनेजमेंट बेसिकली आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आप कब आपको स्लो रखनी है, कब आपको फास्ट करनी है. लेकिन अगर आप पूरे टाइम फास्ट रखोगे तो हाथ जल्दी टेंस हो जाएगा, लेकिन शेकी भी उसको होता है.
Enemy down.
Kills remaining.
What? What do you prefer? What drills make the tension management better? Smoothness tracking. Smoothness tracking करोगे, ट्रैकिंग में टेंशन मैनेजमेंट बेटर होती है आपकी. ट्रैकिंग और टारगेट स्विचिंग से चालू करो आप. और जब ट्रैकिंग और टारगेट स्विचिंग करते हो ना, तब आप अपनी एक जो फायर बटन है ना, इधर तो होता है फायर बटन, एक कीबोर्ड पे कीबैंड रखो, इसकी मेरा कंट्रोल है फायर बटन. तो जब ट्रैकिंग और टेंशन टारगेट स्विचिंग करते हो ना, तब आप ये वाला फायर बटन यूज़ करो, आप कीबोर्ड वाला फायर बटन यूज़ करो, ताकि आपका नेचुरल हाथ मूव रहेगा ट्रैक और वो करते हुए. क्योंकि आप फायर करते करते उसमें ना ट्रैक करोगे, आपको नॉर्मली आपको करना है. टेंशन मैनेजमेंट वैसे सीखनी है आपको. बहुत लोग एक गलती करते हैं कि फायर बटन यूज़ करते हैं. ओ यार क्या एक्सप्लेन अगेन समझो जब आपको टारगेट स्विचिंग और ट्रैकिंग करनी है ठीक है स्मूथनेस के लिए और टेंशन मैनेजमेंट के लिए तो जब आप ये करते हो ना तब आपको माउस बटन से फायर नहीं करना है आपको कोई कीबोर्ड पे कीबाइंड रखो फायर करने की और वो पूरे टाइम होल्ड करके रखो और आपका माउस ये वाले माउस बटन्स को आपको यूज़ नहीं करना है फायर करते हुए जब आप टास्क कर रहे हो आपको पूरे टाइम वो कीबाइंड दबा के रखनी है और आपको बस हाथ मूव करना है अपना पूरे टाइम शूट करते रहना होता है उस सब ऐसे टास्क में टारगेट स्विचिंग में भी एंड ट्रैकिंग में भी बहुत लोग क्या करते हैं कि ये वाले फायर बटन से माउस बटन से फायर करने लग जाते हैं तो उनका पूरा टेंशन मैनेजमेंट फक हो जाता है इन गेम एज वेल नहीं जस्ट इन कोवैक्स खाली कोवैक्स में कोवैक्स में जब स्पेसिफिकली टारगेट स्विचिंग और ट्रैकिंग के टास्क में ऐसे करना होता है बाकी क्लिकिंग में तो नॉर्मली आपको जैसे करते हो वही करना होता है चालू हो गए गेम हेलो मस्ती नहीं हुई चालू अभी तक होने वाली है
It's incredibly scary.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here for our final opening match of EWC 2026 and G2 going head to head. G2 taking Breeze. So Breeze going to be in there.
To smoothen my hand, yes. Smoothness और target switch में आपको stop करना पड़ेगा और hold करना पड़ेगा तो उससे tension management में अच्छा काम आता है वो.
Leaving up a couple more splits still in there.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I
Do you know about the previous history of Nongshim on
आप कोई YouTube पे search करोगे अच्छी target switching और tracking के लिए सब मिल
They play
जाएगी.
Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim
will
be a very, very interesting map because
Gold tag पे भी जा सकते हो.
And it's split. Okay.
That's so
this
different from what we've been
different.
getting. Yeah. No, Haven, thank you so much for every team that doesn't choose Haven. I love you. Seriously, thank you. I was gonna say for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor, and then like Viper Astra. I believe that is like on the mix there. There's it's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it.
Did they win?
They won. That's the thing, it baffles me. So
if the other team has a massive hollow name, pues you will have to go, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love to go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best set up for that. So we do have the Aiden select coming in now, and it's a swap for the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a Harbor there. It's an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see what Chogimo is going to be doing here as we have to wait for things to settle down. Extros, how much do you rate it, especially considering the ones that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like Extros on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. It does look like Danby's going to be sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogimo is not on the Neon. No. It's Baby Bay, and now they play without the Sentinel because Baby Bay was playing Vice. I think that he's doing it for us, guys. He knows that we're watching.
It's Baby Bay going
Neon.
on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2 and Nongshim Red Force on Breeze for the first time here at EWC. On the call, it's Achilles and Paper Thin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
No, I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching Valorant on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-plant heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova. You've got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get those sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case. Nongshim spreading out in a 3-2 formation.
Make sure to hit the like button, and अगर आप नए हो आपने सब्सक्राइब नहीं करा सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार, देरी किस बात की? We're just 7 subs away to hit 200.
Probably assuming that that very well could be. Dombi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis only seeing Valen. That's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
Yep.
This is a sprint forward, quick little glance over, maybe spot out some of the players here on Nongshim.
Cut kiya, sound cut kiya.
A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB.
Got tucked in.
And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Struggle is going to be taken down. Relay bolt into the corner. Has him stunned up and will slide in. And Baby Bane's going to be able to find one. But Ivy comes away.
Ivy got 3.
This Baby Bane's just not going to be fast enough to strike him down. The swing out. Francis already has him dispatched.
बहुत मुश्किल था वहाँ पे जाना.
Pistol going the way of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here, it's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Dombi, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive, the way he creates space. But it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those back lines, along with Francis, doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that going back to Santiago, Ivy was the one that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their win, with their lift of the trophy.
Good eco,
a full-out fight here.
Good eco, sorry. Good anti-eco.
Very much the ones limping away.
I don't think they'll lose one.
Will get taken down. Francis. A quick turn to the side. Put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of timing as Valen through shot.
They lost.
As Leaf will be able to hold his own.
Now good eco.
Bandit chance to get some more damage through. If he can click some heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion. 3 players surviving. Key weaponry going to be carried over, and a 2-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, a couple little nice moments from G2 in this one. A little setup there to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out. And getting that early kill onto Xros, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage, obviously. You know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2, one that made them bleed for the first time at that tournament. Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semi-final. Meanwhile, drone is going to be sent forward. Francis.
Neon was fake hai wahan pe. Baby Bay is just faking it. B. And they'll probably go A.
They've gotten an idea
really good
that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push-up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fake pretty well here for the team. Will find themselves a fairly open site. So Plant can come in, but Nongshim are going to be very quickly wrapping around the back of this through that main as Ivy
anti-bonus.
A little bit further towards the attack spawn.
Playing a sacrificial piece with a phantom is insane. I don't agree with that.
4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one. Damby setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Wall's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical missed timing. He does look back at the moment. Still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately G2 able to find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now.
I don't think
with an opportunity to get some damage here.
Never
But
mind.
no, Whiffy on the spray. Trent surviving, still very healthy. As that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up. Even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. Positionings there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here, back and forth, as Nongshim is going to use Amalia to try to contest this orb, as Exros has been newly kind of anointed as the secondary duelist for Nongshim. You know, behind Dombi, who has been back on permanent Neon duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team, so a decision that kind of, I think, makes sense overall. Francis is very flexible, very good, no matter what you throw him on. But Exros, you want to get that firepower to play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key
No,
reasons
but possible
why
नहीं है, 2 map तो
tournament.
होंगे लगेंगे
Is Phoenix very palpable here within the qualifier, but maybe he's going to be able to strike a little bit faster. Francis trades it back, but then gets traded out. As Valen will come away with that second kill, so player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Downbeat collects a Vandal.
Possibly नहीं है, 2 map तो लगेंगे, minimum 2 map लगेंगे. उसके बाद फिर भी break लेके 12 बजे stream करूँगा.
Giacomo does get caught by the relay bolt, going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there.
got this.
Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner.
इनका echo आता रहेगा.
Find maybe a additional little lick of damage.
और late कर दे चलेगा, मैं आ जाऊँगा. जब जैसे खत्म होगी वैसे आ जाऊँगा.
Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time.
बहुत easy था. और feeling का real G2 dominate कर देगी. क्या लगता है guys?
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map. They've got some really neat, you know, kind of setups that they're running. We're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you would expect from this team. Well rehearsed, well drilled. Dombi's been playing a lot of operator during his free time. I've been seeing him posting a lot of clips on his social media, but right there, can't connect with the shot, and that's pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer. Could have maybe avoided that danger of Leaf at the very end, but an extra layer for G2 because you couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it. Spam shots out, no connections found.
But G2's been playing the beginning of the round the same way. Being patient.
No, so that's possible
looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which,
1 घंटे में नहीं खत्म हो गए.
Down on this shop side, footsteps being made. Valent still able to get the weapon out. Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out.
Clean.
Does manage to get a decent
Cleanly हो
amount of
जाएगा
damage.
ये वाला round तो.
Trent.
वो नहीं हुआ.
Downbeat with one.
Bro.
Now with a second. And 2 steps finishes off Leaf.
We're going to plant नहीं किया.
But it's Ivy here. Early damage suffered. Just chuck the Guardian over to the side. Collects a Phantom. As the lurk forward into mid, this allows for Downbeat to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on a main.
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Dombi, but get a one tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a real shot.
Going for it. Jogger's down to 5. A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down, and Dombi has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's really just good game planning so far from G2. They've clearly kind of identified and read some of what Nongshim is going to be wanting to do on this map, and yeah, it shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. Take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into Exros a little
international
bit, as well as
जीतेगी ये
establish some
match.
presence on the
Yeah,
map to set up
Dambi and
and
friends.
play their style of game. So it's kind of two things at once that G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far. Once we've gotten to these rifle rounds, and they're on the move again. They're going to use the no command to thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates.
Oh, Leaf to gaya, Leaf to gaya.
RB one away.
Can he get one?
Scale forward. It's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own.
When को पूरा A मिल गया and they know they have to push city. They have to push city. Push city. पूरा they don't have any space. Nice, good plan.
In front of the wall, Downbeat gonna still go sliding across, but
Ooh,
just use that wall
GG
against
था
him, and
उसका.
ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advance going to be re-established.
Easy है G2 play around.
Fall around the corner, no one there to receive that.
They have to win these gunfights. They have a better pool.
Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from
मैंने Ivy को नहीं देखा.
Lurk back through Nest, catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent just going to be suffering some damage. The baseboard now all down to Jogamo, swings the corner.
Good retake by Ivy ने पूरा game निकाल दिया.
Big bullshit.
Ivy नहीं होता, we could have won.
Tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so
G2 could
Nongshim
have won.
finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well.
I will spot भी नहीं हुआ था. Why was?
And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized
Baby
here,
aware क्यों नहीं था?
maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards
Ivy के
Valent,
बाद.
leaving him
वो
all on his
spot
lonesome.
नहीं हुआ था.
G2
खाली
tries to
4
fan
बंदे
out,
spot
tries
है.
to put players in
दो तीन ही
individual
हुए थे.
positions to succeed, and this time around Nongshim able to win some of those battles.
Bro,
they're able to hang on to most
Nongshim
of their
have
ults.
4
Just had
crazy
Exhaust
ults.
is used in that previous
It's their
one.
round.
So you
4-3.
got everything in the kitchen sink as Nongshim.
सारी की सारी important
G2's
ults हो गई.
economy
कोई भी
into the
फालतू
gutter.
ults नहीं है.
Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
बहुत ही अच्छा mid control है इसके पास.
Rough go over
If they
that,
just
that previous round loss. Leaf with a very clean
Ooh,
shot. Baby
nice crossfire.
Next Ross gonna be taken down as well. Stinger be damned.
Plant
Don't even
हो
need to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles. Looking clean as all hell.
They have to save now.
Now, given that your other player is a world away, RB
You
is calling
don't
for
push
this
when you
save,
have
so we'll
4
just be
ults for
backed up
retake.
silently
Why would
out
you
of this
push?
site. G2
मुझे
once
समझ में
again
नहीं आ रहा ये
establishing a lead for themselves. They
3
don't have to
का
commit
क्या
much
scene
of
था.
anything to this.
No, not at all.
And how did don't know
Probably
कि
just
पूरा
talking
cross
a
कर
little
चुका
bit
है
here
already
is
Neon.
Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dombi. Okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1
Guys, जो भी
on
stream
the
देखा है
slide.
already hit the like and
he's
sub
usually pretty
और
good for it, at
अगर
least able
आप
to do some
नहीं
damage. But
किक
then
पे तो हो ही
the
नहीं
fact
रही.
that G2 has
YouTube
layers
पे हो रही है
behind it
guys
to
like and
cover,
sub जल्दी जल्दी
the
कर दो.
attempted re-aggression towards what Dombi started. And then it was just shut right down because G2, again, playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again, an immediate change up from G2 from what they saw in the previous round. They're a little bit more thoughtful early here. And then they get a big push out in towards mid quickly.
Nongshim Red Force का easy round था 4 ults पे इन्होंने throw कर दिया mid push करके. And how did they not know?
Yeah.
Game पे
trying
जाने
to
ना
utilize to
पड़ा.
tie this up once again.
What is
G2 able to get into a post plan? That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits.
Baby अच्छा खेल रहा है यार.
For now, just some mid presence, but Downbeat okay.
Nice
I think
shot.
just spam through the wall. Maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as
Jogamo का downfall चल रहा है.
still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Cross has pulled off this angle though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A, but he's already tucked way back. Doesn't want to try to fight at the point of attack. Coming as the Sova, he could be, ripe to the picking from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a spot out. Hunter's Fury
Full
available
fire.
to try to just slow things down and
Full retake.
will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. And ultimately
half
going to be
X.
expended. Trench is
हो
going to be hit
गया
the one
Trent को एक
time.
hit लगा.
Next Ross trying to work
Will
his
he
way
clear?
forward. He
Yes,
has to check
he
this
will.
corner. Swings
Yep.
in, does so.
Obviously he will.
Gorgeously, as Leaf will fall. Full flash
Valen
connected
को
on a Valen
wait.
going deep enough. Now the overdrive is going to be popped as Baby Bay frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all
Indeed.
this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Valen just
हाँ,
able to find
इनको
the one
जीतना ही
before
था
getting
एक
taken
round को.
down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4.
Indeed.
And as that wall falls, so two
जीतना
shells
ही था.
in.
They
Francis will
have
find it.
fused
Nongshim will tie it
2
up again.
ults. I guess more than
now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves
why would he
early.
push mid?
And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake. Xros, great job checking that corner. And then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure.
Oh my god, it's so insane.
We're going to go. Contestant towards B, Ivy.
Well, it might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim, but also a big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main, but instead pushes forward.
Nongshim kya kar rahi hai? Through kiya Ivy ne?
So now the pit gone. Plant will come through. RB very quickly slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side. Jump up over the top.
Nice shot,
As RB is able to find two. Valen as well, drilling in the grave. While Bang shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Is Dambi tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Kerpal ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Dambi has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Dambi stopping him from getting any additional charges in.
भाई जो आईवी हग रहा है ना इतना और सब डाम्बी लोग सब इतना वो कर रहे हैं कवर अप किया क्या प्यारा वाला
And this is one of these rounds that just makes you so
इतना खराब है डाम्बी ने यहाँ पे
because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim, it's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall, gets RB up on top there. He gets 2 kills. Then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself. Then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it. He's very aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut it down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
I'll wait for confirmation, but this feels like a timeout. At least a pause of some kind.
Pause of some kind is crazy.
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1, but you don't want Nongshim to start running away with this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. You still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from having both that Cosmic Divide as well as the null command online. So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or whether Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
I don't know Nongshim कैसे जीती है early rounds G2 इतना अच्छा खेल रही है and postman थक देती है
these timeouts even when it's close
Nongshim G2 is so bad in the postman
very important because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Nice
That
flash.
gives over a ping off that recon.
Oh,
playing forward, the slide in, and that Kerpal hits everyone! Xros able to break 2, and suddenly it is just Leap left alive. Taps the door, does get stunned up.
Oh my.
It's back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim.
बहुत ही प्यारा micro था वो.
Shutting down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for. And this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Dambi gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid, gets revealed there, and then slowly, but still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
When you see Dambi that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So that felt like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right. Does feel like that. You get a couple spots there with that knife, though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but Nongshim, again, going to go for that long spawn flank.
One more 5v5 retake.
Retake to go. Worked the treat a few rounds ago.
Oh, Viper is
if they can get this one available, but with that pit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
X-Cross
pe everything that they've got.
Phoenix ult.
Now set up to try the delay. Null command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Xros would love to get back into this position, but cannot.
It was really good timing. Yep.
Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through. Dambi going to be caught in the edge. Find himself a second swap. Classic gets a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit, and he will quickly fall. And now it's just X-Raw's having to backpedal away, try to hold on to his weapon. Baby Bay trying to play this one in. Has to kill the Jogamo. Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely swatted in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from Nongshim in a very similar retake. They've got to run it back. They're going 4-man through spawn, and they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the no command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier, but a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies, with the grav well, to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways, and in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage.
Nice hold aim
on the side of G2.
मुश्किल होता है aim control रखना उधर से.
Just
until that.
Yeah.
काफी
yeah,
यूज कर ली.
Didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus
फिर भी
Viper v Viper.
Nongshim at first has a util advantage, space advantage,
other than revealing
numbers
each other's position.
ulti advantage.
Nongshim re-clearing mid.
On paper, NLS should win this round.
Aggressive push. It's going to be Leaf
now
again.
It depends on the
potentially to try to square up against Dombi. Leaf. They're gonna slow.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position. It feels like yes, he absolutely has the second kill found.
Down Harbor online.
Only one nearby this A site.
Harbor wall.
Desperately needs some reinforcements. As we'll get the spot on the Jogamo. Swings in, takes the fight against Baby Bay, ends up winning that.
Nice shot. Dambi is just too good.
Kills now for Dambi. Tag down to
Dambi is just too good.
Somehow gotten them into an advantageous position. The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that reckoning sent towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of them, dodging it. Not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB. Try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valen and Trent just playing this one together.
Nice shot.
Able to find the first Ivy, finds
good
his
round
second, and somehow,
Dambi ne kya round nikala. Dambi streak was so
managed to
crucial.
close out the round and lock up a 2-round lead at the half.
जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को आप लाइक कर दो और अगर आप नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब कर दो हमारे बस 7 सब्सक्राइबर्स अवे फॉर 200 subs. Let's go. जल्दी सब कर दो guys.
Complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy play this really disciplined, really
5
nicely,
likes
did not give anything up
or
over
15
to G2.
likes.
A lot of players
Jल्दी
in that
like कर दो.
2v2, when you've got two players on your left-hand side of those pyramids, are going to swing and just try to go because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over, get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to reposition to isolate those fights a little bit
better. Good off by Nongshim. Really good off.
Damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge, but Nongshim still the very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC. You know, will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2. We'll see what Valen's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from this Astra to slow down these approaches. It's always a big gamble when you try to go for a comp swap like this.
And there were some definitely decent moments from the Astra, but I think personally, I was so, I guess maybe just
round
with,
बहुत
Valen's Harbor that
I'd
rather see that. I think he's so excellent on that agent that to me it's like almost his signature agent now because he's so creative, he's so smart with it. The way that he makes your life so miserable at the choke points on your way into B or A. He's really, really good with the timings and the decisions, and so, you know, maybe the Astra's still a little bit of, you know, kind of working out some of the ideas and the kinks a little bit. Still some really nice rounds, some really good adaptations from him and the team, but a tough map to go up against this Nongshim squad who has, especially when Dambi's playing like that.
Yeah.
अगर Dambi चल रहा है, Dambi company will win.
Well from the KO.
For
we
sure.
haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular, something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Domby's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You know, you identify, oh, there's both duelists up at.
Well, they're playing so disciplined. Nongshim Red Force
easy money.
Opposite
All did come in really valuable during that one round where they had the pit up as well. So some value being found. I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot more out of it.
Spot out here from Baby
Bro,
Bay.
Nongshim.
Unable to get those shots.
भाई वो तो बहुत crazy थी.
Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Jogamo just continuing to peek off
Nongshim
this
अच्छा खेल
corner.
रही है. Dambin company जीत रही है अभी.
But he can spot.
Valorant पे person नहीं Valorant की calls अच्छी होती है.
Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's just going to be Domby swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side.
Domby ना मान रहा.
Valorant is just going to be completely overwhelmed.
Sheriff के साथ.
his life for the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay
nice shot भाई. तीन sheriff इन पे.
Pistol collected now up
4 sheriffs इन पे. Holy.
Yeah, you just buy a bunch of sheriffs and put them in the hands of these guys, and they just go in there fearlessly.
ऐसे इनके sheriffs Ascension के time से मैंने Ascension पूरा देखा था जब ये लोग Sen Prisa Gaming के नाम से बोले जाते थे ना. तब मैंने Ascension देखा था. उन्होंने 4-4 के निकाले थे Francis Domby वो लोग ने.
I was like, oh man, if the timing here is wrong, and it was.
Sheriffs.
Then Valorant
eco
just,
rounds.
Domby's like, yeah, later, bro. I know they've got you dead to rights behind me.
Yep.
See ya.
Just playing the rest of them. 17-7-5 at the moment on that Neon. Ivy once again.
भाई इन्हें scope कर देगी भाई क्या मार रही है अभी.
Here from Nongshim giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push into mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through A main. Jogamo again down as well. Both of them down to 45. The Marshal now arriving. France is going to be stunned up, but they're right into the sidelines of X-Ross. Who will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to B. He cleans up Trenton Lee.
PRX कुछ नहीं कर पाई थी इसके सामने तो G2 तो almost same हाल होगा I guess. हाँ लेकिन जब PRX थी तब Neon nerf भी तो नहीं
Just
था.
as they're starting to get an idea, you know, Francis there makes
Dambi
contact,
nerf
does some
नहीं हुआ
damage,
था.
doesn't take too much
Dambi
himself.
nerf
It was
हो
only
गया
like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal.
Very interesting match.
Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
It's a ton of firepower here. Just that
बताने थे मुझे.
Hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands.
Yep.
As well.
X-Cross reveal
He's
हुआ
an
है.
excellent sniper, as we all know from.
They are playing so disciplined. क्या कर रहे हैं? अभी भी बकचोदी कर रहा. हाँ हाँ भाई.
I was like, no. Don't do
that
that.
one.
क्या हुआ वैसे बाहर का पिकल का? Outscene लग रहा है मुझे तो.
Just going to be grabbed here, X-Ross. One past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side.
Well, G2 is very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough.
हाँ, obviously 11-12 भाई.
Killing in this space behind them.
वैसे
Meanwhile,
भी
Damby just
बहुत
drawing
घूम
all
जाता
the
है यार.
attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then
तो
strikes.
उन्हें जा रही वो lol.
2 kills found.
अबे वो
What are you
chat
meant to do?
text कर
Other
रही
than
है
save,
अभी
but
group
they're still
पे.
working their way forward towards the site.
दूसरे वाले class
The
वाले.
2v4 is just now a 1v4. Even for a player of
Group
Leaf's
पे text आ रहा
caliber,
है उसके.
feels impossible with the way that Nongshim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched.
जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा मुझे लगता है फिर.
Push forward past this wall.
Finds him at Nest,
gets himself a 4K as Nongshim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted, and it's looking like this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from Nongshim.
Again, double digit पहुंच गई ना 10-5.
You almost feel like a broken record talking about this team, but he finds a little bit of an angle. He gets that opening kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through there. Sure, he gets hit, but that is exactly what Ivy needs to get in there and get those 2 kills. Because Domby's going to identify where both of them are. And Ivy cleaning up with the aim. 2 kills now behind Domby. 16 in that department. Things starting to look really dire for G2. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just Sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Extros will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy one away as well.
दो initiator पे info की कमी कैसे हो सकती है?
For G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here.
Knife use हो गया, recon use नहीं किया ना अच्छा
big
mid round के
ultimates in
लिए.
this next round most likely unless you can get this Thrifty to go.
Knife तो ऐसे wait out हो ही रहा है, तुम reuse करो इससे अच्छा तुम switch. You have to switch it up.
Forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy gonna be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. Extros ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing.
Nice shot, Ivy.
However, it's just going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy.
No way. वो stinger से ले पाते इतना दूर. Why did he even try?
Eco attempts here from G2. Just not really holding any water.
हाँ अच्छा बहुत नवनंक्षी बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है. Good macros, good agilling, good aim, सब on point.
And some magic.
Puzzle pieces are together. Abhi Nongshim.
Well, you know who's on the other side. Okay, we'll be able to sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi. Tap at the plant. We'll just get past this one over to Francis. Wanted to try to get his ult online. RB says, I'm a world away, so you get that plant, you take that fight. I'll take the kill. And Nongshim will take an 11th
international
win.
chokers for a reason.
Well, some nice little early ideas.
Dampi troll कर रहा है कसम से भाई. ये जो भी stream देख रहे हैं stream को like ठोको मुझे नहीं पता कैसे भी दबा दो यार. कितने like हो गए?
When they do find
10 like हो गए 15 करा दो.
Buying that extra time for the rest of the
जल्दी
team
like कर
to
दो.
get there to bail them out. And again,
और 7 subscribers चाहिए guys, कहीं से 7 subscribers ले आओ. आज 200 पे खत्म करते हैं stream. 200 subscribers पे खत्म करेंगे.
So good, it's good enough to win you a Masters.
Meanwhile, built up in the previous round, but never committed that. Run it back, still there. So we'll just take a pause in the action. We're grabbed here by Francis. Valen scaling forward. Will get slotted up into A lobby.
Well, Jagamo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife there might have saved G2 a little bit, potentially. As it did hit Exros, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like you're going to be on map point as G2. So, a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of Nongshim, I think, kind of a win here. Nongshim, though, waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf ready with the snake bite.
It sends it onto the corner instead of on the main, then that still means the floodgates are opened up here for Nongshim. And Dambi going to eat quite a bit of damage on that entryway, but Exros into the back of the side, still going to be able to find one before he gets snapped back by Trent, who does manage to find Dambi as well.
But Trent की तो शक्ल ही नहीं दिख रही.
But Ivy around the back.
Nice shot.
Does not check towards pillar. Trent comes away with another one.
He died.
Has been revealed.
No, he gets one more.
Finding Baby Bay Chocobo going to be cleaning up the enemy harbor. Takes it into a 2v2, the health advantage.
Big together.
Still going to be there, however, for Nongshim as Exros comes
nice
away
shot.
with 3K. And that is done now.
Hey, उसको शायद दिख रहा था उसका.
Oh, Trent.
Distract them down.
To being able to do something really
reveal ने
special
हक दिया.
here for
Trent
G2.
का reveal तोड़ना था किसी को.
He's one more kill away. He's
Or
able
nah,
to
he could have
slip
got
the
one
net.
more.
Trick Nongshim enough that they're not exactly sure when he repositions here. He doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But Exros. Phenomenal.
That's a good time.
Such a stellar young player. Think that he is a royal roader, comes in and immediately in his first year in Tier 1 goes up, wins a Masters. And that right there, folks, is why he is sharp as all hell.
Well, now the final timeout call to come through from G2. I have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys. Breeze is theirs.
Actually, मैं esports ज़्यादा नहीं देखता, पर इसमें कोई इंडियन टीम है क्या? हाँ, अभी ग्लोबल esports इंडियन टीम थी और वो बहुत ही खराब डोमिनेट होके हारी है. by आसपास and second की team
No, I had
MIBR
a lot
से
of hope after that first half
बहुत ही
that
खराब
they were
dominate हो
going
गई
to hang a
थी.
little bit
Like
more here in the second
ironically
half.
उसमें कोई
I
Indian
saw some
players
good
नहीं है.
ideas, some good thoughts, some good
लेकिन
counters.
Indian team proper Indian team वाली देखनी है तो नवंबर में एक टूर्नामेंट है Esports Nations Cup. उसमें टीम इंडिया पार्टिसिपेट कर रही है with all 5 players Indian with the coach Godspeed. वो भी इंडियन है. हेलेफ, वेंका, लाइटनिंग फास्ट, अपना गोलू लाइटनिंग फास्ट जो है जी भाष नहीं अभी तक एक मैच और बाकी है. एलिमिनेशन मैच है नेक्स्ट उसका. लाइटनिंग डीसी और एक और याद नहीं आ रहा मुझे. मैं एक और प्लेयर कैसे भूल गया. Yes.
Pray and pray.
ENCS.
The heavens listening. They reward
DC.
him with a kill.
500 कौन सा था?
Plan will come in. Hunter's Fury now to be sent. Trying
Venka.
to sound down Francis.
Lightning
but he's
fast.
still able to backpedal away. This gets
DC.
him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset.
Award. इस मैप के बाद मैप खत्म ही होने वाली है.
Trying to find a target.
3v3.
Over to the side, slides in.
Oh,
Ivy will
baby
sit him
winner
down. 7 health remaining. Sends out the pit.
मरा है तो
We'll be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner. Takes the fight. Takes Trent's life.
1v1. Francis, can you do it? You have art. अर्जुन बन गया ये. दोनों लो है. Nice shot. बहुत ही प्यारा लिया इसने. बहुत easily जीत गई है. Oh fuck, मैंने गलती से बंद कर दिया. Do. ये है Esports Nations Cup. वेंगा बोल दिया यार. लाइटनिंग फास्ट भी बोल दिया. हाँ होक्स. यस होक्स. होक्स टेक्नो लेकिन प्लेइंग फायर में थोड़ी है. होक्स टेक्नो. हाँ टेक्नो शायद प्लेइंग फायर में है. टेक्नो प्लेइंग फायर में है. होक्स नहीं है. हेलेफ आईजीएल है करंट. कैरमल. हाँ कैरमल भी है. यस याद आ गए. देखते हैं कैसी टीम. अभी मतलब उन्होंने हांगकांग को हराया, जापान से हारी, पाकिस्तान को हराया, एक दो और एशियन टीम्स को हराया फॉर क्वालिफिकेशन फॉर ईएनसी का मेन इवेंट. अब देखते हैं मेन इवेंट में कैसा परफॉर्म करेगी. अभी तक तो अच्छा खेल रही है. उनका अभी तक मैच चल रहा है.
Lysol still has to get through garage. 2 players waiting there for him.
गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम से स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया है तो. 5 लाइक्स टू गो गाइस जल्दी. यू कैन बी our 5th लाइक और 15 लाइक तक पहुंचा सकते हो इजी. और अगर आपने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया बस 6 मोर सब्सक्राइबर्स टू गो. हम किसी ने तो एक और सब्सक्राइब किया. 6 मोर सब्सक्राइबर्स टू गो. जल्दी सब्सक्राइब कर दो. वी आर गोइंग टू गेट टू 200.
I feel like we've seen these scenes before. I think
मुझे तो ये मैच पसंद ही नहीं है. चाइना के मैच कम देखता हूँ थोड़े से. अमेरिका स्पेसिफिक एंड ईयू के मैच ज़्यादा देखता हूँ फिर भी.
These kills. We need to ask them how much they regret putting Dambi off. Like, we could be having a way different story for the side of Nonshin. It is good to see that they can bounce back the way that they did. X-Ross as well, playing absolutely amazing. Ivy as well. I think that for all of them, seriously, they played very, very well, especially in the rounds that had the tiniest margins. There were not that many. I felt that they were very, very comfortable. Yes, we had a couple of this rounds that didn't make a lot of sense or ended up in very crazy clutches. But you see a non-shit that just bounces back every single time. Like, they were in control for the entirety of it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first half for sure was competitive. G2 weren't out the gate by any means, but they weren't always able to win this post plant. I think these guys, they know the harbor so well, but you're not winning those post plants. That would, that set piece that we just saw. X-Ross taking up the mantle of this Phoenix. He's great with it.
Look at this. I think that Jogama was having a difficult time with the KO, and this was one of the talking points going into this match. into this map specifically, sorry.
Yeah.
Jogamo not playing on the Duelist, him playing on the KO, and it's actually Baby Bay playing the Neon. It did not fare well. That is all that we're gonna say.
Yeah, we have to ask questions about the comps and roles here on G2. I get that they've not managed to lift trophies, so things have to change. You have to innovate. You have to keep pushing those boundaries. But is this the way we want to see it go? I can't say I was convinced by this.
Listen,
बहुत मुश्किल है. Don't forget to like, share. You will be seeing the guy in
you understand? Yeah. There's a difference, no?
Yes, there is a difference. Don't eat the soup with the fork, and G2 need to learn that one very quickly. This was Baby Bay's first time in a while playing a Duelist, as he's been playing the Vice a lot, had a little bit of time on the Chamber, but was not able to match the same level of pressure that Dambi and Ivy were able to put across the map. Also, Harbor on the side of Nongshim, not in
Guys, I think रात को हम एक और stream करेंगे match खत्म होने के बाद, and थोड़ी rank खेलेंगे. Hopefully,
as you said,
rank up हो जाएगा. Easy NS. Yes, hopefully I'm cheering for NS also. कि जैसा खेल रही है ना, I love the pause. I love the passiveness. I love the aggressiveness जो वो pauses के बाद कर रहे हैं. I love the discipline. और gun power तो बहुत ही अच्छा
Who are you
उनका.
doing this for? It's definitely not for Jog.
Yeah.
Match to be NS का कौन सा map है?
It's for Baby Bay? Does that mean that is that where they think he's at his best?
Can we like call Josh RT
Just
and just ask him? Just be like, Josh.
International chokers are gonna choke again.
I know.
On paper बना तो best team थी पता है. London में भी और शिवानो इधर भी शायद.
That is not the way.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe
G2 का map अच्छा. नहीं है. हाँ, sunset है. Sunset Nongshim का map है.
Short break. You are watching EWC 2026.
हाँ. Sunset है. Nongshim का map है. Sunset. उन्होंने pick किया था. Is the
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
भाई किक का सीन देखना पड़ेगा क्या होगा किक को. एड्स भी देख रहा हूँ मैं. एक और डीएम हो जाएगा. आई फील. क्या बोलते हो?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
ऐड खत्म हो गया क्या? व्हाट?
I guess we're live. Welcome back to EWC 2026. D-God here alongside Kukuka and Big Time as, again, we're setting the stage for G2 versus Nongshim. After Nongshim dismantled G2.
Yep.
Close in the first half, 7-5, and then 8 rounds in a row in the second half. But now it's time for G2 on their map pick.
I love that they are picking Sunset into this, though. I think if I was going to approach this tournament as a coach, having a strong Sunset really does set you up well. This is a map that a lot of teams won't have been able to put too much time into. So knowing you can pick it is an amazing advantage. But we have to ask the question, are they good enough to execute whatever they have prepared here? Because execution was definitely lacking in that map one.
I remember the long time ago, because Sunset has been gone for a very long time, when you used to play this map and they did it with the Sage and with the Chamber, like things that nowadays could be played. I want to think that they have decided to pick it because they have something very well prepared. Because if you think about the opponent that you have in front of you, if Nongshim, you know that Nongshim has put Dambi back on the Neon.
Yeah.
And that is scary. It doesn't matter if you think that, oh, he might have a bad day. And especially after you just seen it, you might be walking into the, what is it, the Devil's Den? Or the, how do you call that?
I think Devil's Den.
Okay.
I mean, I think for me, when I think about Nongshim, and I cast my mind all the way back, this is a team that can play this map as well. Like it's 2024, the core is still pretty much the same. So they would play that breach with the Neon to support. It was Francis on the breach, Dambi on that Neon, and they had these just incredible lethal set pieces. This was their most played map in their first Ascension run, where they really made a name for themselves. So they're not gonna feel uncomfy here either.
Continues करो बताओ.
Does go 1-1. We are going to split, something that we haven't seen yet here so far at EWC. Yeah. What a composition do you want to see out of G2 here, given the fact that
stress if
we
I
have the
die.
flex of the neon
It's great
on
knowing
Baby
you all.
Bay didn't quite work out as well.
Also,
I would like to see
time for a
Leaf on
field
Chamber.
test.
I think
That's done.
Either him on Chamber or Viper on Live. I want to see something that gives him some kind of control, and I would love to see Jogomo.
Your.
Yeah, I agree with Jogo on the
Okay.
He'd be the Baby Bay Chamber, I think.
But he ain't shooting though. Leaf is
No, he will.
shooting.
He will. He'll figure it
Okay.
out now. And then I think Leaf on that Viper. I think that's still my favorite role for Leaf.
Your.
Good on 4G2. Leaf on Sage. See, now Sage. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I love Sage. I think more teams need to use it. And I think Sunset is a brilliant map. You remember when Pink Rex sort of used Sage on this map for a long time. It gives you a lot of power in those retails.
No, match चालू हो
I
गया.
know that yesterday, I can't even remember for how long we've been here. We're here 2 days. Yesterday we saw ADG playing it with Chicho. It wasn't very but that doesn't mean that the agent doesn't work or that the composition is foul. No. We need to see more testing out of that, and definitely this is what G2 is looking for here.
One of the great parts about getting a map back into the map pool is G2 now getting themselves on stage. A little bit of gamesmanship here by the America's champions. Making Nongshim sit a little bit longer than usual. Maybe a small talking to by the admins to G2, but I think all things are fair here, stretching the boundaries of that competitive nature as G2 not trying to drop on out yet again in a first opening match international tournament game. These are the woes that bother this organization across Valorant. And trying to
भाई ये रीजन में इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म करती है जीत रही होती है
Domestically,
इधर
these
आके
guys
कैसे देती
are
है
fantastic. They're so good at lifting the trophy over in Americas, but they can't do it anywhere else.
Exactly my point. I agree with you,
For them.
Casters.
They couldn't find a footing. 0-2. That's the last thing they want here in Paris.
Yeah, and across the side, you see a Nongshim that has to bounce back for the bad decision that they made themselves.
Yes.
But still, they are looking to be fearless today and thinks everything that they have prepared seems to be working. That is still unstoppable, and they're about to play a map. You know, you left it open and you know that it's going back in the pool. Even if this is like disastrous for them, it's going to be a learning experience. But G2 needs to bounce back, and look at Valiant. Look at all the instructions he's given already.
Here we go. We dive into
Baby Bears on
select
Chamber! Nice! I love this comp for G2. I think
There
Baby
you
Bay
go,
on that
man.
Chamber is where he's been so fantastic in Americas. And I love the Sage on this map, on the side of Nongshim. It looks like Dambi will be sticking with that Neon. We need to wait and see what X-Ross and RB select here. But this could be
Chamber.
Sage versus Sage here.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be. It is locked. Exros also
Love it.
goes for the Sage. The battle there. And also for the
Yeah,
side of the
Foxy,
initiators,
hello.
they have G2
It
has
is gonna be
chosen
interesting.
Sky for this map. We were speaking about the Breach. Of course, the Breach, we don't see it anymore. We have Francis playing on the Sova on the other side. Fade is also good. I want to see what the angle is and how that synergy Trent Jogamo is going to be working. And, you know, I'm very excited for these compositions.
Yeah, very unique here by the squads. It is Sky and chamber for the Initiator and Sentinel. On the opposite side, it's going to be Sova and Cypher for Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force trying to put G2 to the sword and continue their international woes. G2 trying to force a full 6-game day and a potential reverse sweep here. Let's find out how it all shakes on out with our friends from the Pacific. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Digon. Here we go. Obviously, Desk having a lot of fun, getting very jazzed up for G2's comp. I don't know how much I like it.
I agree. I agree. I don't know how much I like it.
My exact thought was, oh my god, yes, 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 yes! There you go.
Well, that's probably the last bit of energy that he's going to have for the rest of his life, so it's been fun.
She's done me in.
We will put him 6 feet under after this broadcast. But, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes. I was fully expecting that Extros stays with the Phoenix coming into this map. So for him to be pivoting over to the Sage, obviously we've seen the applications of this time and time again. Yeah. Especially from the, the hands of Paper Rex. How does this look for Extros? We will now find out. He's going to be alone taking that early contact here on the A side of the map. Sets up the wall. Meanwhile, Francis, he's just stormed his way forward. And Baby on that chamber has been taken down. We're going to be hearing these rotations just tucked inside of the smoke for now. Recon obviously not going to be scouting it out from this position. A couple shots, able to find some damage with the smoke now going to fall. And he's able to find a second for a little bit more, but it's going to be Francis coming away with that second elimination for himself. But the spike is planted.
I still think NS got this round.
That he found.
But space बहुत ज़्यादा है G2 पे. It's really hard unless वो cap से चले
जाए. They have to clear. G2 going to double up on X-Ross.
Can you do it?
Flash is ready, and Jogamo quick to collect, finds that headshot. Really Bolt immediately going to be sent back over towards the side.
Dumby.
There, but it's going to be Valen around the back, catching them completely off guard, finds the first, and now Dumby having to fight his way out of a corner. Takes the first, looks for that second, can't quite connect on the trend. It would have been a one-tap, but the time is going to be gone. He's just playing for kills from here. He won't be able to find anything more. 2 players surviving. G2 will find their first pistol of the series and start off Sunset 1-0.
Yeah, it's just so huge there that you're able to get that 2K, use that smoke against your opponents. They're not going to anticipate that you're in there. There was a little bit of spam consideration that caught Leaf. He was down to like 75 HP, yeah. And then so fast there with the turn too. Exactly what the doctor ordered for G2. And yeah, I do have some current concerns here for Nongshim. I think, without a hard flash in this composition, I mean, all you're sitting with is the paranoia.
Which is why I thought that Phoenix was going to be here for them, but it's not. And Baby Bay, well, gets some revenge, takes down Francis first and foremost. Quick shot out as they continue to try to scale forward and collapse in on this tile's position. And Trailblazer to check the corner, RB to clear that out. Swoops forward a bit closer here. Shortening that gap, but if he pushes back out in the mid, he will be absolutely screwed. Baby Bay just dialed in on this angle. Jump peek to try to get the spot. TP for a reposition. No, just a fake. Is Baby Bay now the one going to be falling into the trap here? You'd suspect, but no, I believe it's a no-scope to come away with that kill. RB now taken down. Downbeat flushed out, and this is looking to be a potential flawless, unless X-Ross can find anything, and he cannot. Flawless confirmed with the anti-eco. Valen gets 3.
Okay. Gonna really find out what this composition is made of for Nongshim going into this next one. G2 able to take first blood and able to have a flawless anti-eco, so they're going to be coming in quite well situated to maybe string together a bonus, really start dominating on their map pick. So far, it's come down to some individual outplays here and there. Baby Bay this time looking a lot more comfortable on that chamber. He's had some...
Understandably.
Yeah, he's pretty good at chamber.
Fast lane forward, blind out on X-Ross, tucks around the corner of the relay bolt, going to be connecting as well as Francis tries to feel back some of this pressure, but Trent is right there to continue to trade it out. And G2 traded up. 3v2.
Oh, mid.
Spike going to be planted to the wall. Downbeat not quite going to get caught by that, but he cannot catch Leaf either. Takes him down to 8 HP, but just cannot seal the deal. Had the heal, and he's right back up to full. Ivy now try to play this one out. G2 incredibly well slated to get this bonus conversion. It might just end up being back-to-back dominant maps, just flipping the teams around. The split might be nearer on the horizon than we anticipate. Ivy Eating some damage, does manage to survive. Will quickly backpedal away, keeping his life intact, but this round, no closer to going over to Nongshim. So G2 with a 3-0 start.
Well, and you're seeing already, I think, some of the layers that G2's composition is going to have over Nongshim on this attacker side. The deep flashes that you can set up with Trent to get your Neon into a position where they can bully up an agent like a Sage, where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall has already been committed or isn't available in time to slow down the roll of Jogamo. And even though Francis gets the kill, G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in, collect lives. So I think this is going to be a rocky road potentially for Nongshim unless they could start figuring some things out here pretty fast. Add some extra layers towards the defense at A, but this time around G2 wants to let Baby Bay and that Outlaw lead the charge back down to an eco. Our Nongshim, he's gonna have that full armor. Only 2 players even have half. Ivy carries the Vandal over, but can't afford to do much else. Wants to save up for the next round.
Quick break at the segment, just leading the way here for that Trailblazer that will get cleared out.
At least.
Low Orb assisting in that, stopping this potential flood forward from G2. Now starting to potentially to explore elsewhere. We'll just go re-clear around mid. He end up with a full crunch attempt in towards market.
But to be,
they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up.
But to be is a very good call.
A little bit further.
Yep.
Through some of this space. Cam's gonna see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy. Do they check him? The answer for now is gonna be no. He swings it. He's able to find one. His Leaf will get taken down. He swings around. Is destroying them. 6 bullets, and it gets the ace.
One
Vandal's all they need.
Nice shots.
Because they kept it in the right hands.
Oh my word. I thought he was dead to rights there, but they just don't check the generator.
Absolutely absurd.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast. And then Valen kind of walks in front of Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay was the one in that 4. Trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that, Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side, and there's no way to check him from there.
No.
Now, backs away. Jogamo very quickly slides forward, finds that, plants his feet, and gets a second. Right back into this RG2, not wanting that momentum to get built up by Nongshim. Heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer.
Oh, hello, EWC.
Tries to get the drag across, but Jogamo now on for an ace of his own. We can find these players, both of them stuck behind the same back site.
Back-to-back ace to nahi ho sakta.
Even though they see that, this should just be a call to save in the end, you would suspect, for Nongshim. Waiting off the wall, which is buy too much time off of this clock and the spike plant, so we'll just try to slowly work their way out of this. The guiding light confirms that street is clear. Question really becomes how much does G2 want to go on the hunt here to try to take these weapons out of hand?
Well, with the operator and a couple players being pretty low on credits, probably not too eager. Maybe they could send one out. Trent, maybe, but they're not going to do it. So I think you got to rip a timeout here as Nongshim, and you got to talk right here, right now, about how the protocols for slowing down G2 at the chokes, especially at A, are going to be dealt with, because you don't have answers to it right now. Frankly, part of that, again, is going to be the composition that you're running here. You don't have a hard flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have, your Neon able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability for Nongshim to really have a counterpunch. They have to rely a lot on their individual skill, and that's tough against a player of Jog's caliber on a Neon. He is very, very good, as we just saw in that previous round. And, why on Breeze, we're kind of scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
TP into the spawn now. Valen looking for a backstab. And
What
won't
just
be able to join in. But alongside Jogamo, who's trying to hound down Ivy, but Ivy still managing to find himself a second kill. That is critical value being put up by the Cypher yet again. Give them a very advantageous position. The drone now to lead forward. X-Ross. It's going to be Francis, never mind, actually able to find him. Flash is connecting. Trent able to find just the one kill. Looking for that second, but will quickly be overwhelmed.
Good round, यार बहुत cleanly निकाला. मैं समझ में नहीं आया कुछ.
Well, I guess all that
क्या
you
कुछ
really
तो
need
हुआ है
to do
बस मैं
now is
समझ में नहीं आया
G2
क्या
just
हुआ.
avoid Ivy. He's the only one that's been
मैं
able to
बस
shut
flash
you
हो रहा हूँ
down at all.
बार-बार जिसको भी दिख रहा है flash और observer.
Some individual brilliance. Oh, he even gets dinked there by Jog through the wall, but able to instantly reset. Find two. So Ivy locked in. We need a little bit of help from the rest of Nongshim. Got some huge ults on both sides of the coin. Baby Bay gonna have that tour de force. Seekers, Res for Leaf. Ivy has his neural theft, as well as Francis's Hunter's Fury. RB looking to try to tee up Francis here.
The OG trap play by
ready,
Omen.
so they're gonna play off contact.
OG sunset trap
Seems
play
to be
A
that
lobby
this
का.
is one of their answers. Just try to slow down the Neon on the other side. But it's just the paranoia
flash.
that connects here.
On to everyone, but not going to be too dissuaded by that. Continue to work their way forward. Spam shots out. Only going to be about 3 charges, I think, remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bay. Boost up over the top of this box. Street side. Down with the paranoia. Ready to try to clear some angles. Two players going to be spotted off the drone, the Trailblazer. Spotting out plenty as well. Hunter's Fury now going to be sent through. Just looking to try to gum things up here on this approach. Down with the operator. Still going to be able to find one. Pajaro gets the second down. Doubling up. Finds that kill, but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from. Sights in. He's going to try to go for a no-scope, but it's a big overcook here from Domby. Ivy now once again having to be the hero. His location is known, and he cannot find Valen. Holds his own. And every time Nongshim tried to take a step forward, G2 pushed them back by 3.
Yeah, this is just really, really tough for Nongshim. This round has got to be kind of a gut punch because you actually read this decently well. You're able to use some of that util, find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause. And you're going to get basically the whole team over here, but you just can't take them in the fight. You're just getting beat. Some of the 1v1s, Jogamo has the ultimate. He's able to rip a couple players away. So G2, love this comp. Love the way that they're piloting it. It creates so much pressure. This time, Nongshim looking again to maybe set up that paranoia trap outside of A, but G2 wary of it after what happened in the previous round where damn near all of them got hit by it. Just will get a bit of confirmation that there's players in mid, but you know, doesn't want to mess around. Knows that Baby Bay is going to want to get that op going. How dangerous he is with it.
Yep. Not better than something, but okay. Ilya is on another level with up and Kankan too.
It's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere. Trying to bait that paranoia out, and they will.
एक paranoia से 3 release कर दी लोगों ने.
Will now back away, so all of this is going to be heard. Meanwhile, Baby Bang slotting just alongside that trip will clear it. So op shot going to be registered. Nongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards
Very
A.
good pick, भाई. बहुत अच्छा चल हुआ है. लेकिन उनके almost 4 बंदे B की तरफ pivoted है.
Kind of realizing that he gave away the script a little bit in that previous round, and yes, they're able to fight their way through it, but they don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again.
Nice shot, Ivy.
Able to find it just before that flash connects. Quick beacon from RB, but there's a backstab leaf scaling forward up through mid. That will end up getting surrounded and overwhelmed, but same can be said for Ivy as Baby Bay going to be pinned into the corner trying to find that kill, but it's going to be Valen to the rescue, keeping him protected. Spam
बहुत ही अच्छा pivot है.
Spotting both players' positions widely known. The rest to come
इनको
in.
बदल गया कि इनको पता है कि what we are gonna do. So उन्होंने बहुत प्यारा pivot लिया.
3v3. Two very far fanned out. Allen could just be there undoing again, but no, X-Ross a little bit faster on the draws. Able to find that kill with Baby Bay catching RB in transit mid-TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby Bay still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, but the shot is just a hair off. Cannot connect with it. The defuse to come in. Nongshim Red Force
गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया है 15 लाइक होने ही वाले हैं और 6 बाकी है हमारे सब्सक्राइबर्स for 200 subs बस 6 more
I feel like one team has the
जल्दी
macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago, it was, I think, you know, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. In this round, G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills on the way through. G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
RB, quick shot. Able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that
corner
trade.
technique
He's checking the corner. Rez is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now. Back across into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially strike onto the B site.
Yeah, there's the camera here, though. With that early warning network already installed for Nongshim. But G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb.
कुछ नहीं है बोल रहे लेकिन they still think वो भी आने वाले
हैं taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent though. That immediately brings out the slow. A little bit of damage done to Leap.
एक और slow है इस पे.
Again, you're buying a lot of time here as Nongshim.
Nothing that he can't shrug off though, but now at this point you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here. The backstab ready to be enacted. As Francis shot by Dumby. And the door
nice shot by Dumby.
At this point, I think the round is just going to be over.
Nice one by
in the Dumby 1 by 1.
Opposite up.
Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. It's Francis frantically trying to flush him out in the shorty. He's not going to be doing a damn thing. Nongshim will be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're able to send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, and then they're going to tuck a player in to the corner, and again, not checked. Causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have to worry about that player running past them. That operator could be so much more effective. Look at this. 2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP.
It's the same
position overall. It's a solo with an operator. Of course, Francis on the side. Gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find the one with the Stinger. Valen with that backstab off the TP. Still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. As, oh my god, he almost has the collab, but no, Jogamo just a bit faster. Finds that kill. Valen survives. Next Ross trying to wall them out, but Zold to try to play in Ivy.
Flash.
Heels going through. Finds the first. Can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator. Able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to X-Ross. Try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box. And Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man. I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just gotta try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. Really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so that's kind of curious. Where exactly, how high is that trip?
There.
It did get cleared, or pulled back, one of the 2.
Swing in and leave, gonna get caught.
अच्छा वो ट्रिप नहीं ब्रेक
थी पड़ता भी exploration there from Nongshim.
Baby से
really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Yeah. There. Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as Nongshim, none the wiser, I don't think, are G2 They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
RP, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. Just not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay bolt goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him.
Attack op is working.
Shot connecting. Francis only going to be good for the one. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out. Extros eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy. Just hit all three.
भाई आईवी का
He is walking on water this series. As Ivy bails them out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
What?
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. That is absolutely disgusting.
आईवी का दूसरा क्लच चाहिए. What?
Goodness.
क्या हीरो राउंड चाहिए?
You know, this round swung kind of both teams' directions at one point or another. With that time left on the clock, good night.
Good God.
Oh. My God.
Just insane. It's one of those rounds that, if you're G2, I mean, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just him.
Want to play? Let's play.
Ivy's just incredible at times. It's also going to be so damn frustrating. Meanwhile, Jogamo ushered back away, pushed into the open for Dombey to collect it. Brings out another warning shot. Trying to scare them back over into the arms of Ivy. He's alone on the B site.
I'm going to have this drone here. This is going to give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Donby maybe control that mid, that top mid space. Xros. Ooh, that would have been a good wall. There you go.
Now, still that gap in the back by the look of it. Yep, we'll just be the double push forward.
Good slow, yeah.
That might even be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The Sword of Force of Baby Bay is able to find that kill. Downby now isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed as pop flash. The turn not going to be good. Extra still is able to find one kill as Valen will get taken down. G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall. Downby and RB in a 2v3 to try to clutch this one out. Rendezvous situated. The shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Downby just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in. With that shotgun, will be able to find the one, but Leap is there for the counter swing, and G2 will get themselves out into a lead. 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2 to swing up into the back of B and put a lot of pressure onto Xros. That seemed to be a big point of this map for them on this attacker side. If they could find that Sage early, that was often where they were able to find a lot of success, where they were able to just make Xros really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. You know, if the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big of a difference, or at least in this case, you know, just the overwhelming numbers of G2. It's not really able to hold the line, and then Baby Bay finds that pick onto sight towards Ivy. I mean, as fantastic of a half as Ivy just had.
Ivy ka. फिर भी दिलू.
Not having him be able to hold the line. Baby Bay with that tour de force. So good with the sniper rifles. Just a exciting first half again.
Oh, yeah. Let's just hope that this second half can deliver. I mean, if Nongshim are going to be able to find another pistol, we'll have a half for ourselves. And G2 not looking to see that. They want to go ahead and take this one down, get it nice and clean, nice and quick, send this over to a third and final map.
Oh.
This gets better every time you watch it.
It will never get old. That is some filth. Ivy, again, he has been just tremendous in the qualifiers for EWC 2026, and he hasn't been missing a beat since flying over to Paris.
Yeah, but he was during stage one. This, we saw the performances from him again. Heavy MVP candidate at Master Santiago into a bit of a withering performance in stage one.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to find those same highs. Wasn't really getting any even regular impact in their matches, which was so shocking to see. But here, look, he's whatever slump he was in, he's got himself out of it. 13-7-1 as the Nongshim. Oh, will they pilot this Sage on the attacker side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about this attacker side. You almost feel like you have to rely too much on Dombi, which is hard to imagine.
Baby Bay out in the mid will be able to get some damage. Francis is going to be tagged to 45.
But it's healed. So not the end of the world there.
CD out early. Trademark situated on B main. Baby Bay can quick pivot around. He's playing the 10 spot at the moment.
Yeah, they've created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's in a world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
Oh, he's going to be completely overwhelmed. Able to find even really any significant damage. Shield's still going to be perfect. Down sliding forward. Will be able to at least trade it back as Baby Bay does get taken out of the equation. But again, that heal burned early means that Dombi's going to be stuck at 45. And Leaf is able to find Francis to boot. So now player advantage in the hands of G2. Flash not going to be connecting here. Dombi able to find one. The heals quickly come in from Trent. Side forward space getting taken. Dombi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Jogamo finding Dombi through it, cleaning him up. The push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the classic drawn out. The right click is there, and G2 will take both pistols on Sunset to move up 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that Nongshim's still a little uncomfortable on this map, and in particular, I'm thinking about two fights that happened. It's Ivy in mid, who's kind of swinging to get info, and by the time he swung so wide, it's too late because there's 3 G2 players that have been hitting their presence up at top mid. And then the other problem is when they get onto the site, Francis kind of doesn't really process that there were 3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself around the backside of B, and then just gets cut down by the firing squad of G2. So just some kind of individual mistakes that cost you a lot in a pistol round.
Well, there's a bucky in hand for Dombi, but there is a judge in hand for Jogamo. Baby Bay again is able to find Francis here in main, as Extros will be able to come away with 2 quick kills. The bucky in hand for now. Trent slowly slipping back towards B. Try to join in alongside Baby Bay, but Nongshim Red Force going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here are X-Ross and Ivy. Already decent damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2. And if they can find any more, this is going to be still a very good Thrifty attempt, if not the Thrifty itself. But Leaf playing forward, potentially unexpected in this position. As the wall going to have to be waited out. Will now break, swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone. So 2 casualties. They end up saving it quite a bit, so players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay. Yeah, you lose a couple guns, but whatever. I don't think anybody else even took armor damage. So that's a pretty healthy bonus that you're going to be situated with. Leaf even going to go for the judge. Carry those 2 Spectres in the Outlaw over, and 2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So if Baby Bay can hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Oh, well, Francis does hit the shot before he can rendezvous at the safety. Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid, and Dombi just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL. As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away. It's just that judge in hand will grab the orb. Guarantees that he'll have the res going into the next round. This would take some serious work, though. Try to get a clutch materialized from this position.
Well, given a chance, they're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Giving him some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner. Regardless, looks like Leaf is just going to try to play this one for exits. Question is, does Ivy give it to him? The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in. And it's a very nice headshot from him, but gun not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing to really get stressed about here for G2. Nongshim Red Force still eating quite a bit of damage to try to get this anti-bonus over the line.
Yeah, exactly. Again, having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. Being that outlaw, being able to be carried over into round 3, finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit in those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And it's can come back from
that
here.
outlaw again in the hands of Baby. Half armors across the board side from Ivy.
This adds just more value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map. And Trent, well, not too bad.
Dark side map.
A little bit of armor damage, a little bit of health. Nothing to be too concerned about. Nongshim again, really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2 can bully the extremities and they know it because they have that sky. Whereas Nongshim has to be a little bit more diligent with trying to create extra angles, extra opportunities to take those contact fights.
Cover going out. Really slowed down the round though.
Baby कितना पीछे से खेल रहा है.
He's in a
पूरा retake पे छोड़ा हुआ
position.
With
he can't scale. He's heard that trademark around the corner.
Exactly.
Not to mention the two players watching this angle.
BB पूरा छोड़ा हुआ है.
Mid heavy खेल रहा है. Go push into market. Try to shut this down. Slide in. Somehow doesn't manage to find that shot. Downby sliding right at him. You would have thought he'd be able to connect with that.
Hello. पता ना तुमको.
Leon comes out on top. Backpedal away as a sight. Gets taken. Flash over to the corner. RB not quite getting blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo. Continues with that player advantage. So the res is going to be committed in. Leaf immediately drawing down is able to find X-Ross. Hunter's Fear going to be set from Francis, but everyone scatters to the wind. Avoids those bursts of damage. They'll have 4 players to try to go for the retake.
Dambi still alive though.
Some shots exchanged. The flash. Not quite connecting. Ivy is tucked into the corner. The wall will fall, and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to Downby. And Baby Bay will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. Nongshim struggling on this attack.
I know they can do it.
This is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill, and then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the slide, but the res and Leaf plays ahead of it, expecting a peek from a player of Nongshim, and he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a Sage. He knocks it out of the park, sets them up for that extra advantage, and finally a timeout.
Yeah, first one.
16. How we do map?
We'll look to try to right this ship, but
16 maybe do
rounds down.
Only 4 rounds.
Feels like Nongshim not having a great grasp of how to pilot things. Just generally on this map. I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find from the defender's side just boil down to Ivy going nuclear.
Right. No, I mean, again, honestly, outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead all throughout Sunset. You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture, the ones that a lot of teams tend to avoid. I mean, throughout most of the day today, you're seeing Lotus, Ascent, Haven, Split. You know, we will see Split later. I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these two teams played on Split, it went to overtime and it was map 3. We can only hope, but that being said, you know, having a pocket pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into, you're able to at least force out that decider.
समझ नहीं आ रही यार मुझे तो गेम क्या चल रहा है
Set at main here on a timing. 2 weapons into this one for Nongshim.
Nongshim's so keen to get a player tucked up in mid into that top left corner. Again, this time it's Ivy. And sure, it gives you a little bit of info. I mean, you're able to probably identify that that trademark is around the corner in market, but able to capitalize off of it, they really haven't been able to. I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect, but we'll see. Tag on the drone to the wall there, so Leaf doesn't stick around, but nobody really accelerating.
But with that Trailblazer leading out through B main, this is allowed for Jogamo to start scaling forward, so he's going to have a faster rotation around the back. Granted, yes, for the moment, still going to be there, but Ivy potentially going to be on the timing. No, it's going to be Leaf at the same time, though. Back over towards the site, just gunning down 2. Ivy tucked into this position as Leaf finds a third. He's going to try to play this patiently, but if Trent just looks over to the side, which he now will, he will quickly shut down the enemy Cypher, and that leaves now Dambi alone in a 1v4. Plant onto the corner, the wall now falling, the flash connecting, and Leaf is there to collect it. A 4K for an 11th round for G2. Split.
Another phenomenal round from Leaf. Saw it on the res where he's able to cover it and really set that retake up for success. But here it's just shutting down the huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that should be able to be cleared by his teammates, or maybe somebody gets flushed into him when they're not ready. But there's discipline here from Leaf and Valen. They don't move a muscle. They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid. Heroic efforts from tremendous player in Leaf. Really just thwarts Nongshim's plans all across the board. And at Nongshim, they're so nervous about some kind of trap play, some kind of reactive flash or neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw.
Oh, Jogamo not going to be able to find that timing, but here's that jump from Francis, and he is not going to be ready for this forward position. Even though the tripwires comparatively shallow. None the wiser, but same could be said about Leaf as Ivy this time.
Second look, in a row.
Able to get that backstab through. Neural theft, the ping reveal, Valen's position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way, and this is all to keep his eyes trained towards sight, so Ivy can slot in from behind. Comes away with that elimination. The repace forward, tries to take the fight, expecting the Jogamo's going to go past him, but Jogamo plants his feet right up in front.
Dambi, I believe
he's unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now a 3v3. And a very much win round for Nongshim. Fast lane over to the side with Paranoid, going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first, but Trent quickly trades that back. 2v2 now. And a round where Nongshim need to win it, and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy. Swing in, Baby Bay has to shut down onto the first. The defuse not held to half. X-Ross aware of this. Baby Bay will rip everything out of their grasp, but cannot take the round, cannot take G2 up to 12. Leaving narrowly escapes. And Nongshim hold on by a thread, denying that map point.
But it's Ivy again. He just, this time, a little bit pacier with this lurk up through mid, catches Leaf off guard. That allows the neural theft to be invested. And he's trying to use the Seekers against G2 there. Knows that after he clears the first, the second 2 aren't locked into him. But regardless,
and share your story for a chance to win.
I don't want to share my story, bhai. Please hata some.
Not sure.
Yeah, they didn't.
What did you want? What do you want to win?
A car would be good, I suppose.
Yeah? You already have a car. You're greedy.
Yeah,
wow.
What about second car?
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
Well, for now. More scenes here from Nongshim, just keeping everybody stacked over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however, exploration up into B main.
High-low could be really annoying.
Oh, they're going to go for the push now. The drone going to be coming out, and Jogamo wanted to try to get this punish here, but Dambi just slides across. Smooth Criminal with a stinger is able to find that kill. Baby Bay now making his exit right before he would have had contact on Ivy. spots him out, and the second shot will be able to take down the enemy Cypher. Coming with the overdrive, push forward, but Trent is instantaneous with the
nice
punish.
shots, bhai.
Shuts down 3.
Pura shutdown kar
And
diya iनको.
G2 now, one more round to go to push us the distance and
No
take
way
this
they'll win.
series over to
No
split.
fucking way.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have so many tools in your back pocket here as G2. Even if you lose Jogamo on that initial attempt,
3 votes Dambian
ability
company
to
को
fall
ज़्यादा
back
जीतने के लिए,
and
लेकिन
just hold the line again,
पता
double
नहीं, I
up
don't
for
feel
G2,
the
and they're
same.
able to find a huge multi-kill.
Dambian
That time
company
it was
are
Trent. Nongshim gonna try one
no
more
my
time out.
Nongshim, yeah. Dambian company
This
are
one better
not
be
doing so
a
great
damn good one,
right now.
because you need 5 in a row just to tie it.
And you're scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment. You look at the cash here. There's not really much to speak of for Nongshim. Bankrupted by G2. If only been able to find the 2 rounds in this half.
Win the eco.
Why are they just going to be looking at Stinger Sheriffs? That's about it.
Yeah, it is less than ideal, to say the least. Silkanon have to come up with something incredible. I don't know. There's some individual things they can do. I think maybe some more mid-explorations are good, but I think G2's been pretty able to well identify that Nongshim doesn't feel comfortable to hold B. None of their post plants over there have worked, so it kind of has to be A. And so, if that's the case, then you just throw that strong side player over there, try to hold the line, and it's worked pretty damn well. And again, all you have is the paranoia really to clear some of those angles in the relay pool. You can wait those out or bait those out.
First time Baby mid जा रहा है क्योंकि इनको पता है
Round's pretty much yours.
And Baby's going to be so favored here.
Oh, we missed
Okay,
that.
shot not going to register, but Stinger at that range also not going to be able to find too much damage. He's got 2 sources of healing to put it back up the funnel. And Jarmo, okay, that's not a timing. Going to be able to find RB. He wants to end this one. As Lee, Johnny on the spot is ready for the punish. Jarmo on the repeat, takes down X-Ross. And the wheels have well and truly come off. As Jarmo looking for an ace of his own, but Valen will say, let's speed it up. Let's get into map 3. 13-7 Sunset. It's a dominant display in the hands of G2 Esports.
जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहा है, शार्की वाचिंग वाले जल्दी लाइक कर दो. 5 lakhs away to 15.
Final map, a third map in a series.
6 subscribers away.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled here to see this from G2. Going back to some of their comfort agents. Really like the theory. You don't see a lot of Sky on Sunset. I felt like that had a ton of impact here. Suits the Neon really well on this map. Able to tee up Jogamo, who was really, really impactful. Everybody had their moments, it felt like, for G2.
I believe in Nongshim
kind of what you want from this
map
team.
3.
Those well-coordinated, well-thought-out, well-executed efforts.
And maybe I'm crazy, but I think that Jogamo might just slightly be a better Neon compared to me. There's a lot to work on when it comes down to that breeze. And Jogamo looking good, alive and well. But let's go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down Sunset.
Neon better, I feel. I also can say that.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. I agree. Jogamo on the Neon might be a little bit better, as it was a great showing there by G2 to get the job done against the Noodle Boys here and tie up 1-1. Nongshim Red Force and G2, 2 of the great squads across the world going head-to-head here on a final map number 3 as we welcome back Kukuka in big time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it just shows the power of having a strong Sunset here in this tournament so far. It hasn't been in the pool. Now it's come back. I think they caught Nongshim underprepared on this map, and G2 clearly had it down. It looked very, very strong from them. I think even the scoreline is quite tight, quite kind to Nongshim. You know, you go 7-5. Wow. Oh, that was, maybe it was good for G2. And then you go, oh, but they got pistol and bonus. And you go, oh, well, maybe Nongshim were good. And then you go, Ivy single-handedly won 3 of those rounds. You go, okay, maybe G2 are actually better than the score looks here.
Being realistic about Sunset, the first rounds are always going to be a surprise. If you have those set strats, like we were seeing Valen, like reading the papers, being like, oh, this, like this is what we can, how we can get the most out of them, and it absolutely worked. And especially when we turned into that second half, when we speak about that double sentinel and the way that they were playing it, you have Sage on one side, Chamber on the other, and they're going to be an absolute pain in the ass to deal with. And if on top of that, you add in a Jogamo that every single round is in a different part of the map, putting pressure onto you, and it's now on a duelist, so he will come and fight you. I'm sorry, but that means we're going to split.
Yep.
Let's see who will win.
The good thing for G2, they were never
बहुत
in
ही
doubt.
अच्छा मैप चल रहा है.
Ahead
Very close
in
game.
the first half and then kind of sped away in the second. And that's still despite the fact that there were many
I'm gonna take a break
big
from
moments here
today
for
to
Nongshim, kind of like tournament
it's okay.
highlight
Again, this
moments here
podcast
for
team
Ivy on the Cypher.
Ivy's an amazing player. He's so comfortable on these traditional Sentinel roles, especially this Cypher. Now, do I think Cypher is the best in slot here on Sunset? Probably not, but is it the best for Ivy? It very well might be. He was putting up, you know, a great show, that 1v3 as well. It's insane the stuff he's able to do, but the problem is it's too little too late. It's not enough. You can't only rely on these individual moments. It does feel like they need more time on this map. They need to get more drilled in the macro and get familiar with it again, because G2 just leaps and bounds ahead in my mind.
Just something that I was talking about before we jumped into Sunset, and something that also a paper thing just highlighted is how Trent was going to mix with Juggernaut to make this situation so favor for themselves. Trent had an amazing map. We've seen a sky resurgence thanks to the data bus that we've seen from the agents. So it is definitely something to take into account when you go into a map like that, and you're going to be pairing it with a Neon. It looks very, very good when you're thinking that if that is going to be your only information, considering that you have those two Sentinels, you have to go with them.
Two equal teams.
A brutal kind of run here on the opposite side for Nongshim Red Force. RB, 7-20. I know that's a little tough when you're playing Caboose there, but just being -13 is a little tough, given the fact that Ivy was popping off on, as you said, not best in slot, but a team that can go ahead and bounce back. The resilience of this Nongshim Red Force squad can't be understated.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like they can do it. Split is a map where they've been perfectly fine. We saw it from them over in the qualifiers. Running off double duelist, Dambi sticking with that Neon, and it was X-Ross on the raise there to help back him up. And I think that is also a pretty solid map for them, but it's also not terrible for G2.
No, absolutely not. I think that I like the fact that we have each team wins their mapping. This is kind of like the ideal form that you would get to in a playoffs, where you have your map, which is super strong. You know that you're going to go to an opponent that will be in that form, so they will win their map. And this should be the biggest clash of them all, because all the worrying signs that we could have seen on that first map, like, oh, Jog and oh, Dre, like, baby, why are you doing this and that? We're gone out the window.
Who won?
What you want to see from a team that have stars all around. Really, everyone can play the role players, but then have the pop-off moments. Almost the ace that we saw at the end till Valen stole that one away. And on the opposite side, in terms of the groups, Gentlemates was the one that took out XLG. And so...
EMEA.
I mean, EMEA doing pretty well.
According to Arena, we're the worst region. We'll have some words.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes up for the non-EMEA regions, as G2 and Nongshim Red Force will battle it out on that map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
क्या है ये? Guys, give me 5 minutes. I'll take a break and come back. I see you soon. Bye bye. I'll take a break. 1 minute. Yo, welcome back.
Emulate that.
And let's speak a
are
little bit about the repetitions.
about to
Yes,
go
you were saying
forward
that in
with
the qualifier,
Split. That
they were
is
playing with
final
that
map
double
of today,
duelist with the
and
Neon and the race for the
let's
side
see
of
कौन
Nongshim.
जीतेगा.
But when we talk
Is it
about
gonna
reps,
be Dambian
G2
Company
is
or
on the
is
lead
it gonna
by
be
a lot, especially I think that they played it at least 3 weeks during the regular season,
International
a couple of
Chokers,
times
yes.
in playoffs,
Money
and
नाम
of
बना मैं
course
भूल गया,
they're in
होली.
Masters London. There is a lot of show and there is a lot of tape, and this is the only match that you know for sure your opponent before coming into the tournament. So if any preparation has been done, it has to be for this match.
Yeah, very much so. We got the Aiden Select coming in now. Baby Bay back on that duelist.
Oh.
He's on the waylay. This is not what I expected to see from them, but I can see where they're coming from. On the side of Nongshim, it's not that race. They're going back to the Phoenix from X-Ross that we saw back on Breeze. We know that there's a 1-2 pairing that's effective.
So here's the thing, right? Bar the trend being on the sky would literally worked very well on Sunset, so why not?
Yeah.
They played something similar like this before with Baby Bay on the waylay, but Jogama was playing on the Neon. Maybe he feels more comfortable in the race, and after the nerf and everything, I think the Jogama is a brilliant race, so I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, there isn't a ton of stopping power here. It's only really going to be that Viper, maybe a Paranoia. So I think it's going to get explosive here on Split.
Yeah, whether it goes slow or fast, it's going to be loud as we've got the two squads battling it out for that victory and the right to play gentle mates later on in the group stage. G2 and Nongshim Red Force 1-1 into our final map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
It all comes down to this, a split
Damn, I
to
watched
decide it between
FNS
these
go off
teams
on
yet
Valorant
again.
and
Will
and
this
he's
map be a
right.
repeat of Master Santiago?
what
Will
did
it
he
go
say?
to
What did he
overtime?
say?
Will it go Nongshim's way? These are the questions that we are asking that can only be answered by these squads once they get into
Is he
the
pushed?
lobby itself. Baby
I
Bay
think
back
उसकी
onto
वजह
that
से
duelist duty with the waylay coming through a bit more comfortable for
G
him.
की performance की वजह से
Expecting to see
might be
some
pushing
hefty
his
impact
balance.
from him.
Yeah, I agree.
know. You need him to kind of come alive. He was one of the ones, along with
Why
Giacomo,
though?
on those double duelists that struggled
what was his
against
point?
Nongshim on Split last time. -4 respectively in the KD column for both of them at Master Santiago. Meanwhile, Dombi and Francis were getting the better of them overall. It is a very different setup for both squads in a lot of ways. I mean, you got X-Ross on the duelist now, Francis over on the Fade. So they're going to swap roles. It'll be Ivy on that Viper again. RB maintains the Omen. Valen will not be piloting the Astro at this comp. He's going to move over to the Omen. Trent switches off of Fade, goes into Sky. Again, I'm comparing this to the last time these two teams faced off. So yes, it went to OT, but here feels like it just comes down to skill, firepower, one of those things, and there you go.
Jogamo with that sheriff
I
at
think
hand.
some are him to play Valorant in Blue Got match saying there's no point in playing
diving into the back of sight. One home though. Nongshim heavily stacking more towards the A side of the map. Curveball going to be set, but Dombi eating the full brunt of that one. Now we'll try to go for the peak, but Leaf has him dead. Just banged through the box. X-Ross gone as well. And that
G2 are not giving them
Francis
chances.
to try to peel back anything they can
क्या
get
चल रहा
in a
है?
2v5, but it feels like G2 gonna have a third pistol win in a row from Sunset now in a
Pack is
split.
so done for, it's over.
America squad very much waking up.
Yeah, पता नहीं क्या हो रहा
Beat on
है. Double
Breeze.
duel meta is not for APAC.
Swing in
guys.
Ivy. Good for the one, but nothing more. Not much of a dent
Clean.
put in the G2 here as they take the opening pistol.
What a clean round.
Yeah, again, a lot of sparse fights that, normally you're not even really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but because you get one tapped off the rip, and then you kind of screw up a Phoenix curveball that leaves Dombi not able to scale the space and maybe get in a little bit quicker and deeper like you'd hope. Things just aren't going so good. For Nongshim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2 looking very, very sharp again, finding themselves their third pistol in a row. And it's a couple Spectres, Bulldog, Baby Bay with just a Bandit, Leaf with just a Ghost. So this is a round where You're very content to lose 2 players, assuming you can get all 3 guns carried over. Now, so far, Nongshim had gamble stacked more or less on the other side of the map, or at least willingly gave up the long B space.
I don't think they're gonna attempt the retake.
Here from
Oh,
Leaf
they are
to try to
attempting
deny
retake, holy.
any attempt to just die to the spike or thwart this retake. And here they go.
They are attempting to retake.
Paranoia not going to be connecting on anyone there. Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke. Exos eventually going to be able to find that kill on a Valen.
Nice, Dambi gets 2.
As Nongshim already on for the defuse. Dambi just bouncing back into the room, completely ignoring these players here in Garage. They will be able to find one. Defuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having a kill, Leaf having a reload.
What an eco.
And Nongshim Red
What
Force
eco round from
right back into it, tying up
Nongshim
1-1.
Dambi ke 2 classic kills was very...
Okay. Take it all back. That looked really well rehearsed. That was some crazy good thought going into that. That curveball from X-Ross, the big opener into the can that was G2's post plant. And then it's just Dambi doing what he does best, running at you.
It's not over yet.
Just a classic. And he's getting the job done. Doesn't matter, seemingly, how much you nerf.
It's the Rico.
The agent, you nerf the shotguns.
Please
Dambi
do not whiff your bonus.
Really
good.
Oh, yeah. G2 now looking to try to replicate some of that magic we just saw. They
Reverse Niani Euro
behind
changes
this.
his team would go crazy.
Saturate going to be connecting on the Dambi, but no real way to try to push off of that one, nor is there anyone behind it.
I agree.
It's an attempt at a bit of a fake here, if not just
Even
for a pick.
G2 would be crazy.
Maybe Bay comes away empty-handed. Meanwhile, push up into Mail. Exos going to be able to find the 2 kills here. The Paranoia just far too late from Valen to escort these players in safely. Leaf dead. Vandal okay, does register that, but still is going to be taken down. Valen, full HP now with a shout. Baby Bay with this bandit.
Now you got to be
working his
real
way through vents.
Real careful as Nongshim. This is
potentially
scary, especially with so much time left on the
2
clock.
phantoms
all spawn.
There's a world where this can get away from them. Spot out. X-Ross is going to hold his own, and he shall.
They can retrieve one more Vandal now.
RB with the right read, staring for exactly where he needs to, but not quite hitting the shots that he needs to. So this still ends up being very costly for Nongshim. But as the swing comes in, Downbeat will be able to find the kill, gets the weapon upgrade off the Spectre, and Nongshim will establish a 1-round lead.
It gets a little too uncomfortable for Nongshim after just a really great hold from X-Ross. Just going to stand there, gets the first cleanly, second to follow up, but that dropped gun in mid causes a whole bunch of problems because they really don't want to fork that over, don't want to give them any opportunities in a post plant. Dig in. Even those are good read from RB. He's not really able to be sharp with the shots where Baby Bay was. Dive in. Nobody home from Nongshim.
Oh, counter spam though. Look at Baby Bay's health. Trent can get some healing through.
He'll miss
16, so frankly, he's going to be lucky to be alive. Boombot with no scout. This gives them some pause. Zombie, elbow showing. It's going to be Jogamo, the one to eat some damage, though.
I like Marco. Man, I won the executed trophy so bad. I like Marco.
He didn't take a lot more damage there. Jog a pretty good opportunity on that
Marco,
angle. But
Marco's idling in Omen is so good.
Speaking of opportunity, but no, it's absolutely squandered.
I really like his Omen.
Some damage found, yes, and Ivy will be able to find Jaw on the back end.
The
real fortunate part about that for Nongshim at the end is that Trent can't heal himself back up.
Ivy,
he should have had him absolutely dead. Ramp now going to be taken. Hey, Heaven, firm control.
Nongshim has a user advantage right now.
Can still go for a pivot as well.
On paper, Nongshim should win this.
Conceded some of this space over towards top A and.
Oh, hello.
Leaf in trouble. Oh, gets around the corner, but getting spammed through.
Pushed out a little bit more into the open. Run it back now. Going to be popped. Looking for that moment to strike, and he has been able to find it. Baby Bay going to be taken down. Francis out from Alley. Intercepting Trent, putting the spike down on the floor. Tries to go with the wide swing, but there's 2 players on the opposite side.
Nice.
Ball is now down to Leaf. Blazewall does allow for him to recollect the spike. Reads the re-wrap from Ivy, has the headshot. But Leaf is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open. I think he's got it by about 0.05.
Wait. That's good.
We'll be able to get that one in play.
Expected होगा उसका ऊपर से.
Why the Xros pulls back from that angle? I think he thought that the time was gone, but now he has to try to play this out in a 1v1.
Extras ने whiff कर दिया. एक flash use कर ही सकता था whatsoever.
This is not going to be easy. Still one curveball in the mix.
Ooh, nice shot, nice shot, nice shot. 3-1, let's go.
That third.
Nongshim is so back.
Blushes.
Nongshim is so back here.
Damn, how close was that? Leaf.
We are
put him
so
through the
back.
ringer, but it's still gonna be Nongshim
Guys, जो भी stream देख रहा है वो अपनी like नहीं किया जल्दी stream को like कर दो. We are so close to 15 likes.
It's been Xros who's been
6
instrumental for
subscribers
Nongshim
to reach
able to
200
hold the
subs.
line
Let's go.
in a couple different important moments after some mechanical whoopsies. Don't like that wide swing from Francis after he gets that first kill. Ivy just not even considering that Leaf could have peeled back there. I think they thought when they heard that tap that he's already on the other side of that box going for the default plant, but was not the case at all. Leaf almost works a miracle. Trent, quick clear the haunt. The flash out just to make sure nobody's trying to scale through mid. Seen this a couple times from Nongshim, so have to be pretty cautious about that. Paranoia not going to be used just yet. Oh boy.
OP again on Struggle Street. Big Bay on the dive board will be able to catch him. That's going to be a weapon likely able to be recovered, but Xros will be able to shut down Jogamo. Leap now going to be found in mid. Xros with the reposition, but Valen with the read. Spams out the Stinger, able to connect. As the smoke will fall, Baby Bay here out in front.
Nice shot,
hits the transfer.
Wow.
Crazy speed dance.
Barely scraping by with any help.
NT.
Valen at that range. The Stinger got in his own right.
Expensive
Still not going to be able to find that kill, so will end up falling. Nongshim continuing to rack up these wins.
Still, again, some individual mistakes that are almost costing Nongshim big time. And G2 able to find some good timings to at least do damage, but they can't convert enough because somebody steps up in the back line of Nongshim. And again, it's what makes this team so fearsome. Is you have a lot of really, really talented players behind those duelists. Francis and Ivy, incredible when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there, but right there, Francis able to bounce back after a rough previous round. Trent gets lit the heck up. Ivy dead. Look at Leaf. He's all the way over on A.
He's lit up. It's just the decay that sees. Grabbing him in position. Now right as rain.
All the way to screens
now. Kill
now.
from Leaf as Dambi trying to isolate. Reads Valen's reposition, but can't do anything about it. And even if he had, Leaf would have been right there. That trade back into their favor.
3v5.
Flash sent.
Dove.
Side plant
Francis के kill पे ult है, Xros के kill पे ult है. किसी का भी ult आ जाए, पूरा ground change
in front of that one. Xros strafing forward. Leaf looking for the immediate challenge. Molly just going to be lobbed into the corner. That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pit, but it looks like Leaf just going to be opting to try to hold that one for now. As yes, they will be able to overwhelm them and whittle this down to just Francis remaining. Swing out. Francis good for one, but nothing more. Now able to rally back.
उसको ये पे pick मिला ना, that's why उसने इतना confidently.
Great work again by Leaf. Just has some great reads at times. I mean, I was so impressed with his Sage play on Sunset here on the Viper. Gets that opening kill and then immediately starts scaling forward and just goes, guys, it's open. They're not going to be able to get here in time. We have a huge advantage, and the best part about that, you only have to invest one of the ults. Leaf held on to that pit, so he's going to have it available potentially for this round. They could get there. Just use those Seekers to really confirm. G2. Whoa, okay.
Break up that. The conversion path's going to be sent. Ivy to be caught, trying to tuck back behind this box, and Baby Bay eventually will find him.
Ivy that would be crazy.
It's all of Nongshim. This is all 4 players. Corralled around into garage as the pit goes out towards Alley. Baby Bay going to be taking that first contact as RP. Will be able to take him down. Xros with the ult in play. Wins the fight versus Valen. Nongshim now get...
They can just go to heaven. They can just go to heaven.
Trent and Alley is going to be
Dambi heaven down, please. Dambi heaven down.
Having to rescale, but the Seas will connect.
They cannot see.
Able to find him. Dambi shuts it down.
Good retake
the pit. Xros will drop Jogamo.
Clean.
Nongshim now up 5-2.
वो वाइपर स्पिट की वजह से जॉग couldn't see. Flank retake is crazy. Yeah, exactly.
They take that. They allow for their opponents to take that one step forward, and then they shove them back by 3.
Well, this is just
an
unbelievably explosive retake. Ivy just in an awful position, but that's a huge win there off the rip of his ult from X-Ross. The fact that he's able to get that opening duel allows him to keep creating space, and all of a sudden, that pit that should be a safety net for you becomes a prison.
Yep.
And they just get absolutely bullied out of it. That was electric coordination.
Presence confirmed here in the mid. Valorant able to backpedal. Dodging any punish. Now Nongshim quickly making the call to try to pivot across towards this A site. Flash confirms that no one's home. Pain shell up to heaven as well.
No smoke heaven.
G2 able to get themselves into fairly entrenched
positions.
Please
do not fuck this up. Nongshim.
And they hold it with the weaker buy. Jogamo going to be forced having to drop back. Sun is out of the both of these players. Jogamo comes out on top. Leaf is found too. Baby May gets one as well. And now suddenly in the blink of an eye, it is just Ivy.
He has done it in the past.
Finds the first, but needs so much more.
Jogamo low hai. Nahi.
Re-clear into heaven, and he will just abandon. The hope of a clutch will back away, and G2 will find a massive, monstrous round win to get up to 3.
Yeah,
that was just unlucky, man.
Able to just punch right back. I mean, this time, Nongshim tries to go for a more spread retake, trying to clear some space.
Not gonna lie.
Over at the bottom of the ramp, and tucked in, having none of it. He got 2 kills there, and it's just a great coordination with the utility. The flash was in there, the saturate, everything you needed from G2 was perfectly placed. It's absolutely lights out.
All 3 players carrying weapons in. That last little bit from the blast pack doing wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight, stay alive.
Like कर दो अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया है तो I need few more likes to get to 15. And
a little
6
bit more
subscribers बाकी to get to 200.
Thoughtful on those retakes on A if you're Nongshim, but G2 just give them enough time. So quick. Get into those well-disciplined post plants where they know what they need to do. Their protocols, you know, are going to be very well drilled. Francis goes for the C's there. Does catch on to Baby Bay, but no punish available.
Hey, not running a raise. Molly's already been expended. Some pot shots attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick of damage on either side.
See how hungry Nongshim is to try to put the pressure onto G2, but G2 gonna match. Actually overstack here. Francis has to start backpedaling.
Baby Bay can push the refract available. Now just let that one expire. G2 gets a very aggressive push up in towards this B heaven. Once again, so much util, so many bullets expended from both sides, and no one has taken any damage. Just painting pictures around each other. Finally, we'll have our first little bit there as Francis. Meanwhile, the spike starting to get ushered up into A main.
His Jog's already down to his last clip.
Cross timing
check, but Jogamo with a backstab, just continuing to scale. Intercepts X-Ross, finds that elimination. Dambi here though, to try to hold this line, has the overdrive, and the time has gone away.
No time.
Been such a heavy investment. As maybe they up and over the top. Eventually, he's gonna be able to find Dambi. The plant now. Then coming through is Jogamo, finds Ivy, and they can stick this.
Last second plant hua hai.
Very much limit testing here, RG2, but they're getting away with it as RB finding Jogamo.
Nice shot.
Able to win out that fight. But now he's got to do it all. Swing out of the smoke! And that is unbelievable!
How are they winning these
RB has
clutches?
had such a quiet performance this whole series through! But what a time to come alive!
What?
I mean, there has been some of the nastiest spray transfers today from Nongshim. So from Ivy earlier this time, it's RB's turn. I thought this was curtains. I mean, you get the backstab, you get the sight, you get the clear.
Yeah.
You get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for Nongshim. A complete change of momentum, but RB, that is one of his best. And we've seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
Absolutely insane. That's one of those ones that, if you're G2 again, you're going to be kicking yourself so much over. More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset. Can they recover from here? Nongshim now up to 6. The entry again. Attempted to Baby has to take the refract out instantly. RB just ushered forward by the pain shell. Otherwise, no worse for wear.
I love here for RB that he's like, I'm going to make sure that I have the paranoia in hand on this be executed this time. Because last time I got caught trying to swap and Baby Bay did me in. This time, he plays it much more disciplined. Again, you clear that dog, but G2 is just sending that more to keep attention.
Fade can reclear mid and उनको सब पता है. Yep. Very nice prowler. They just know they are going to be
slide over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
That nice shot. RB still going to be good for one. Looks for a little bit more. Cannot find it. It looks like again that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit.
2v3. Dambi and Ivy are alive. They can do it.
Pushed out Jogamo back up towards full.
ये दोनों कर सकते हैं. I believe in them.
From on high, able to find that kill. Slide in, and Dambi will get it done. Barrel stuck for the transfer.
Holy shit.
Narrowly scrapes by. But Nongshim now securing a lead and looking to balloon it up.
Yeah, God, again, another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been able to shrug off that previous clutch from RB. A really well-coordinated execute. Good crossfires available, but this time it's Dambi. Slides in, gets the 2K. Tread's trying to figure out where the hell he went.
Holy,
walk on in time.
Just back-to-back rounds like that.
Built with.
Sure, this one a little less egregious compared to the previous, but you absolutely need to call this timeout now.
Yeah, you need to settle down.
This has been slipping. You have to stop it.
We have the best hero matches so far.
At the very least, you got to find a way to take that confidence away from Nongshim and get in there as Josh and reinvigorate your team. Because those are two heartbreakers in a row where you had real shots to win a round, put yourself in real good positions, made some nice adjustments there, you know, compared to previously for G2. They kind of outplayed RB again. I mean, they've been doing a great job on whoever it is, RB or Ivy or whoever's trying to hold that B main execute entrance. They have completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds. You know, at least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The haunt, not going to be cleared this time. G2 just opts to hide. Trying to obscure Numbers' presence.
Yeah, we'll be making a decent amount of noise as sees again, connecting here onto Baby Babe. Takes the refract back to Ramen.
Of course, you want to get that showstopper. Some value. Trent maybe could just lead with the Seekers.
There.
Then Jogamo's in a position where you can double blast pack up and punish behind the cabbages.
1-3-1 चल रहा.
There we go.
Mid to base. 1-2, Prowler will be able to get the blind out though, and that showstopper not going to be finding a damn thing. France is going to have to just drop away on the rope, fully blinded up. Meanwhile, Extra scaling forward. It's going to be good for one. Sprint will get taken down, but Baby Bay is there for the trade. Valen out from Garage, able to find one. Francis completely saturated up, and Baby Bay is dropping off the box to his demise. Francis, however, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes.
Dambi can do it.
Dambi left in a 1v3.
Can Dambi do it once again?
Should have this one wrapped up.
Dambi कर सकता है.
Would think.
G2 को game छोड़. If they lose this, G2
even more heartbreaking.
Three times in a row. Yeah, I think that you'd just be mentally checked out, but G2 will be able to stabilize. 3 players surviving, going to be key this last round to carry over these weapons. Looking to make this a 7-5 half.
Did have to invest a lot of ults here, but I mean, I think that's exactly why Josh RT wanted to call that timeout, to make sure that this is a guaranteed round.
Yeah.
Knew how important it was, knew what they had in their
Maybe
investment.
We did way too much. Yeah, exactly. I think he used all of his utils and still didn't get anyone.
A lot of stayers here for Nongshim, so on top of getting that round, you also find Nongshim with no economy to speak of. Xros, the only one with a rifle, does have his ult as well. So run it back in play. No, G2 very much worried that maybe there might be a set idea off the initial start of the round here to maybe try to get that run it back to find some value, but instead, Nongshim going to keep it close to the vest. They too with just those stingers. Want to tuck in and try to find those close quarters fights.
High-low setup and ramp, but will be abandoned. Ivy just going to be left on his lonesome. Leaf scaling in that direction, but X-Ross with that Phantom. Able to find Jogamo. There's a big punish as Leaf as well. Just caught going on a walkabout. Valen now trying to be in the back of sight, but here's RB. Shuts that down. The up and over, the plant to the feet. The flash is going to be good, and Big Bay will be able to find it. Run it back immediately eliminated. Trent
all 3 did.
Snapping X-Ross back. Is the Molly going to be invested?
Molly.
Disrupting the plant for now. It's over behind the box. The spike now in play. A player advantage here for Nongshim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the hands of Dambi.
Just need Francis to maintain heaven control here. And
Shots out. Backpedal. Here from Valen, trying to get to a safer spot. It's going to be good for the one, but Ivy now with a third. The swarm out, and baby! He's looking for that transfer of his own, but X-Ross will deny. The defuse come in, and Nongshim set themselves up with a 4-round lead at the half.
It was a wild half, to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again, I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds, just like on Sunset.
They took the pistol, but then they dropped that anti-eco.
Right.
And it really starts to unravel from there.
I mean, the fact that you get 4 almost feels good in some ways and bad in others as G2, because, yeah, like you're talking about, you lose that eco, you lose a couple of those clutches, but despite all that, you're still very much in this map. And you would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid on their defender's side, but you never know. Nongshim, that's a team that, if their executes are on point, if their coordination is on point, sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers, it can be really tough. Now, I do like a few of the moments I saw with the Waylay and the Sky to really slow down some of those retakes. So you're going to need a lot more of that here on this defender side as G2.
This is one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts. You've been in this position before. Granted, you know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against Nongshim Red Force, but you got to this split, and it got away from you. Having those thoughts seep back in, it could absolutely be their undoing.
That I was saved them for, yeah, they put a momentum आ गया उन पे. I was just reading this.
Looking and hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
Well, and considering how well it's gone for Americas, yeah, I know what you mean.
Just because
but how well
so
far EWC has gone for Americas against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
Well, for sure. All needs to start from
सारे
here.
players को thank you बोल रहे हैं तो बाप रे भाई बहुत लंबा था.
See if they can get right back into this. Another pistol, not dropping the anti-eco. G2 will be off to the races. Exactly what the G2 fans want to be seeing.
Nongshim Red Force holds in attack. Or will it be
if you haven't taken the jersey off yet, you better do so.
Yeah, just
everything they can get.
Bolo.
Burn that thing, bro. Nongshim,
this one is really
just
good.
Sneak underneath their noses.
Like, I like that one low volleyball better.
Oh, this saturate.
Dambi still going to be going for the side, trying to get that point-blank shot, but they'll get pushed over. Meanwhile, Jogamo with X-Ross with 2 for 2. Is it us looks to settle, but Jogamo's looking for a little bit more, and he absolutely oversteps.
Nongshim Red Force Sheriffs are on another level.
Oh, damage suffered as well as Fallon.
Sheriff needs a nerf, इसके बाद तो.
With a bandit.
But he's got to do everything, it feels like.
I really like the idea.
Causes enough of a distraction, kills a couple players. Valen could collect something, but Leaf, gun barrel, maybe not being registered there by Francis, but he'll just peek in, finds Valen. Oh, it's instantaneous with the right click.
Clean as fuck.
The hopes start to fade even further as Nongshim get themselves their first pistol here on split, move up 9-4.
I'm already feeling a buy up here for G2. I think this is a great spot to grab some of those stingers and do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard. If they're not anticipating it, I guess they're not going to go for it. I would have loved to have seen it here.
From the defender side, it's always all the more risky. But I'm right there with you. I think that a curveball like that might just be enough to try to catch Nongshim off guard. Opt to go for the safer route.
NS, Nongshim at first, G2.
Already Nongshim. It's a pretty good read.
XLG,
what's going on the map. And even though Ivy might drop this Marshall, but
Group C, I guess.
His whole plan here is to just look for a little contact.
Okay, well, Ivy not going to be able to steady that hip fire, so Giacomo, it's a weapon back. And with their teammate falling, all of Nongshim are going to look at cluster on this side of the map. G2, though, want to try to re-explore mid, so they will be backpedaling a bit, but they are still very clustered on A.
Timing of this. I thought for a second G2 was just going to hold the line on A, and Nongshim was going to walk into the beehive, but
what happened? Why did they
didn't get stung just yet? Over towards A.
They know they are going mid now. A now.
Empty side, the players now splitting, looking to re-clear through garage and B. The bad news about to be registered. Meanwhile, RB setting up a smoke, keeping eyes towards the sewers position. The swing out. They will be able to mow them both down.
Expected title.
Ethan Baby Bay now eliminated. I believe one of the bandits as well going to be lost.
They're doing Nongshim retake.
With a slow walk forward. Dambi just jiggling on the corner, gets the spot.
There's a 4-man retake from flank. They're doing a 2-man retake. Don't know why.
Takes the fight, wins it. Giacomo, how quick, how accurate can he be with this Marshall? Needs to be clean. No, the bandit instead.
Bandit boy,
he'll be able to take him down, but both have suffered damage. The time is starting to get away from them. This is really just a matter of can they find anything else. They're trying to find something, but it's going to be RP with a 4K. This map is his.
RB अच्छा खेलता है, उसको कोई को फ्रैगर नहीं बोलेगा.
Double digits now hit. Nongshim 3 rounds away from winning their opening series here at EWC.
I get a bit worried in the middle of this round for Nongshim, where off of losing Ivy, they might make the wrong read, but they actually take just long enough to pivot over to the A side. G2 instead thinks that they're going B for sure.
So just make sure to hit the like. It
turns out to not be the case, but RB there, lucky to not take more damage, only down to 86 health in that 2K, even though it looked a little unsturdy. And it's Dambi, maybe off to the races. Valen trying to deny. Thought about the paranoia.
Bonus conversion करेंगे, they won the game.
Okay, bonus convert हो गया, they won the game. Liked. Ivy going to be identified. Baby Bay.
Able to get out of there. The saturate is in. Ivy will still be able to find one. But meanwhile, Leaf back over in the mid, able to get rid of Dambi. One of the big thorns in their side eliminated. RB still alive and well, though.
Sound नहीं गई होगी तब तक.
I even think Nongshim heard that.
I didn't think they heard.
They weren't looking on their flanks, so convinced that they can just keep their eyes forward. And X-Ross, my goodness.
Swooping forward, doesn't have any util to try to go for the heal here.
ये duel बहुत important है. ये बहुत important duel है.
Alongside the smoke, if he goes pushing, Valen should absolutely
have him dead. If RB dies, they might lose the round इसकी वजह से.
Gonna start to scale up, but hasn't quite gotten that spot out yet. Now will do so. Paranoia gonna be sent, but only connects onto the enemy Omen. Meanwhile, Giacomo looking to try to fast swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence. He situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Now going to be able to find the one. Giacomo now stabbing, cleans up the enemy Omen.
RB there trying to sell a fake rotate.
Easy Francis का match. 2-1
wins. Did he know?
All down to Francis here.
Isolate कर सकते हैं fights दोनों.
Swing in.
Nice shot.
Francis just locks
हाँ 2-1
on.
wins isolate कर सकते हैं easily.
He's managed to isolate this down. A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out, and Trent from the Raptor will be able to win this round. But good lord, what a conversion attempt here from Nongshim. They get it so very close, but it will be G2 persevering for another round.
Yeah, this.
Yep. वही ना हो जाता दो easy 1v1s मिल रहे थे
navigate for G2 and they do
एक को मारने के बाद he could have repositioned और उसके बाद उसको वो करना चाहिए था क्या बोले टाइम खेलना चाहिए था आराम से रिंगा यूज कर सकता था
unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto the Baby Bay after being saturated. That right there, freaking nasty. But Trent's there with a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier is the good news is a lot of those early kills for Nongshim went into RB's hands. So you don't have that run it back yet. You don't have one of those bigger ults that could be a real problem, whereas you have a showstopper with a weaker buy. So you've got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden start gaining some momentum. Start turning the tables onto Nongshim. See if they can get it to go. We'll get some confirmation on that Prowler, and that means Nongshim, especially with that Boombot there, no way you're going into mid now.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well. No contact off the Boombot, so Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
They can't just hit Fireman since
Honestly,
they always leave Trent alone.
Yeah, I love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exact RB, likely to keep in the back of sight.
Exactly.
Okay, but no, a bit of a pump
Nongshim का playstyle नहीं है Fireman hit करने का. They just play very slow. It's just not in them.
The delay there from the Viper felt a little too quick.
They haven't hit a Fireman side really fast.
Something all of the kid, but Baby Bay going to be dead. Prince is able to find him. Leap now with the peak. Gets the bad news. Everyone from Nongshim is right here at home on this
nice
site.
shot, Ivy.
Forcibly evacuated as Ivy gets the headshot. Jogging now. All the more pressure on that showstopper to be able to deliver as Trent comes away with a second. Gets it back into a 3v3 and suddenly G2 stocks looking a hell of a lot healthier.
I mean, this showstopper, you would think is good for at least one.
Needs to find him. Back of map. The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no. Extra's barely taking any damage. Francis just lingering in the back. Drives the knife into Valen. As Nongshim now up to 11. G2 trailing by 6.
They can't just hit Fireman, but
it took a while to get there, but
G2 is also
eventually
changing their setups really
that they were fishing for towards the beginning.
They have to
part
find
of the
where
round.
is Trent first.
Ivy again really clean, but then Trent answers back and you think there's hope.
वो तो बहुत easy है to be honest.
Extra layer on the
Skyfly
backside. The showstopper from Jog can't find success, even though he's got an opportunity. Exros gives him the chance. Exros challenges him. Still can't quite get it done.
It seems like Dambi and company will close this
another
series
timeout.
really dominating way, in a dominating fashion.
E2 on the ropes. Bloodied and bruised. The KO punch seemingly in the windup for Nongshim. I don't know. Just seems like there's some good ideas.
I saw
from
Leaf
G2, but when it comes down to some of these late round micro executions, that's where they're going to be.
Leaf is kind of scary,
the individual
not
kind
gonna lie, Leaf is a dead
step up moments lean Nongshim's way more often than not.
Yeah, Leaf.
And people call them hero plays, but the hero plays have to be allowed. You're not getting that shutdown if you're not denying it away from them.
It's their eco round.
They're going to make
just do not get ecoed.
Those moments happen for themselves.
Nongshim, do not get ecoed.
Have them materialize. That's exactly what G2 needs to do for themselves. A thrifty here.
You lose 5-5 similar loadout rounds. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा. Just do not get ecoed.
Such a scary round. As G2 obviously winning the thrifty be amazing, but if you could get the Nightfall out here, or if you could get the run it back out from Exros, that's kind of a win too, because if they could keep both of those ults going into the decider, into the match point round, that sucks. Just to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So that's
sometimes blunt is better.
That's exactly it. I mean, I'm not the type to beat around the bush. Tell it to you straight. That's the paper thin guarantee.
Things very quiet. Playing this very close to the vest are Nongshim, not wanting to get caught off guard. They've already been thriftied a couple times, I believe, so far in this series. We don't want to allow for it again.
Nice shot, Dambi.
But what a punish from Dambi. Practice with
they can
those
just check
snipers
B, no?
paying dividends as Valen will
You
get
know.
taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The
Hey,
K
heavy
down
kill,
around the
look at
corner.
that.
Swings out, is able to
Bach
find
gaya,
the one,
bach gaya,
but
bach
nothing
gaya,
more.
bach
The reface for Dambi. Overstepping up
Nice,
but the
and-
team is there to back him up. As the dust
Yeah,
will
it's
settle,
over.
and it's just Baby Bay allowed
12-5.
to recover some weapons here in mid.
Baby Bay cannot do it.
He has to be the one
Bluntly.
to get this over the line, to clutch up, to bail them out and deny this match point.
G2 वाला किसी का
from going
अच्छा
into
like
Nongshim's hands.
unexpected game नहीं चल रहा. They are just playing normally.
The full kit to work with.
Really hard to win these.
Time, there's an opportunity.
इतना सब clear करना है. Space
They're
भी
just
नहीं
scattered
है.
to the winds.
Shield भी
Easy
नहीं
to
है इस पे.
isolate, but hard to read where they're going to be coming from. First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate. Going to be chucked in. It's a quick exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer. Baby Bay able to find the one, but
One
that
HP.
costs him life. That costs him time.
Yep.
He just doesn't have enough of it. Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner. Nothing more to be done. As the money for the buy, so will just go down.
Brother got full
Could have
utils.
just
Yeah.
held on to it.
Shield नहीं थी
But
क्या
that
कर
is
सकते?
now the 12th round found for Nongshim.
Man, it's scary. Nice shot from Dambi. Jog able to at least get some value here. He hit. Nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay, I think going to be one away from the convergent paths. Yeah, Trent does have his ult. Xros does have his. I mean, Nongshim didn't even consider saving their night ball. They just went for it.
Now
Baby Bay.
for they
Oh,
have
that's
they
a
had the money for the
seize.
next round.
It is, but it's going to be Valorant
It's do
covering
or die
fire.
now.
Able to find it. Tommy in the back, but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis. Makes it a 1-for-1. That convergent pass now out of the equation.
Oh, but that's kind of a weird angle to have that flash hit you. They're not going to be ready for him to
Oh
be
नहीं,
underneath.
Ivy का बहुत
Mitchell's
प्यारा
now
लड़का.
storming his way forward with
They
that
can just
ult.
go A
Pinchel
from here.
will be able to snap him back. The
Yep, they
exec
will go A.
denied. Meanwhile, Ivy marked all the way forward.
बहुत easy.
Trent
Oh,
will be able to
नहीं.
win out the fight. Tag
Reset
down to
करना
5.
पड़ेगा. They don't have an
Still
option.
alive, still fighting here for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from Trent.
Viper का
That is
कुछ
heads up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps, going to be heard. Not sure if there's going to be a second layer on the
Oh,
opposing
no.
sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this
Oh.
round to an end. Strikes out
Good,
as
good.
Xros will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner. The spike, however, in his hands, needs to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant.
RB and
Seekers now.
Francis are alive.
The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back, the paranoia to fly. Jogamo
very good
fully
pala.
blinded up. Leaf, however, has his vision.
NT,
And
NT.
has RB in his sights. G2
Trap it. Yep.
able
If
to
they
win
clutch,
out
trap it,
another round,
yeah.
getting up to 6. But
Could've-
6 is how
nah,
many
could
more they
not.
will need if they
बहुत
want to
मुश्किल
push
था.
this into overtime like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure. Going all the way over to get the op. Going to make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round. Okay. I mean, I think you can get a couple more here as G2. The alt cycle going to be in your favor. You're getting close to another showstopper. You've already got a convergent pass. There's a chance here. You can
आराम से there is a
Don't
chance.
get back onto an eco. Get a few more. And then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4. Just this time, Nongshim kind of getting lost in the sauce. A lot of big contact fights won. A good trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen. And they're able to hold the line and take Dambi down. Then this time you have the pit available. Oh my god.
They also have an overdrive and a very fast attempt at this hit from Nongshim, but they're going to be rerouted. Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
It's actually pretty painful for Nongshim. I think, again, a little bit too eager to use these powerful ults early in the rounds that don't really find enough value.
Dambi again continuing to try to
What
split
bad
forward the
flash
paranoia
here.
to try to hold them
Oh,
at bay,
there's
but
no
no.
value.
Valen gonna be caught. Jogamo and Leaf one apiece. Get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf
Dambi
finds a
is-
second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, oh, it ends up being rough, but Ivy able to find him with that molly on the floor. Immediately brings this now into a 1v1.
Can he do it?
Drop down the drift across the spike, still the opposite side of the pillar.
He has a lot of time though.
So uncomfortable for Ivy. No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is. He has the pit.
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by that saturate. The classic shots not connecting the tap of the plant. Baby Bay. Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it.
No.
Ivy snaps on for another clutch and another victory.
What a clutch by him.
That was wild. I mean, I guess it's fitting in a way that it ends like that for Nongshim, because that was kind of the story of that split.
What a clutch by him.
Just some incredible individual efforts to win some of those big rounds, those very important swing rounds. Somehow, some way, they've done it. And this time, split for Nongshim is very clean.
Nongshim looking to be the guiding light for Pacific here at the event, where the rest of the teams have been on struggle street. They once again managed to come out on top, this time in significantly cleaner fashion. Top this time in significantly cleaner fashion. With that split as a finisher, what a series from Ivy. MVP absolutely in my eyes. But everyone had their moments. The transfers from RB, from Dambi, from Extros, the op shots from Francis when he took it in hand. A group effort at the end of the day. As Nongshim Red Force will stay afloat. No losses quite just yet. G2 now have a rematch with XLG, but we'll leave that for the analyst test to break down.
Jogmo ka downfall bhi to chal raha hai.
Thank you very much, guys, as it is
really
Nongshim Red Force continuing the woes internationally for G2 with a 2-1 victory, closing out split with an exclamation point. A fantastic victory here for the Pacific squad, because Pacific had been 0-3 up to that point. Paper Rex not get the job done.
Gonna wrap it up. Gonna wrap it up now. भाई क्या मार्च था भाई, holy shit. चलो, I think I'll end my stream अभी के लिए. I might stream in an hour and off, in an hour and a half, क्योंकि Valo खेलने का मन करेगा तो. Or else I'll stream early morning tomorrow. दोनों में से कई will play Valorant and try to go to Imo again. So अभी के लिए बहुत ही प्यारे मैचेस थे. जी ने तो थोड़ा डिसअपॉइंट कर दिया. GE fucking disappointed us, but like next match was insane. Like Nongshim Red Force के hero rounds were crazy. So आज के लिए बस इतना ही. We play tomorrow or today, पता नहीं. And कल same time पे 4 बजे stream 4 o'clock. So आज के लिए इतना ही. I will be heading out. Peace out.